In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Blue belt, he's like us. He didn't even see that coming. That was sick by Bardia Dineshvar.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Whoa! Hikaru does it again? It's like, that's how it's done.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Look at him, he's 40 seconds on the clock. Oh my gosh!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Because this just loses the game. Hey, welcome everybody to week 3 of the Pro Chess League. I'm David Pruce, and I'm here with the big man himself, FIDE Master James Canty III. James, what's up?
What's up, David? What's good? What's up, chat? How are you? There's so much energy today. There's some people going home, and there's some people trying to punch some tickets and stuff like that, David. So lots of chess and fun and emotions today, bro. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of emotions. I'm feeling good that I just get to watch the chess and enjoy it without all the stress. But let's check out the standings and see who's in the hot seat and who's sitting pretty today. We've got 4 teams on 2-0, the Indian Yogis, the Levitov Chess Wizards, Shanghai Tigers, and Gotham Knights. These teams this week have a chance to advance to the playoffs with a 3rd win. They won't have to play the last 2 weeks of the regular season if they win this week. James, any surprises among these top teams here?
Definitely. Those Levitov Chess Wizards. I mean, hey, they are chess wizards. Did not see that team coming. I definitely thought it would be some other teams. For instance, Norway Gnomes, the California Unicorns, your team there with like 4 2700s on the team. So that's pretty nice. Of course, we would definitely like to see those guys do better. Indian Yogis definitely knew they were going to do great. Of course, whatever's in that Indian water and whatever they're doing in Indian chess is definitely showing in the PCL. Right now,
yeah.
Gotham Knights, that's Hikaru and them. I mean, come on, 2-0. Yeah, I believe that.
You believe in the Knights, absolutely. Now, on the other side of it, for all winners, there are also losers in chess. Let's check out the bottom half of the standings, and specifically 4 teams on 0 and 2. What's at stake for them, James? What's going on this week for those 4 teams?
That's emotional. Lots of emotion there. Of course, team chemistry may be down. The camaraderie might be just down, but you know, as Daniel Nardisky puts it, of course, hey, look, they're not out. They might be down, but we're not out. Okay, 0-2, that's okay. It happens. What if we get a win this week? How's that going to feel? And then it can go into the right direction. So it really is about that perspective. And hopefully, if you have an emotion check, play your best game there. Hopefully, the team's on the same page and we can get some wins today from the bottom half.
Yeah, and just to be clear, everybody, 2 of those 4 teams, the 2 teams that lose and go 0-3, their season's going to be done. We will see one of those matchups today, actually. So let's turn to today's pairings and see the matchups we've got for you today. We've got the Capybaras versus the Gnomes is going to be first up on the ticket in just over 5 minutes here. So those are 2 teams at 1-1, you know, not yet leading the league, not yet at the bottom. So we'll see where their season's going today. And then we're going to have the Charlotte Cobras versus the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. Ooh. And James, can you tell people what a Maniac Shrimp is?
You know what? That is, in fact, I had no idea what it was. And then, but I think it's a play on words, or like they want you to make you think that they are shrimps, that they're all very small and they won't hurt you and then they'll bite you. That's how they get you, right? So that's how they got into the qualifiers. In fact, they just, we're little shrimps and made it into the PCL as the last team, right? So do not take that for granted. They are out and they will bite. And also the Cobras have some venom that they're going to try to bring out today. And hopefully they can close as well. So that's going to be a bloodbath there. 0-2 and 0-2. Ooh-wee, man, it's going to be tough.
So I got one more question for you about this matchup. Like, what's going on for the 8 players in this elimination match, right? When they sit down to play 4 intense rounds of chess, knowing that their team could be done today.
Everybody's gonna be like this. They're gonna be like this in the camera. You're gonna see everybody like that. Hands on the head, ready to go. All forehead cams. So, big shout out to Big and people behind the scenes. Make sure I get a lot of forehead cams today, because people are going to be in the screen, inside of their screen, because they know this is it. If we lose, we going home. So, of course, all the energy is going to be right there in that computer screen today.
I think that is a very solid prediction from James on the head cams. But chat, you can also make some predictions. Very important. Here is the week 3 featured question. How many wins will the Spanish Maniac Shrimps score versus the Charlotte Cobras today? And every week, there are these prediction contests, which you can fill out. You can go to go.chess.com/PCL-predict, or you can just type !predict in chat, and then you can make your predictions to try to win prizes every single week. And we'll probably give our predictions as we get into the matches as well. But for now, you all take your pick in this Maniac Shrimps for Charlotte question. And we are going to turn it over to the Capybaras. We're going to take a look at one of our 4 teams here. Last week, the Capybaras won a big match with their top star, Vladislav Artemyev, coming in. They took out the Cobras in 3 rounds. James, that's a knockout. How do you see their roster this week without Artemyev?
Artemyev is a cheat code. Okay, so without the cheat code, it's going to be some problems a little bit. But you may have, you got the strategy. You still have some other ones that may be cheat codes. For instance, Jospin did just as well as Artemyev. He was a star player, so definitely having Jose in the lineup there, I think it's still going to be nice. It's a mix up, and it really is about, as I was saying last time at PCL, it's really about the matchup that day. So if your matchup is good that day and everybody's feeling good, you're going to be great. But if you have that star lineup with Artemyev, hey, that's the cheat code. You're going to feel real good then. But here, if it's not, there's still strong players, still strong stuff here, but it's not the same team here. I think they'll still do well, of course, because Jose is a monster here. You also have Alex here on the team as well, Soupy, and some other ones today, and Bo Maga. So it's all about that lineup, see what happens.
So still a strong lineup, but maybe not the same confidence when you don't have that assurance that Artemyev's there at your side. Let's check out the other team, the Norway Gnomes, who will be their opponents. The Gnomes are bringing in a new star themselves, right? Just kind of the opposite or exactly what the Capybaras did last week, right? They brought in Artemyev. They won big. This week, the Gnomes are bringing in Pavel Elyanov and hoping to go big with him. And what do you make of the Gnomes team?
Go big or go home here. They got some solid. They have this is like experience, veterans. I can just see Godwin Jones, veteran. David Howe, name speaks for itself. You got Salim here, who's very strong. He was shaky before. In the last matchup, definitely has some heartbreakers there, but if he can shake that off, he'll be fine. Eljanov, very strong, 27.06. Okay, veteran, been around a long time. Then you got Pranav, who's also an absolute beast, just became a GM here. So I think this team is very underrated, and if they get the right lineup, again, that lineup today, it could be very catastrophic for the Capybaras.
Yeah, I saw a really cool quote from Pavel on Twitter just now, where he was saying, like, it's all about persistence. Anything can happen. He was rooting for his teammates in a past match that was a real close squeaker that went into the 5th round tie breaks. But let's check out the board by board matchups for today. See who's playing who. And so here you can see the Capybaras team. They've got Soupy, Martinez, Fier, and Irina Bulmaga on board 4. Versus the Gnomes, Elyanov, Howell, Pranav, who you mentioned, newly minted GM, and Chelsea Monica, a new pickup for them this week to fill out this lineup. And what what do you make of these two lineups, seeing exactly who they have? Which team is looking good to you?
Well, of course, as you see the board 1 versus board 4 here in this round right here. So it's all about, let me see if the under really every first round is like, can the underdog score? That's what this is about, right? As
Yes.
we know in our teams, right? Our teams is playing too. So if our under guys, if the third and fourth board can get, a win, a draw, oh man, you're feeling really, really good. So it really is about those underdogs there. Chelsea Monaco with white going up against Soupy. If she can get an advantage there, or even make a draw, that'd be very nice for the team. Pranav getting white against Martinez there, so that could be some type of mix up there. Maybe some something could happen. So I really, those first two boards there is going to be is what I'm gonna be looking at closely.
Yeah, so let's go over the match format for anybody who hasn't been with us for the first 2 weeks. Glad you joined us now. So check it out. These matches are always all play all. So the board 4, as James was just showing you, is playing against the board 1 in the first round. It's not like you only play the player on the corresponding board. You play 4 games. The time control is 10 plus 2. That's going to generally last 4 rounds, but it's possible for a match to end in 3 rounds or go to 5 rounds. If we get a tie, 8-8 in regulation, we go to the tiebreaker. And how does the tiebreaker work, James?
And the tiebreaker is a replay round 4 pairings until one team wins. That could be all day. That could be, we could be here all day. Chad, y'all would like that. We'll be here to 10 p.m., right? Of course, Eastern time, right?
Yeah.
It could go that long. Now, of course, we won't want to be here that long, chat, but definitely we'll be there if it does happen. So we do have some excited chess stuff, David. You gonna be here for that, man? I know you got the kids and everything.
I think it's a good question for how long that will be fun, because I think when you get that first repairing in round 5 and you get that extra round, I think it's thrilling, exciting. You're in a tiebreaker, right? Then like round 6, you're like, all right, we're getting a lot of extra minutes. These players are digging deep, but somewhere along the way, you can hear your kids crying and you're like, do I really have it in me to watch 7 more rounds of this battle?
Oh man, it's funny. You know what? Who does? The chat does for sure. They'll be here all day and go to sleep and wake up, and we're still here. So we're still here. Game starting, huh?
Game starting. We got the players taking their seats. We've got half of the forehead pose, right? Starting off 1, but the first move's not that intense. It takes till about move 6 or 7 for things to get really intense. And we see the board 1, Luis Paulo Soupy, here with the black pieces, playing one of the top 2 or 3 most popular openings in chess history, I think.
Absolutely, with the Najdorf Sicilian. I was literally just studying Najdorf this morning, so I love me some Najdorf Sicilian myself. Okay, shout out to the Najdorf players out there. I see you. Okay, so we'll see what happens there. Very sharp player. Chelsea Monaco is actually underrated. She's very strong. I played her in lots of blitz and bullet games online. She's very aggressive, like myself. So when I'm like, oh, you like tactics too, huh? Like it's just, well, let's see who swings on who first, right? And that's she's very strong, so very underrated. I see G4 in the future here already. Bishop E2. I'm thinking of G4 ideas already if I'm Chelsea.
Yeah, this Bishop E3 line is often an introduction to the sharpest possible lines with G4, but Chelsea's surprising all of us by castling kingside, putting the bishop on F3, and that signals a more positional approach to this game.
Yeah, and of course it's very positional here. The D5 square is usually the problem here. I like how Queen C7 was played in this understanding this, you wait to develop the knight on B8, and you actually go rook C8 in many of these cases, because developing the knight to C6, there's just problems on the D5 square, literally. So knight D7, knight B6 is a good thing too as well. Queen C7, I like it there. The positional approach here from white, you can also move the knight around from B3 over to E3, but that's going to take a while. Knight D2, knight F1, you have to get rid of the bishop on E3. Put the knight there and then play knight to D5. Right? You can also play A4, A5. Lots of ideas for white here in the positional grip.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned a ton of really important factors really fast. Chat, if there's anyone there who could take that all in that fast, you're a quick learner and you're going to be in good shape. If you caught that like 10 years of Najdorf study in 10 seconds there, the knight on B3 is often white's worst piece. There's always this choice to plop the knight on D5 and fundamentally change the pawn structure. You go from playing on the D file as white to playing with a pawn majority on the queen side, and then sort of C4, C5 becomes the most basic or standard plan that Chelsea Monaco is going to be looking for from here.
Correct. And we have 95,
And
97. But also, we got some more games up. Pranav and Jose Martinez started, and also Alex Fury and David Howell. But that Pranav
yeah,
game up there, is this? Oh, that's not a Night Orf. I just saw. So what is this? It looks like a King's Indian Attack. That's a strange one. Let's take a look at that game or whatever.
yeah, on
Pranav
Pranav's
Jose, yeah.
board with D takes C3. Looks like a double king pawn where he was going for. Now I'm gonna like even blank on the name, but there's a line king pawn where you go knight C3, knight F3, G3, bishop G2, and then you play it kind of like a, as you say, King's Indian attack.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting, actually. Oh yeah, let's take a look at that. We have Queen D7 there. Last move, white to move. Oh, A4, B4. Yeah, he's like, if you go queen side, I'm going to attack you. Yeah, Pranav is nice with that. Pranav is very nice in all areas, I think, of the game. I've seen a lot on the chess bar. He's a very positional, but also aggressive player when he needs to be. He's very universal, in fact. Best way to put it there. So look at him.
So here is the start, right? This is that line.
Oh, this is strange, boy.
2 knights, and then you go G3.
Strange.
And it's a slightly offbeat line for white. But it exists, and the most common response to it from black is they just sort of play D5, pawn takes D5, knight takes D5, right? White's bishop comes out, black trades off, and then black's comfortable that they got their position in the center.
Yeah.
But I think, Jose Martinez brings a little bit of a surprise here when he goes for this quick bishop B4 and then trading off the bishop, introducing strategic complexity, right? With that bishop for knight trade, mixing things up.
And how did he capture? Right, capture with the D pawn, D6, E2, nice.
Keeping E4 defended, and now immediately what we see, right? As soon as he traded on C3, first thing he did, he put another pawn on a dark square. You're not going to see him wanting to break the center with D5 too quick. Then H6, another pawn on a dark square. So he's limiting this bishop on C1. Leaving himself with no weak dark squares, and probably looking for lengthier maneuvers. Black.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we fast forward, let me see the live position here. Oh, I see.
All right, here we are back up to live.
Okay, so at the live, wow, yeah, this is just equal, super equal. Josmum's holding everything together. My structure's better, says Josmum here. I can sit and wait, improve my position by moves like Rook E8, even King H8, A6, B6. Very slow moves here. Trying to figure out what you want to do here. Maybe even Knight E7, G5, and Knight to G6. This is something that you see a lot of times in the E5 openings with like the Spanish and Italian game, Knight E7, Knight G6. And moving the knight over to the king side of the board, it is committal pushing the G pawn there, but flexibility to say the least here for black. White has some structure damage, but not really worse as much as we may think because of the structure damage. So, I mean, level. It's very level.
Yeah. So that could be a plan with G5. Let's take it back to the bird's eye view, folks, so we can see where all 4 games are at, and we can see if there's any other surprises. That's definitely an interesting, unusual opening. I want to particularly look at boards 2 and 3 and ask myself if White's got a major advantage in any of those games. Fier against Howell.
Yeah, that's spicy. That's getting spicy, baby. That's getting spicy over there. Oh my
goodness. He's just pushed the F pawn. So that's like the first really, really aggressive move. Well, actually, we got an F pawn being pushed by Soupy on another board. So we've got a couple aggressive moves coming early in this game. And they've got a team opening here, the Gnomes have. Look at Elyanov and Howell.
Oh yeah,
playing the Caro together.
Right, come on, bro. This is what we're playing. And you know what? David Howell plays it a lot online too as well. So when I'm watching his games, if you guys check him, he's definitely playing a lot of Caro Khan. So if you want to watch some Caro Khan from a very strong player, definitely David Howell is one of the guys to watch, especially online when he's playing blitz games and etc. So
yeah, so I'm going to take us actually back to the first game we were checking out, our Najdorf, because I feel like that game has the most action already with a pawn break, right? It's when the pawns get traded that the game heats up.
Oh, look at this. All right, open G file with a smile. Okay, what we got? We got the rook lift on the third rank. We're going to G3 over here, queen G4. Okay, so who would I choose here? Wow. And just say black. No, it does look, well, yeah, I guess you don't have the attack you're looking for. You would love to go rook G3, queen G4. But like, it's nothing there. Queen defends G7. Rook comes to the file there. And black's just, you're having a good knight off. That knight on h7 is pretty gross, but it can always come back to the center.
Yeah, it can get back. I think a big factor here is the bishop on g2, currently blocked by the d5 pawn. And I mean, obviously, like there's potential for each side to get their king attacked, but I think that whether or not this bishop is a good piece is going to be a big factor in that. And the interesting thing I noticed in the position where we just started before that rook trade is normally bishop h3 to e6 would be what you would first put your eye on as white in this position. Get that tempo, come to e6, and then you're just sort of embedded. But knight on c5 was covering that e6 square, and so for the moment, this bishop is still struggling to find its way. And so Chelsea decided probably bishop h3, rook f4, and the h-pawn would be pretty weak, no queen g4 bit. So she just went to trade off one of the rooks, but Soupy's got a second rook. Zip in. It makes its way to f4.
Jeez.
And
bringing all his pieces in. It's just slowly improving his pieces, as you see here. Every move was improving. Rook f4, improve. Knight f6, improve. So now next is probably the queen, trying to figure out how to get the queen into play. Improving on that side. That is what, maybe queen e7 or queen f7 or something. Queen f7 to h5. But the rook on g4 actually hits the h4 pawn. That's a great plan, actually. Queen f7 to h5.
Yeah.
And you do have bishop f3 there, but that cannot be right. There's got to be something wrong with that. Maybe even just knight h5. But there's so many things. Black is definitely on the upper hand here. What does the time look like? Yeah, that's like 2 minutes there. Yeah, 2 minute time edge. So, you know, Soupy's just in the driver's seat. He also looks bored. So I would, if I'm Chelsea, I'm like, no, you're not going to just sit here and look bored in front of everybody. I'm going to give you some moves to think about here. So
yeah, no, you do not. You do not want to go down like that. But I mean, as you're saying, logical to transfer the queen over, and everybody, it should be pretty clear where to bring the queen. You just get guided by white's weakness, right? This pawn on h4, it's a major problem. Head for there with the queen, and the pressure will be too much. The other thing that white needs to watch out for is a move like knight h5, kicking the queen. You know, and if she has to go to the wrong square, the h4 pawn there. You mentioned maybe the idea of bishop f3 for white at some point to stop knight h5 or queen h5. Once that happens, white has to watch out for knight d3. So it's these knight hops that white also has to watch out for that can really crank up the pressure or bring the tactics, you know, once black has the pressure.
These knights, as Hikaru says, and bishop h3, queen f7 is now on the board here as we're just going to swing into h5. h4 is really loose there. We just bring all our pieces to that side of the board. Rerouting, there's really no real counterplay for white here. Really tough situation for Chelsea.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we got up here in the bird's eye view, since this one's not looking good for black, not looking good for white there, not looking good at all. Let's take a look at where haven't we gone yet? Bulmaga.
So the pawn at f4 got stopped there with the blockade at f5, but the other game between Bulmaga and Elyanov did open up. You prefer open games or locked up games, James? I think I know the answer.
You know, I used to, and I still do love a King's Indian, but I was starting to realize it's just closed. It's always like that. It's hard to get, you know, you got to sack stuff. So I started looking at more open games. I'm definitely an open games player. Love that.
Yeah.
When the board opens up, tactics open up. So.
Well, on the board we've been watching, I think we can pretty much say Soupy is well on top. He's captured the pawn on h4. He's brought the knight into an outpost on f4 like no other.
My goodness.
And we're going to turn our attention to Elyanov. Board 1, big debut here. And he's managed to take apart white's entire d4, e5 pawn center, hasn't he?
Wow, let's actually, what was this opening? Let's see what this is from the beginning.
He's been busy.
Get here?
It was the advanced Caro. Like
another. You're right. You said it. Okay, advanced Caro here. Wow, played b6.
But if you want to see how to take it apart, let's see. First, he set up with a g5 pawn early on, which is a little bit risky, but it keeps that f pawn from joining things in the same way. And then he's probably going to play c5 at some point, right? That's the other thing to do. There was c5.
Played. Breaks it up. E5 is loose. You don't even have to take it.
And then he's going to take e5.
Yeah, he takes e5 now.
And there goes that whole center.
Wow, very strong Caro Kann here. The thing about Caro Kann middle games, especially the ones where you can play g5 with knights on e7 and d7, you see this at the high level. Carol Khan, if you check the database, Fallujah actually plays this a lot. All the strong Carol Khan players, Fallujah, even Magnus, and David Howell himself, 97 and knight d7 is the way to go. With this g5 push is more aggressive. Usually they go more for the h6 and tuck the bishop on h7. But this one is really strong here. He played g5 and broke up the center here. And this looks like a very excellent French now, but with a bishop on g7. So black's in the pretty good, but white's fine too. I think I'll take black though because of the 2 pawns in the center. Pieces are off, not real tactful.
I would love black in this position. So to me, it's kind of shocking to see that eval bar hanging around at the midpoint because my chess upbringing would tell me, beautiful position for black with the 2 center pawns versus the doubled C pawns.
Right.
Here, Irina decided to try and open up the king side a little bit more, mess with black's space and their pawn phalanx, 5 pawns, no pawn islands, very clean here from this king side to the center. Right. So she chooses to bust that open, and g5, it slightly weakens your king side. So it's logical for white to keep that factor in mind as you play out the game, that the opponent's king could become uncovered at some point.
I like how she's doing it. King h1, she's just going for the king. Look at her fast moves here. She's like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired.
That makes you wonder if she might throw a g4 or if it's just to get out of tactics.
You know what? Yeah, we're going to play g4. Why not? Just throw it out there. Why not? Fight him. Yeah. Never go down without the fight. G4 is actually on tap. And then when you move the knight, bishop h6, and I'm in there. So this is actually very, very aggressive here from Irina Bolmanga here. And here, aggressive intentions are shown here now. Bishop takes h6 is coming after this g4 move. So Elyanov is going to have to be very quick about this. Maybe a queen h4 is tempting.
Yeah. I mean, Elyanov's giving a lot of respect to the board 4 here from the Capybaras because he is taking a really serious think here. I saw him stroking his chin a little bit and spending some time on it. When he played b6 here, he was hoping to resolve the situation, get his rook and queen busting out and into the game, right? He's saying the c5 pawn is hanging. You're going to take, I'll bring out the queen. I'll have pressure on b2 and c2. I'll get my big dogs out finally. And she just disregarded that c5 pawn being undefended, played queen d2, probably with the idea of pawn takes c5, g4.
Wow. And actually, and real quick, white is about to get mated in the soupy Chelsea Monaco game. There it's if you look at the eval bar, right, it's just all in Soupy's favor. The whole thing is made in something. Made in a few here. Oh my goodness, who moves?
I don't even see the eval bar, so that's nice for me.
Right, I don't even see it. Where is it? Oh, it's blended in with the board. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's just dropped out the bottom.
Soupy's going to finish this one out here. Very strong. So, of course, what happens on king to g1? Where is the mate? Queen g4, queen h3, queen h2, queen h1. Wow, that's so clever.
All right, let's show that. James is giving you all checkmate.
That's cute.
I'll let you see it all here on a little analysis board. A little to and fro for the queen. You're like, why is she doing this? What's changing? Well, she's getting closer. She was on h5.
Right.
Queens love to get closer to kings in chess.
Right. Queen h1 and takes and mates and checkmate on the back rank. Do your puzzle rush every day. Make sure you're doing your puzzle rush chat because you'll be able to spot these yourself. Yeah, it's gonna be mate. And on the live board there, knight f3 was played, rook check, and is it queen h3 mating? Yeah, queen h3 is mating. Queen h3 is mating, and that is gonna be GG there. Queen g2, and yeah, that's it. Chelsea Monaco goes down in that game. Soupy with the first win for the Capybaras there. And the second board there, that's Jose Martinez and V Pranav. As we see, looks like Jose Martinez has a slight advantage here, which they could go up 2-0 in this match. And on board 3, Alex Fear winning there. That could be, this could be 3-0. And then what's happening on board 4? We would need Balmaga to
What do you mean? Fear is winning? Let's see.
It looks like Fear's winning there. Like with the at least the eval bar says that. We got to go check it. Let's go check that game, see what's actually going on in that board there.
Yeah, this is the one board we have not been to yet, and materials equal. We still got that e5 pawn from the advanced variation. We got a fight in the center over the d4 square. This black's last move, David Howell just played d4. He was like, there's some action on this diagonal, but I need more. I need more. It's not enough.
I need more. So he plays d4.
Not enough.
d4, and Engine hated this move. So what is going on here? Take.
Yeah.
What is actually going on? I can't sack nothing. I don't understand what they want. Wow, that's a huge difference in jumping there. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
huge jump. Like what happens?
If you were more chill, you know, some players might tuck the king back to f8 and g8
Right.
before blowing up the center. Some people might put the rook on c8 before blowing up the center. But
Taking
Howell
a
was
roll with the
ready.
king. Yeah, he played
So he
d4,
plays
but
d4. And I
what
think
is the
that
answer? Take. Let's check though. B4 seems like it's something with the B4 move, but I
it's
don't.
possible it was b4, queen c4. I think
Yeah,
queen
queen
c4
C4.
trying to tie them up. There's rook c8, and I don't know if you're going to be wanting your queen there.
We got
So,
B4 there after because the bishop's trapped. Queen
and then the
C4
bishop
rook
won't have
C8,
anywhere to go.
literally nowhere. Oh my goodness! But
Does
look
it
at this.
have
The
b4
engine's saying that,
like
bishop
this?
B4. Oh my goodness, that's gross.
Yeah, you have to go before
Gross.
it with the bishop before the pawn.
Ooh, you have to go B4 queen C4. Does that work?
Yeah. If you
B4
took
take
here,
queen
you would
C4.
be trapped. You know,
Yeah.
that's hilarious that you could have the queen hang out in front of the rook and actually
Uh,
steal away that piece.
right.
But that doesn't quite work out. Let's check out your other idea, b4, and see where that would lead, right? Because that would be takes, and I think you would probably take again.
You probably take again, and then queen
And
C4.
then the bishop comes here.
Yeah,
And
queen
now you've got the
C5.
C file open. So you can pressure that piece, look for a sack and breaking through d4, but nothing completely clear to me yet.
Yeah.
Did you have a follow-up in mind here?
No, I don't have the follow-up. It's tough. This is so tough here. As you see, like David,
Oh,
being
wow.
so strong though. What you got?
He went for it. This has just happened on the live board. Like
Oh, he
we've got
went
the
for it.
analysis board and the live board, and
There it is.
you can't tell which one is which. It's
I knew it. That's
it's the
funny.
same thing.
That's funny. B4 was a move though. I just don't. The follow-up is just difficult, and you see, he wasn't able to find it. Queen B2 is not what the engine wanted. Whatever.
Follows up with
Let's go
queen
back and look
b2.
at that. Yeah. But David
Bishop's
Howell
just going to drop back.
looking.
You
good,
want to
man.
try and figure out what he should have done?
You know what? Let me go back and find. I'm gonna check the. Let me check the board real quick.
You're gonna see if your puzzle rush has put you in position to find the computer line that was hidden from us here.
So in fact, it was wow. It's the stupidest line ever, and I knew it was something strange like that. You just trade everything on D4 and play King H1. Like, great job, +1/5. Like what?
So you just take.
You trade everything on D4.
Take
Bishop D4, Queen D4, King H1.
Take and tuck the king.
And tuck the king.
That's some kind of tactic no human could find.
That's what the engine's giving. The engine was giving that as the best here, which is
well, now it's changed its mind about it.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, actually, and you know what? They actually give after Bishop D4 instead. So CD4, Knight D4, Bishop D4, King H1 instead of that. So they don't want Knight D4. So they want you to keep the advantage here. You play King H1. You're doing good.
Gotcha.
That's just
and then this piece is a little bit stranded, and White's got the plan of Knight H4 going after the bishop, the pawn structure on the king side with F5 or whatever. So we keep that piece and try to open up the king.
Yep, there you go. And
that's
engine chess. That's engine chess right there, guys. Yeah. Engine chess.
Another deep silicon lesson for us.
Oh,
that's
man.
cool. Knight H4.
Ooh, we got another game about to conclude over there. Martin, let's go to the bird's eye view. We got Jose Martinez. Jaspom is looking to take down the young phenom Pranav here. That's already over. Oh
my goodness.
Rezi on the spot. Hard Rezi. He hit the button. What happened?
He just broke through on that dark square. It looks like White had to take this piece because gross. I mean, letting Black just take and take, that's simple.
You also got in time trouble too as well. 20 seconds.
Simple. Dang, he really worked those knights. He had some kind of for today, like if I get the knights against the bishop pair, I can sort of outplay this guy.
Back to the bird's eye view, man. Let's see it. Board 4. Whoa, is Bomaga winning? You gotta be kidding me right now. The Kami Bear is about to 4-0. They about to 4-0.
No way.
No, Bomaga is not hitting Elgin off like this on national television. Bro, look at this.
Queen and 2 pawns.
She got in there. Remember that attack she had with G4 and Queen D2 and Bishop F4? It finally broke through. This is what they're talking about. If your board 4 can hit the board 1, you in great shape to start it out. Oh my goodness, what an upset.
Beyond great shape. I would love my board 4 to get a draw against the other team's board 1. I would be jumping up and down, and she's taking a draw.
Hey,
taking a draw.
You know what? It's whatever. You 2,700, cool. Yeah, but you can't beat me though, says Bomaga. At least not today and not in this match. That's a draw and that's going towards the capybaras. They're feeling really good right now.
But that is a tremendous score for them. Let's go to the only board still going. Get to the live position on this one, because this game is still a mess. And let's face it, the Gnomes need Howl to win this somehow, right? I mean,
yeah, that's true. He's a new commentator. You know, how do you feel about that, David? New commentator, right? How's he feel? A new commentator debut here, shaking his head, and the time is low right now. But it is David Howe. What do you think about this?
Oh yeah, it's 20 seconds for him, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty tough right now.
I don't like having 20 seconds. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. We play a lot of 30-second chess at the stream, so it would help, you know, that we play 30-second chess, but that doesn't mean that it's still good. Like, it doesn't mean that you're going to make some good moves. You know, here he is in some trouble. Oh, but this is draw-like, though. It's not. This isn't bad. You're shaking.
It looks very safe for black right now. Let's say pawns on only one side of the board can make the game a little bit drawish. So Howl avoiding that queen trade feels like he's trying to press for a win. Like he wants things to stay a little bit more complicated. He may be aware of the match situation, although it's hard to be aware when you've got like 20 seconds on the clock and
that's true.
You can't follow the other games.
Exactly right. You don't know what the score is, and then look at this. Time is very low, very low. You got to make some moves here.
Yeah,
he's pressing on in a. I mean, this is like dead drawn, to be honest. Pawns on the same side. You know, maybe black could be slightly better because the bishop placement. That's it, really.
Yeah. But I mean, Howell's being very insistent about avoiding the queen trade, which says that even with 7 seconds, I think he's thinking about winning. You know, if he were freaked out about his 7 seconds, you'd be trying to make a draw here. You would probably just snap off the queen trade, right?
Yeah, I'm actually going to give you here's a Jedi tip here. David's bringing it out to for all of you guys here. So, guys, David Howe actually has a course about how he became 2,700, and in one of the chapters in there was actually just talking about pushing on in positions that are completely equal. And yeah, you might lose in some of them, but you learn so much experience. This is like dead equal. It feels like that. Like may have some slight initiative now, especially because of the weaknesses. But you know, he's doing exactly that. And look at that. You know, something went wrong. Something went wrong, obviously, as the engine shows here. But he's doing exactly what he put in his course here. David Howe wants to push on, and he wants to win this game.
Yeah, he's got good chances. I think for a second there, like this G3 square was a big deal, and White allowed the queen in for a second. He may have just played a time trouble move with King H7 there, but he had one moment where he could play Queen G3. Now White's got to not allow Queen F2. And if he comes to the third rank, White has to block him from coming across to G3. So
it's easy to make mistakes from White here. Oh, it's definitely easy to make mistakes. Look at that. That's a mistake. Queen C3. Oh, Queen C3. Get him off the board. Get him off the board.
Coming across, cleaning up.
Get him off the board. Oh
okay,
no, that's like chapter 5 in my look at it. Boom. You see the fist pop? Man, he hype right now.
The pop.
He hype. Boom, real quick. That's me in my chapter. Grab my course about how I became 2,700 to let y'all know.
Oh man.
Keep pushing and drawing positions.
The Gnomes fans have to be really happy. We're gonna check out the match score right now. It's 2.5 to 1.5 in favor of the Capybaras. Normally, if you just saw the scores, you would say great round for the Capybaras, right? Like they're board 4, drew with Pavel Elyanov. Like fantastic. What more do you want out of a round? But the Gnomes are going to be thanking their lucky stars that they didn't just get 4-0'd.
Yeah, it was
and
close.
I think that's going to keep their spirits up because they were almost done right there. Almost done.
Yeah, for real. That would have been 4-0 first round. Like, yo, what is this? Wake up. You know, that's a rattling thing. And I think, yeah, like you said, it will lift your spirits and the morale. It'll be like, hey, look, all right, we got out of that one. Let's bounce back and new game, reset, try again.
Yeah. And we will bounce back as well right after this short break. See you all in a minute.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
All right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
so a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really,
I love
part of
that.
the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so whether they were this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so, meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the world championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tao and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between the two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
Welcome back, everybody, to Week 3 action in the Pro Chess League. And before we get into Round 2, we've got Pavel Elyanov here on screen, team leader for the Norway Gnomes today. 2,700 plus, super GM coming in, very, very strong team player. And, that game got really, really scary and risky for him last round, but he pulled out a draw. He didn't go down. And the Gnomes were able to salvage the round with only a small disadvantage. James, what what can you tell us here about the career of Pavel Elyanov?
Oh yeah, it speaks for itself there, right? 2-time chess Olympiad, team gold. Boy, he going crazy. 2010 and 04, 2,700, right? 2016 Chess.com Isle of Man winner. That is nuts. Isle of Man. It's a very strong tournament, as we know. And then making the 2022 PCL debut. This is his first game. So his first game there, okay, it's a draw. I think Hikaru's first game in the PCL, he lost, right? So that debut
That's
is
true.
like, it's like that debut was like, all right, let me just knock the rust off and get the jitters out and then come back to it, because the man can definitely play some great chess, as we see here on the card. It speaks for itself.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see how he does here in round 2, because that is coming up on us in about 60 seconds. He's going to have white this round against Alexander Fear. Looking at other boards, we've got Supi, who's going to have white against Pranov. He had a pretty chill first game. Supi kind of cruised through it. You didn't look like he was too stressed just yet.
Like he was
See if he's got to break a sweat against young Indian phenom Pranov.
Right.
Jose Martinez, he's going to have white. He also won his last game with black, so he's probably going to be looking good still this round. And then Howell versus Bulmaga. Those two were kind of each the heroes for their team in this last round. Bulmaga upsetting the board 4, getting them the half-point lead. And Howell, his grinded out there with 7 seconds on the clock, all that confidence, playing on and on with those seconds, avoiding queen trades. He got that 1 full point for the Gnomes.
Yeah, he grinded that point, worked for it, and earned it. I mean, very, very powerful stuff there. Bulmaga the same way. I mean, she just pushed on, opened up the position, and said, let's go for this. She had no fear. So she's like, you think I'm fearing 2,700? Hell, I'm about to fear 2,670. David Howell, right? Is what Bulmaga is probably saying right now. So she definitely has some confidence there too as well. I think Supi, is comfortable. You can just tell he was very bored in that last game. And I would be, if I'm playing him, I'm like, oh no, you're not about to do my teammate like that. You're going to sit here and you're going to act like you want to play this game. Okay. So let's see what happens in this one. We got something standard though. A little Nimzo action. Okay.
Coming out quick with the E3 Nimzo. I've just been looking at the Nimzo. You've been looking at the Najdorf. I've been looking at the Nimzo. Let's see what they got.
A3.
Early A3.
Early A3 here. The reverse bishop takes C3. I think you're supposed to just take it, but you could also go back to D6. No, there's knight B5 there. You just take this. Like, that's the usual thing. You give up the bishop, but I figured he would go back. You just usually give it up, though. Play C5, knight C6, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Once White's played E3, I might be getting this wrong because I am nobody's Nimzo expert, okay? So this might be wrong, but this is one of the things that I think I may have learned. Once White's played E3, you can kind of feel free to tempo by retreating the bishop when White plays A3, because most of these C takes D5, E takes D5 positions are going to be reasonably playable for Black with White's bishop stuck inside this pawn chain here.
It's very nice.
So I think bishop e7 is probably perfectly acceptable approach by Pranov. And what Supi's doing is with a3, he immediately went for this b4 move. So he's anticipating that Pranov would want to free himself, grab some space with c5.
Right.
And he's saying,
c5 could be played, but what happens on c5?
Yeah, it can still be played, but then he's ready to open up some space on the queen side. Let's see, sorry. We could go back, go to analysis board for a second, and just put c5 on the board. Get a quick feeling for what it look like. I imagine White's going to trade twice. Now Black's got the isolated pawn instead of those two pawns next to each other. They're sometimes called the hanging pawns, which sounds bad, like you might be about to capture them. If it weren't chess, you'd be like, oh, they're hanging out. That sounds cool. But actually, I mean, I think the hanging pawns, if Black had a pawn on c5, that gives you a lot of presence in the center, even though the pawns are slightly vulnerable at the same time. Here, the isolated pawn, this would probably be a pleasant position for White. The bishop's got a future on b2 now, and these pieces here are a little bit loose. You're going to say hi to the guy on b7 since you traded your b pawns, and White's going to have a pleasant little advantage.
That's because you can play c5 doesn't mean that you do play c5 in many cases there. And this is why we're pointing this out. It's very important to understand the structure, the backbone of the position, the ideas and the plans that you can come up with from the position. Really, ideally, stems and the foundation is from the pawn structure. So it's very nice to understand that. Let's go back to the live position. What do we have over there? Also,
Absolutely.
Martinez and Monica has just started, so we'll go back to the bird's eye view in a minute. But knight, yeah, this is pretty good. I like what he did with the bishop to b7, knight e4. Sort of Queen's Indian like now. You can, yeah, bishop to d6 now. Put the knight on e4. F5, rook f6, rook h6, and who is attacking who at this point? Very nice. Yeah, this is definitely Queen's Indian up his alley. It's also Queen's Gambit Decline has positions like this too, but definitely more Queen's Indian with knight e4 being a huge thing. But he stopped the c6 thing. Ooh, that's nice. So this is different. There's some subtleties here in the position that makes it very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, this knight e4 move, which can be nice, it can free up the f pawn for your attack. It could let the other knight transfer towards the king side through f6. But for the moment, it looks like knight e4, knight takes d5 would be just a straight up problem, right? So that's part of the point of that b5 pawn, right? Is it's cutting off c6 in the defense of e4. So if we're sitting here as black after queen b3, it's not so easy, right? We can't just plop the knight on e4.
Yep. Yeah,
I don't like the move c6 anymore.
Right. I don't even like, where do you move? Like, you do need to make a move for black here, and he is in the think tank thinking about that one. So we're gonna let him try to figure that one out. Let's go to our board's eye view. All games have been started at this point here. Ooh, we got a Sicilian up there. You know we love those Sicilians. That's on board 2, Chelsea Monica and Jose Martinez. Looks like some type of Sicilian. So, and then what else is going on the other boards there? Board 4. Okay, of course he's gonna play Catalan, working with Magnus so much. Plays a Catalan.
Right. What do they call this Catalan without d4? Like,
oh, that's Neo, maybe
Neo Catalan.
Maybe it's the Neo. Oh, of course, chat. You can help us with that one. It is. It's Neo Catalan.
I think you got it.
Yeah.
And then Elyanov playing sort of a reverse Benoni, tempo up. Probably started out of knight f3, c4, some kind of ready move order.
Right.
And Fier playing aggressively and confidently as black to go d5, d4. When you're tempo down, it's harder to support grabbing a big center, but he's doing it. He's going for it.
Everything's level so far. I think let's take a look at that Jose Martinez Chelsea Monica game. That game is all right. There's a lot going on, I think, with the position of attacking for white. White has some attacking chances, I think, on the king side, obviously, with the queen on f3. Knight goes to f5 now, like very aggressive intentions. Now e7's hanging, right? So, I mean, we even could play g4 in some cases, but I think black's pretty solid, even though the engine thinks otherwise. There is space for white, but black is, I think, solid, incredibly solid.
Yeah, I mean, white's grabbed their own doubled pawn, so each side has a doubled pawn now. Each side has a pawn majority, right? White's got 4-on-3 on the king side. Black's got 4-on-3 on the queen side. When you've got majorities on opposite sides of the board, you often see the players trying to gain an advantage on the side of the board where they've got that one little extra pawn. To new players, it won't seem like a big deal. It's like, what, you've got one extra doubled pawn, so like that's your side of the board. You get the whole side off of that. But, when you get up to this kind of professional level here, those little things do mean a lot, and they know how to make use of that one little extra doubled pawn to dominate an area. So I think the plan of g4, g5 looks pretty live.
Oh, look at David. Y'all see David out here? You hear David, chat? Oh, we're just rubbing off on him. It's rubbing off on him, chat. He's becoming a Jedi right in front of our eyes. That's crazy. b3. Yep, b3 played. And okay, pawn h6 hitting the g5 bishop. So that's nice because she wants you to take and play, but then I also thought rook e7, bishop f6 was a thing, but that's not a thing. Maybe you just go bishop h4. Yeah, that's a problematic. That was a nice spot by her. h6.
I think your rook e7 move is worth an analysis board, actually, James. This is a pretty interesting moment right here. On rook e7, if black took, which I don't think they even would do, James, right, you would trade and then pop the knight in here, and black's position looks like trash, honestly. Gross. What are any of these pieces doing? You can't cover your king very well, can you?
No,
and the knight looks more nimble than a rook at the moment. So I mean, maybe you provide some resistance with rook e5.
There's some nasty resistance. That's an annoying move. Wow, I guess
I think it's really risky, but I think what Chelsea Monica would do is she would just capture that bishop on g5 right there.
Yeah.
Looking to untangle, in some situation like rook e8, queen e8, and there's everything left to play for because we're still keeping that white knight from getting jumpy and the position sort of, still held together.
And plus it's new. It's like new. It's 2 sets of double pawns too as well there, which is pretty interesting. What's the live position? So we have some moves there.
It's a lot of doubled pawns. The live position is that the bishop retreated to h4, and in this position here after h6, there was no rook e7, just the clean retreat. Second rook comes to d1, and so the board looks balanced. But I want to point out one thing is that this h6 move, it looks like such a little innocent move, but it's a really big deal because this is the side of the board where Jose Martinez wants to attack you. And you just moved one of the pawns in front of your king. It may look like a little bit of nothing.
Right.
But when you're Jose Martinez, it's a little bit of something. Like he can use that to pry you open later when he puts a pawn on g5.
G4, G5, and we live. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Now, I think her pieces, though, are very, very well placed right now. Once you get that queen off of d7, White needs to come up with something, and he is definitely going for like the overall chess, a4, right? Lets you know that there's nothing here yet. A4 is definitely a, significant move that shows that this position is much harder than you think. A4, out of all the moves on the board, A4 was the one he chose here, right? So it is still difficult. I actually would love to have White here still. I mean, I feel like I can press for more of an advantage. My pieces are just better. My knight and my bishop look better than your knight and bishop. My rooks, okay, slightly better than yours. Queen placement, probably the same. You got double pawns. I got a weak one on F5. I mean, stable here. It's just going to be about pushing and improving the position. Maybe G4 and put the king on G2. Light square strategy, something like that. Maybe make some trades, double the rooks on the E file, and just kind of hope for the best.
Lots of ideas, and I've got a few of my own, but we are going to welcome in a guest who is even stronger than our commentators. So we're going to bring him in here instead of me going on and on about what plans I might come up with here. We're going to welcome the captain of the Capybaras, Grandmaster Krikor Mkhitaryan. Welcome, Krikor.
Krikor the Kraken. What's up, man?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Hey David. Hey James. What's up? Thanks for having me.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Are you streaming this match? Because you often do stream the matches for your team.
Yeah, I'm streaming to our Portuguese-speaking community. They're very excited with the team. We won the
Let's
first
go,
round,
Portuguese!
So yeah, I'm streaming in Portuguese.
Right.
So now they're watching the English part of the show. But I was speaking Portuguese a few minutes ago.
Well, bem-vindo to all our Portuguese followers here. And thank you for joining us and doing a little bit of English with us for a moment. We're going to bring up the bird's eye view of all 4 boards this round and ask you how you feel as a manager watching your team play.
I saw Supi had a very promising position. Now apparently it's completely winning already. He won. He's going to win a pawn. He had a very good position right at the opening. And let me check the other boards. That's looking very good, yeah. Fear's in big trouble, apparently. I just see. Now he had a weird opening going on. And then we got Irina in a very solid position, apparently. With David, that's a very important game, of course. If she's able to hold. She had a very nice first game. She was very aggressive against Relyanov.
Very nice. Beautiful.
Yeah. And then I put a draw
Is there one of these games that's like the most interesting to you for us to watch?
Well, it's got to be board. I mean, either Jose Martinez or Irina, because the other games apparently are already decided. They're both
all right.
Winning for white.
That's a good check on you. We're like, is he most interested in just watching the board where his team's winning, or does he want to see the game that's undecided? So
let's definitely take a look at Bomaga's game there. She's playing great chess right now. She's not losing. Yeah, David Howe. I mean, and then I was mentioning that, hey, she almost took down the first 2,700 And David, of course, has been 2,700, but on paper right now he's 2,667. So fear is not there in Bomaga right now. She's playing great chess.
I'm not hearing you guys anymore. Okay, now it's back again, I guess.
We go. Okay, we're back.
Yeah,
okay. So James was just saying that, Irina was kind of a hero in the first round, showing no fear of the 2,700, scoring an important half-point sort of upset for the Capybaras. Right. And here she's looking pretty solid against another player who has been 2,700.
Yeah, exactly. She was very aggressive in the first game, sacrificed everything, and Elianov chose not to go into perpetual. He ended up in a losing position, but of course he was not clear to go on and try to advance the pawns with the queen, and she decided to go for the perpetual, which was a very good result for us. Anyway, at some point it was looking even better than the 2.5 that we scored, but at the end of the day, of course, winning any round is very positive. So we were very satisfied, and she has a very solid position here again against David.
Great.
And she's
okay.
ahead on the
Thank
clock
you so much,
by
Krikor. We really appreciate you coming on and joining us, taking some time in English, and we're going to let you get back to the Portuguese stream. Good luck to all the players on your team, and shout out to Krikor streaming. Anybody who speaks Portuguese should for sure give his channel a follow, join that community, and follow the team. Go root for the Capybaras.
Krikor the Kraken, my guy, man. Good to have you.
Great. Thank you guys for having me here. Let's try to win this match, see what happens. Thank you, James. Thank you, David. See ya.
See ya.
All right. And you heard it there, James. He answered one of the big questions. Are they satisfied with 2.5 points when it looked like the round could have been, 3.5 or 4 points for them even? The answer is yes. As long as they win the round, as long as you're moving towards that 8.5 points, they're not going to worry about, did they get the maximum score every single time? Right. They're happy with what they've done.
Oh, yeah. Think about it this way, David. If you play Hikaru Nakamura and you beat him, but you had king and pawn and he had all his pieces, and you just won. You just flagged him. It's a win. It doesn't matter how you got the win. Oh, we definitely was getting crushed, but we won the game. And that's what it's about. And I understand exactly what he's saying there. Oh, yeah, we won. We won. Hey, we're up. How can we be mad? Let's keep up that great energy. Quite a great energy. I mean, this is a great position, a great game from Irina here is definitely punching well above her rating level, quotation marks.
Yeah. Traditionally, looking at this position, one might say white has a small space advantage in the center, right? With the d4 pawn, giving you outposts at c5 and e5. So you would think white has a small edge. But because two pairs of minor pieces have been traded off, black actually has enough room for their pieces. And additionally, there's the opposite colored bishops, where if the knights ever trade, the game becomes fairly drawish.
Right.
So black's position is actually absolutely acceptable. And well, we know Howell will grind forever. He doesn't care if your position is acceptable. He's going to keep at it till he finds something. And we saw him avoiding the knight trade a couple moves ago, just like he avoided the queen trades in the previous game, right? So right here, Irina saying like, let's take the knights off the board. I think that would make things a little bit easier. And Howell's like, it would. You would like that, wouldn't you? But we're going to get more.
We're going to keep it grinding, right? Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Let's do it. All right. And let's see. What do we... Ooh, look at the screen there. Look what we got on the screen. We got 2 games, looks like, for the Capybaras there. The Capybaras got 2 of them, boys. Ooh-wee, that's 2 points. That is like, hey, one, they're, inching closer. If we win the match, that's already 50%.
Yeah, I mean, those bars are pretty high. It looks like Josmum did find a way to get that exchange sack into the knight on d5. So let's check out how he got there. Let's just maybe back it up 1 or 2 moves because he's got knight against rook.
Right.
He seems to have found a moment for rook takes e7. Yeah. He was waiting for that.
And now what happens after rook e7? Knight takes and then knight d5, bro. Ugh.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 and then knight d5.
So here, I mean, you know, the knight. I mean, honestly, the knight could regain the exchange immediately, but it's worse than that for Chelsea because Martinez is like, I don't need that rook on b4. I need this knight near your king. Going for the attack. Now, what he wants to do, I believe, is put that f5 pawn on f6.
That's gross. F6 is a very nasty move. Now we got some tactics everywhere here. He did sacrifice, but with queen d2, yeah, queen c3 is nasty. I mean, really pick a move, right? Pick a move.
He might need queen c3 now because otherwise, like you could get the pawn to f6 like I really wanted to do, but then how does your queen, you know, complete the picture? So maybe here queen c3 is the best move. He's gone to d2. Okay, finds another angle.
Yeah, you want to see
maybe there's a resource for black with d5 trying to cross, but then he would play f6.
F6, yeah, f6 then, right. F6.
Yeah, and he'll say like, good job, you know, blowing open the d file is not going to help you when you try to run. And that's going to be
like more game over. It looks like board 1 might be over immediately in the next few moves. I mean, like mate or something. Eval bar is all the way up there.
Even faster than this one?
Board 1's done. Okay, board 1's done. It's already updated. Wow. Yeah, that one's done. Queen h6. Okay, very nice.
Coming in.
Very, very nice. Yeah. And Eljanov is crushing over there. Sheesh.
The king's kind of getting away. Martinez cashes in with the knight fork, gets the exchange back, and now we get a situation where the black king's not dead, and white's advantage is this extra passed pawn on the h-file, and things pretty solid for white. So it's a solid advantage for white, but we're going to turn to some of the other boards because, you know, that attack has played itself out. He won back his investment. The sack was sound, but now he's still got some work to do. And we're going to go over to Eljanov's game and see how he's doing against Fier. He's got
a nasty move. C6.
Hanging knight.
Ooh, and the head shake from Fier there. Yikes.
Looking for a new queen.
Move. Yeah, I mean, that's just over. There's nothing you can do about that. I'm just going to queen the pawn regardless of what you do. You do anything, like any move you make, I'm going to queen the pawn. Like there's going to be a queen regardless. This is just a breakthrough. This is resignation.
Yeah, you basically get to choose whether Bernie or Chelsea gets to be the one to promote. But that's all you get to choose as black. You know, you get to choose the tool of your own demise.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That's very tough. Very strong play. And as we said before, Eljanov just needed to kind of, you know, first game, debut, got it out the way. Okay, cool. I'm done. Jitters are out. And he played a great game here. And Alexander Fier is going 0-2 so far. I'm
gonna back up 2 moves and see if I can just see where this came from. So the knight came into e5, opening up the bishop on g2, pressure against b7. The pawn majority wants to get it done. f6 challenge, threw in the check to get f7 for the knight.
See? Fine gold.
And then once the bishop trades, there's no bishop on c8. It may have looked like a bad piece, but it was preventing these pawns from queening. Now it is not. c6 comes in, takes the piece. He's making a new queen. If this weren't a team event, you would have resigned as black probably.
Right. I like it, though. I like the ambition. Yeah, queen f4. There you go. There it is.
Covering the king.
Yeah, that's right, man. Throw David in there. Put David on the team. Right? Queen f4.
No, you got to keep me in this seat or it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly if you throw me to the wolves.
Oh, man.
These people are serious, man. You don't just like, you know, hop out of your commentating chair, climb out of bed and go to war with these people.
In here, dog. Yeah. Oh man. And okay, so Subi, that's one for them. Jose Martinez looks like he's picking that one up. Eljanov won that one. Bomaga game, she's still going against David Howell, who's low on time, my guy. He's under a minute. Irina is the MVP right now. It depends on what happens in this game, obviously, but she is playing some great chess, putting the pressure to David, not the other way around.
Yeah, and he looked for something on the king side, right? He played that h4 move with the king lifted up. You know, if you weren't a pro, you might not know that the rooks and queens can come under the king and get involved in a king side attack. But she held it. She had her bishop hitting the h4 pawn, so white couldn't go g4, g5 like they wanted to. In the end, all Howell gets for it is a little bit of space, and she's staying strong. And now she's making a big move herself with E5.
E5. Is that an exchange set? What is going on here? Oh, he played Bishop G4. Okay. I was about to say, what? Okay, it was her move. That scared me for a second.
She's looking to break his center while the rook on D2 is not that solid.
Pressuring the clock. Pressure on the clock. You are down 2 minutes. Now, of course, if this was like 10-8, that'd be different. 8-6, that's different. But this is 2:40 to 40 seconds. This is very scary for David right now.
Yeah. But we know what he can do with 7 seconds. So 30 seconds is like an ocean for him.
You're right. He definitely snapped in that 7 seconds he had in an equal position.
He's not happy though. He's not happy. He just did that GM thing where it's like, damn it, I gotta give up on winning this game. And
Bomaga. Look at her. She's trying to hold back a smile there. Go ahead, cheese. Jump up and down. Backflip if you can do it. That's crazy. She's going crazy. She's going off right now. She's the MVP, Chad. She's the MVP. Definitely.
That's right.
I mean, other players, obviously, but she held off as the board 4, the board 1 and 2. Wow, David.
Yeah. I mean, that was the matchup of the MVPs of round 1, right? Howell was the one who kept the gnomes in the match. And now here comes Bulmaga with the black pieces, and she neutralizes him too. And, her performance rating today, this is the board 4. Her performance rating, it's like 2695. Something like that, it's like 2,700.
It's nothing. It's light. It's light. It's light, right? Wow. And as we see, the round score here and what happens, Suki takes down Pranav. Jose Martinez takes down Chelsea Monica. Alex Fear loses again, and he loses to Pavel Ilyanov here. And look at that. Oh, Maga with the draw out here against David Howell. That's amazing stuff from her. Capybaras take the round again.
Yeah. So the same round score that we got in the previous round, 2.5 to 1.5, and achieving it with the same points, right? 2 wins from their top 2 boards, and again, a draw from Irina Bulmaga. You add 2.5, 1.5 twice, and you get 5-3 lead for the Capybaras. We don't need to ask their manager how he's feeling about it. We know he's feeling very
Vamonos. They are so hype over there. I would be hype as well. The team's going like crazy, especially when your board 4 performs like this. 1 and 2 are always going to do their thing. And then 3 and 4, you just have to hope that they are playing at their best that day. And then Bulmaga, she brought her A game in every other letter in the alphabet today. Very nice from Irina.
Yeah.
The Capybaras, 5-3.
So Bulmaga continuing to inch the Capybaras toward that 8.5 points. The Norway Gnomes are going to need to take this small break to regroup and find their way back into this match. We will be back in just a couple minutes with round 3.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again in chess, teammates matter.
Blue belt, he's like us. He didn't even see that coming. That was sick by Bardia Dineshvar.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Whoa! Hikaru does it again? It's like, that's how it's done.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Look at him, he's 40 seconds on the clock. Oh my gosh!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Because this just loses the game.
And welcome back, everybody, to Week 3 action in the Pro Chess League. We are in the 3rd week, the first opportunity for some teams to qualify to the playoffs with 3-0 records, and for some teams to head home for the year with 0-3 records. We've got a hot matchup here between the Brazil Capybaras and the Norway Gnomes, and we mentioned it already, but James, what has been the difference maker so far in this match?
The difference maker is that board 4 down there. You see that? It says 1 point, but you're like, 1 point? How is that the difference maker? Well, it definitely is. It's 1 out of 2, and it's 1 with a board 4 that's played the board number 1 and board number 2 of the other team. So she still hasn't played board 3 and board 4 yet, and playing out of her mind right now, helping out the Capybaras have this lead right here, 5-3, or else it'd be a lot closer than what it is right now. 2 points is not that big of a deficit, obviously, but of course, going into this next round, I mean, this could be it. If they score 3.5, that's it, right? Or 2.5, then they're 1 step closer, and all they need is 1 point to clinch the match here. So Gnomes are gonna have to pick it up this time.
Yeah, so let's see the matchups that are gonna have to do it. Round 3 here, critical for the Gnomes, in big danger. They've got white for David Howell against Supi and Martinez. So far, Supi is 2-0 today. Martinez is not just 2-0 today, he's 5-0 in the last 2 weeks of the Pro Chess League.
Supi is?
No, Martinez.
Oh, Martinez.
5-0 right now.
Jeez.
So Elyanov's going to have to stop him. And this is the round for the Gnomes, in my opinion, because they've got white on these boards 1 and 2. Like if they don't do it here, if they limp into the last round, I don't think that they have very good chances of one of those huge 4-0 comebacks in the last round, because they'll be playing black on boards 1 and 2 against, strong 2,600 plus professionals who know how to, keep things safe when they need to.
That sounds great. That's actually very, I 100% agree with you there. I mean, if this is the round to make it happen, if you're going to make it happen at all for the Gnomes here, everybody's going to have to put on their best game face and play their best games here. I mean, everybody's had to shake it off. And hey, you're still in this match. You've seen upsets. You've seen things happen. So let's see what happens if games are off. Knight of 3, D5, G3. And we're going probably with the Catalan here. David Howell spending a lot of time with Magnus. I'm sure that's an influence on him.
Yeah.
Maybe
and
not.
now he's in deep
right
thought
now.
about Knight D7.
You've never seen that one before. Wow. All right, chat. Hey, 97. All right.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Howell has seen it. Magnus has even played this move. This is like, it looks like just slightly weird. Like Black's just playing their moves out of order. Why didn't they go Knight F6 or like E6 first? Right. But this move is sort of a big deal because Black is saying they want to play E5. And if you play D4 to prevent it, they put the knight on B6. And now it's like, how are you going to play your Catalan? That's the deal. It's like Black's almost trying to say, like, I won't even let you play the Catalan with this line.
I wonder where you can find this system at. Like, I've never seen that system, 97. I've seen it, but like, I want to know. I want to have a book on it for Black. That'd be nice to see that. To see a book on the knight d7 line just to see all the tries.
I think if you want any kind of opening book, you could probably find it on Chessable. I've never used the site, so I can't promise it, but I've heard they've got a lot of openings on
I'll check it. I'm on a 1,215 day streak on Chessable, so I will check myself. I also got my own course dropped. It's a lot of days. But I'm coming. Kostia would be on there too. Shout out to Kostia. Shout out to the dojo, man. Shout out to the whole dojo. That's a top 5 stream if y'all don't know. The Chess Dojo Live. I'm there every day. I'm lurking, but I'm always there. So
very kind, James. Very kind. So
top 5 stream, definitely.
Howell's gonna have to try and find some way to spice up the position a little bit at some point, right? Because at this point, the Capybaras are sitting on a comfortable lead. And Soupy's a pro. Like, he's 2-0, but he's not thinking I need to go 4-0. I need to be the big man on campus to win this match, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he knows at this point, that's already, helping the Gnomes to just stay in that hole that they're already in. So if he can just keep control over D4 and C4, not let Howell get any kind of an opening advantage, like, he's already going to be very content with that. So Howell has to find a way to spice things a little bit, right?
Oh, and he's trying it. Knight h4 after the bishop f5. He was waiting for that. Bishop g4. Now we can spice things up. I wonder if h3 g4. Yeah, he's going for it. Sure. He's going to play g4 too.
Yeah.
You want that life, David?
He's going for something.
Is he going to do it, Chet? G4 take on g6, e4, but then he takes the h5. That's a little risky. Yeah, he's just off the head here. This is off the head chess at this point. No theory here. Like,
he won't have to take immediately. He won't have to take immediately after g4. And he could even look at a move like, f4 or something crazy, right? In fact, in this position, sometimes they play f4 first because and I'm just going to do like a quick line here, folks. If you go g4, bishop g6, and you try to really make some serious hay out of this thing, then sometimes black can just slip out with bishop e4. And it's like, all you've done is build pawn weaknesses for yourself, right? So if we try to refine that idea slightly, sometimes in these positions right after bishop h5, you'll see a player play f4. And the point is they're threatening to close the trap on that piece. But you don't have any way here to get that bishop through to e4. And you can look at this for 10 minutes if you want, folks. There's no way for this bishop to get to e4 right now.
In the meantime, let's take a quick look at the bird's eye view here. There's a king on f2. Oh, what is this one? There's a king on f2, Chet. Ilyanov just don't care about nothing. Now, I think that's part of theory, in fact. Yeah, I forgot. There's some type of theory. I remember seeing that position before. I just don't remember what it's from. It looked like a Nimzo, but the king is on f2. This must have been a same-ish. Yeah, the same-ish. Yeah, that's actually a thing. There is a king on f2, but it actually is theory with f3. I think this is the same-ish.
Right. It must be in order to be able to recapture on d4 with the c pawn when the black queen comes to a5. So let's back up 2 moves and we'll see that is the case. Queen a5 here from Martinez. And if you defend the pawn on c3, black's going to take on d4 and your position is just falling apart. So he just moves the king out of the way. Says, look, if you take on c3, I take on c5, open up all the dark squares for the unopposed e3 bishop. That's a big deal, folks. If your opponent ever has an unopposed bishop and you're fighting the bishop pair, which it looks like Martinez likes to do. It looks like this. He's like a knight, bro.
Yeah.
If you're going to be fighting bishop pairs, you need to know that you don't want the unopposed bishop to get loose. Like, keep that guy under control. We saw that from Martinez back in round 1. When he traded a bishop on c3 in that game out of an e4, e5 opening, he immediately put pawns on d6, e5, h6. He was like watching out for this dog on e3.
I'm a big fan of. In fact, in the live, is this the live position?
So the live position, black did not take on c3. He just kept castling. And look at that. Put another pawn on a dark square, right?
Yeah.
Not gonna let this dog loose on e3.
Play d5. But knight d8? That seemed gross. What the heck is knight d8? Where does the knight go?
Oh, David, my God.
I have no moves. Oh, my God.
There's his buddy. There's his buddy.
Don't try this at home, chat. Don't undevelop your knights like this, chat. Unless you know what you're doing, obviously. But look at these knights on e8 and d8, okay?
For a second, I thought you were going to take off, James. I thought you were like, I'm done with this game.
Oh, yeah.
2 knights on the 8th rank. I can't watch.
I was definitely close, but then I was like, okay, it is Jose, so all right, I'll let it happen. But I was definitely about to walk away from the board. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's like
And
a 960 game. That's what this looks
how
like.
you
Oh, yeah.
feel
Oh, they
about
play a
Elionov
960.
throwing everything?
Honestly, I'm a fan of White's position. Even Jasper literally just shook his head there. He just shook his head after the A4 move. I am definitely a fan of White here. White just has all the play. I mean, we can play G5, we can play H4, Knight G3, Knight F5. I mean, there's so many things we can do. Bishop H3 and trade off your light square. Bishop, that's your best piece. Play G5 at some point. There's so many things that I can do. And of course, I do want to trade off this bishop so I can stick a knight on F5 and stay there. So there's so much that I can do. I have so much play. I don't think Black has the same.
I would guess his number one plan is the Knight F5 plan. Out of like all the flavors you offered me, if you were an ice cream shop, I would have gone for Knight F5.
Can I go let me get the F5 spicy, please? Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And I think that's why he played Queen C2, because he wasn't willing to sack this pawn anymore. Because the position's on. So he's like, Knight G3, Queen C3, do I need to give him this pawn now? So he defends it first. And I think Martinez is thinking the same thing. He's like, that knight's headed to F5.
It's like, yeah, you know what? I don't want that spiciness there. Speaking of, spiciness here, David Howell, as we go back to the bird's eye view here, let's check it out real quick. David Howell actually has spent 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes after the move G4 here. You see, look at the time deficit. I mean, Black is up so much time right now.
Mm-hmm.
And this was that position that you looked at before with, of course, G4 and et cetera. Here we are. Yep. We kind of looked at this a little bit. David's taking a lot of time here. He's getting in time trouble against Soupy, who is no joke, by the way. So he definitely needs to, make something happen here. Make use of the time. It doesn't look like he does as much or did as much with the time here. Maybe C3, E4 though. Queen E2, C3, break open the center. Really all we can go for here. But he is in time trouble to say the least. That's a 5 minute deficit, David.
Yeah, and I think that 5 minutes tell story of the pressure that I was trying to get across, the pressure that's on David Howell's shoulders right now, the pressure of making something out of his white pieces, the early opening idea from Soupy to control C4 and keep him out of a normal Catalan. Howell knows that if you want to knock over a guy like Soupy, you can't just grind a dead equal position nonstop, right? Like you want to get an edge with white. You want to put some pressure on the guy. Things can't be so easy. But he's putting so much pressure on himself there, right? Like 5 minutes to do whatever in the opening, you can see the pressure that Howell and the Gnomes are under right now. They're feeling like we got to score some points. We got to get some advantages. And it's taking a toll because he should not be down 5 minutes here.
Yeah, he's down. I mean, well, of course, the time is different now. It's definitely evening out. But still, he's down so much time. Bishop D6, easy move to make. I think White actually has he played Rook D1. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what he must be going for C4. Oh, yeah. Of course, like Catalan. He wants to play C4. But it looks like he could play E4 too as well. But definitely looks like he wants to go for C4. So you can keep those two pawns in the center. Also threaten C5, obviously forking. Maybe even play C4 and E4, which you see this actually in the Catalan anyway. Pretty good.
Right. Like when Black takes, maybe not even recapture, but throw in E4 first.
E4, yeah. I like it. I actually like it from David.
If I'm Black, I have an insane dream, which is when White plays C4, I want to trade everything off, sack the knight on G4, and bring the queen in.
Oh, man. Oh,
but that's some real coffee house.
Yeah, that's some scariness stuff. Of course, the bishop covers H1, but it is like, I mean, hey, look, time, it could be something there, right? We get a few more pieces involved, and this could be something different here.
Oh, my goodness. He went for something pretty coffee house himself, James.
He did, right? Look at that. Yep, coffee house. He heard you. He was like, you're right, David. You're right. Let me do it this way, though. Bishop C7.
I was going to propose something more grandmasterly. My next idea for Black was you go Queen E7, staying flexible about which way your king goes, and then you want to play E5. And that was making me think like Rook D1 might have been partly to stop E5, because what does Black want to do? I think this E5 move is it. Right, if you're Black, that's what you'd like to do. It starts to open up some space towards White's king, and it makes C4 and E4 hurt less if you've already broken the center yourself.
That is correct. Very nice. Nice spot there. You play Bishop C7. Okay, so he wants to keep everything intact. And Queen D6 is a huge threat. And if you got to put the knight on F1, that is ugly. That's an ugly game. Or even knight F3, it blocks the bishop. You don't want it to be there. Maybe we go E4 anyway. No, he takes it. Maybe he could go Queen 5 or something. He's just like equal.
Exactly. Equal. If you're Black and you get White's knight to F3 to keep your queen out, then now you're not afraid of C4, E4, nothing, right? So it feels like things could be pretty safe for Soupy so far. A lot of pressure on Howell, down to 2 minutes. He's like 5 minutes behind on the clock here. We're going to take a look at the other boards, see how the rest of the match is looking for the gnomes, if there's any particular bright spots on any of these boards. I like Elyanov's position. He's had a pawn trade, which actually maybe gives some room for those knights that are crawling off the back rank.
Yeah, let's take a look at Alexander Fear's game. Is this a Scotch Gambit?
Okay.
This looks like a Scotch Gambit. I'm definitely well versed in the Scotch Gambino. I just know from the knight on d4, the knight on d4, the pawn on e5, and the pawn on f5. It seemed like this was a Scotch Gambit, but it may have not been. What was this opening?
I'll just like click back just for you for 1 second there. It looks like a Joko piano
that was transposed to a Scotch Gambit.
Yeah, which played into Scotch Gambit.
Yeah, right. And now we have some type of Scotch Gambit here. This is pretty nice. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, this is obviously very nice for White here. Alexander Fear is looking to make his first win after having 2 losses here. But I mean, White definitely is for choice. I mean, the knight is on e6. It's on a light square. You have a dark square bishop. The rook goes to g3, queen g4, f6, pawn f6. I mean, this is over in a few moves. In fact, so this could be very, very bad for Chelsea Monica here, having a tough time today.
Now, if the bishop weren't hanging on c3, I want to say that there are some loose spots in White's camp, right? Like it's imposing everything that's here. But if you look at it, e5 is just barely defended, right? By the queen, with the rook looking at it as well. The knight on e6 is barely defended. Back rank checkmate on f1, barely defended.
Defended. Yeah, that's true.
Rook takes f5 and rook takes e6. So it's like
there.
Yeah, if your bishop weren't hanging, Black might have some kind of funny business, some kind of tactical move here.
Right.
But she had to take time to rescue the bishop. And we'll see what White can do with this. If it is the rook swing over, like you said, or if it's just to take time to defend something extra, right? Like play h3 so you don't get back rank mated, or put your rooks together so they defend each other.
There's all kind of ideas like rook h3, sacking on h7, queen h5, knight g5, or even just rook h7, queen h5, rook h7, knight g5. I mean, there's so much stuff here. I mean, your tactic, like my spidey senses are tingling. My tactic senses are tingling here, chat. But, you do a lot of puzzles, and the rook e3 was not the move, though, apparently.
Throws a simple like overprotection in, but like now I'm looking at like, is there rook e6, f e6, rook f1?
Whoa! Stop. Oh wait, it loses because of queen f7. But
yeah, look at this. Doesn't quite work. In this position here, I was also wondering if after the deflection, you could do like a fancy queen takes e3 kind of thing.
But
it's check.
Oh, it's check.
So,
oh man, tactic senses are tingling.
But I'm just wondering, right? Like, can we strike somehow as Black right here?
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's scary. It's literally hanging on by a thread. There's nothing there for Black. Maybe you try d4, but d4 does mess up the queen. Like the queen scope is now cut off a little bit, and rook c3 might be just automatic.
All right.
Yeah,
I got a much more boring idea for you. Queen a6.
Yeah.
A defensive attempted escape. Wait, a move just came in, and it was queen a6.
What's the move? On the move, on the spot. Put him in, coach. Put him in. Put David in. They need him. Put David in.
Queen a6. All right. So this move was a little bit weird for me to come up with. Do you know why I thought of this move?
Because of the rook a6 idea after queen trades?
Right. We're going for the queen trade to diffuse attacks against the king, and we've got this tactical juice from rook e6.
Right.
And if the queen's traded on a6, which they just did, you've got the plan of putting a rook on the b file and sacking on b3 at some point because of the a pawn.
Yeah.
So now, like, even though we messed up our pawn majority, it looks like, the thing is we've got this pawn on a3, which is really threatening, but no way to get at a2. No knight b4, no nothing, right? So now we're looking to maybe get some juice here.
Yeah, there's some stuff here now. Yeah, knight g5. I mean, Black's definitely doing much better than what it was here. Wow. In the meantime, Elyanov is actually picking up. You go to the bird's eye view here. Elyanov,
all right,
is picking this boy up. He's beating Jose Martinez. That's huge. Jose, you said he didn't lose a game. But this might be his first one here.
Is that a full extra piece for nothing?
That's a piece. Look at him shaking his head. Oh my goodness. Down a whole
at a
piece.
GM level, we can rack them up on this one.
Yeah, start a new one, hit the button, and just reset.
Yeah.
How did he lose that piece? Let's see how.
All right, let me see
here.
if I can.
It's pretty
if
rough.
I can find it for you. Let's see here. It's already down a piece.
Oh, maybe did he
So
sack
it was a sack. It was 91.
Ah. Whoa, that don't
Martinez
work, though.
wanted this. He must have
And King H2, and what happens? Check, takes.
miscalculated
What did he do?
something.
King G1, and I'm up a piece. Oh man, that was
He
a
comes
huge
back to double
miscalculation.
attack.
Rookie
and there's
3.
just rookie 3.
Oh yeah, he just miscalculated. Was he in time trouble? Yeah, he's down time, but he's not in time trouble. Yeah, it was just a huge miscal from my guy.
Yeah,
Man,
huge
that's
miscal.
tough.
He went for something, some kind
That's
of a
tough.
hallucination.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, shaking his head. This game did
That's
that was just
You can't
just
be
dropped
perfect,
that
right?
game
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, it's all good.
The
That's a
Gnomes
tough
will
game,
take
man.
it.
And Gnomes definitely got
take
that
it.
one. And David Howell is winning too. So if you look at the bird's eye view here, I mean, 2 wins, they were down 2. I mean, remember we said this is the round. This is it. This is the round to try to bounce back. And it's looking like exactly that right now. Well, so far, they're 50%, 4 games. They look like they're winning 2 of them.
All right, let's check it out. That's what they need. That's what they need. If their top 2 can knock out the top 2 from the Capybaras, that'll give them a lot of confidence going into the last round.
Bottom boys gonna have to pick up something.
Now I'm checking this out, and you said that Howell is winning.
Yeah,
it just looks like a complicated position to me.
Yeah, right. It looks completely not equal, but this is definitely white. I like white, but not as much as the engine does. That's kind of ridiculous. Maybe because Rook B7. Is there a C4 and sorry, I'm looking at Rook A7, C4, and Rook B7, but he has Knight B4. So do we go D5 there? C4, D5, sack, Rook take D5, Queen D5.
He's gone Rook B6. That's what I expected. B6, only tactic I see is Queen C6, which looks pretty bad.
Pretty gross. Don't try that at home, chat. Okay. B4. Nope, not a move. C4. How is this picking up the pawn? Yeah, maybe it's just that because you see the eval bar. It does not depict like what this really is. Like that's crazy. Yeah, Queen F3. I mean, let me see what the move was. I'm about to go check. I have to see.
It had to be Queen E1. I'll bet you. I'll bet you it was Queen E1, man.
Let me see.
It was just that this pawn was hanging.
Let me see. And on board.
And he's looking at Queen B3 to try to win the pawn on B7, but Soupy's bounced out of that already.
Yeah, let's go over go over to Pranav and let's go to the bird's eye view first, guys, and see what's going on. And then let's see what we got with Pranav and Bomaga. Bomaga been swinging today. She got another beast to hang out with and try to beat or at least draw here, hold off. It is she's down on time, as you see there, but it's pretty level according to the engine there. What does white look like though? She's playing white. I actually like white.
I'm going to take us to the craziest position we've got right here. So we're going to refresh what's going on in this one because Chelsea Monica, board 4, has managed to make like quite a fight out of this game that looked like.
Oh, that's not a move, apparently. Oh, my goodness. Get her off the board.
The rook's tangled up.
Oh, 1 move blunder. That hurts, man. Those hurt.
Retreat.
Oh,
and the knight covers this rook. So if you give the check, the king just takes on E3 calmly. Dang, she thought she was putting all the pressure on. You could see, right? 2 rooks sinking into the 6th, bishop on the 7th. She was getting ready to win the game. And now it's going to be tough.
They're about to lose the game. So that's like 1 for them. But I mean, again, all they want is a 1 point. 1 point lead is better than no lead at all, right? So it looks like we might have something close to that. As I think Capybara, the Gnomes are looking to close this one out 2-1 so far. If Fear is able to finish this out,
those pawns are looking strong. I mean, Fear and Chelsea Monica each at 0 points so far. It's time for them to make their mark, and the threat is just F7 check, and then when the king blocks the pawn, you play E7 check, sacking the other pawn, and you just can't be denied.
And queen, and that's mean. All right, well, let's go back to the bird's eye view. This one's over. Let's check out that Bomaga and Pranav game. We have not looked at that one yet. Bomaga is definitely the star today. She drew boards 1 and 2 of the strong team, the Gnomes, the 2700 and the 2660. She drew them. Not with ease, but she got the job done. Here with the white pieces as she's playing this game here. She's fine. I mean, okay, everything's fine. It's fine. Bishop takes, maybe trade. It's a level position. She really punching above her pay class or her pay grade today. Like she's swinging. Very, very good to have her on board for.
Yeah. The queen on d3 is a little bit strong, so there's some questions to covers up the soft pawn on f4, and now Pranav has to consider: do I have enough juice to go and swing with g5, or do I take the game slow?
Man, g5 is so risky, but it is a move though. That is annoying. How do I rook e3 you? But like that's so annoying, bro. G5 is such an annoying move.
If he doesn't go for it now, right, he's giving her time to play queen e3, get off the line with the rook, and things are going to look pretty solid. Yeah, so that would be like the Howell school of grinding, right? Or you take the big swing with g5. We'll see what Pranav's thinking. He's got a couple extra minutes to make this choice.
Yeah, g5 is really strong. What would I do there? You're going to take on f4 and loosen me up there. That is a strong move. That's a very strong move. g5.
We've got the forehead camera that you predicted.
Of course, that's definitely all forehead.
Totally locked
in, baby.
Locked in, working super hard. She knows that she's under 30 seconds, so she has to predict nearly every single move, and be ready for it.
That's right. I didn't even notice the time there. Yeah, she's playing well, but you have no time, and that is very important. You got to have time. Wow, g5 is really strong. I'm still trying to figure out what to do after g5. It's playing on the board. It's on the board. Throw David in. Queen e3. No, that's not going to work. She just sacrificed the pawn, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh, she's getting
no hesitation. She knew what she was doing here. Goes for it immediately. Maybe after queen e3, rook e3, gf4, she's planning rook f3. Not to get too fancy on folks with the variation, but it's just like a little thingamajig to try and not end up down a pawn.
Right.
The thing is, black might still win a pawn there with, rook e8, rook takes pawn, rook e2 or something, right? That might still be
that's still very
might still be a black advantage, but we've got moves coming in, so let's see what they're doing.
So we got the live board says, and what happened? Oh, she went for rook e8 check. She didn't go for
okay, she just recaptured on f4. Let that pawn go. Coming to e8, rook c8, rook f7. I had checked this earlier that white can't win back the pawn so easily this way. So it looks like the g5 decision is paying off for Pranav, and now he's got maybe like a 50-50 shot to convert this pawn in the endgame.
Okay, and rook to b8, hitting b7.
So now black, this knight e5 move was risky, right? Because now black's stable extra pawn, it's coming apart, and Pranav has to kind of go aggressive with, looking at moves like knight g4, knight d3, and really attack.
Yeah, that's really probably his best bet here, because, I mean, you could actually, risk yourself even being worse or passive, but you don't want to be in an in game at all. Rook takes b7, it's going to hit c7. You might have to go.
I think knight d3 is the good move. All right, we're going to switch gears. I'm being told in my ear there's something even bigger happening over here. So we're going to go to Howell.
Oh my goodness, what's going on? Oh my goodness, big fella. It's over, and with a smile there, and that is not a good smile. That's not the smile you want to see.
Oh no.
What happened?
He lost on time with the rook against the bishop. Like somehow he got out of that position he was winning with knight. How did he win that exchange? He just hit him with knight h5, and he
played king 8, and he just played king g2.
Was he maybe trying to avoid a repetition here? He sacked the rook rather than taking a repetition. He knew how grim things were for his team. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, put David on my team.
He's kind of forced into the repetition, and then he just says, whatever.
I don't care about none of that.
Rook. My team needs a win here, no matter what the position says, And Soupy breaks into his position.
Oh my goodness.
Starts to pick him apart with the queen and the rook.
Dang, bro.
Ugh. Taking on f2.
Give me everything.
Oh, takes here instead of trading into the safe endgame. But he's just confident and flags. Oh.
Right. Well, wow. Yeah. David actually is the one that wins on time here, believe it or not. It's crazy, chat. Wins on time.
That would have been the match, I bet. Like if Soupy had just, had a couple seconds, had the faster mouse, queen f2, cleaned up this game. I mean, I'm not watching every single result at the moment, but I feel like that could have been the nail.
That could have been something there. Yeah, losing on time is tough too as well, guys. Like, wow, David Howell actually ends up winning this game. That's,
all right, so we got one game still going.
Flag is part of it.
One game still going. And Bulmaga is now down 2 pawns, so Pranav It's finally being felt. Finally showing up in this match. He wasn't able to score an upset in the first 2 rounds, and he's capable. He's capable. So they're always looking for that from Pranav. He's
That's
one of
true.
these board 3s who can score a point for you in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is very good. I mean, he's up 2 pawns here. This one there's some drawing chances, but very, very slim. Very
now the
slim.
rook can switch to h5 now that the king's on this pawn.
Right.
And black can start advancing here. So, yeah, this should be a pretty clean win for him with 20 seconds on the clock. And I think that would mean a 3-1 round for the Gnomes.
Woo-wee! What that mean? That's crazy. 3-1. Hey, back in for real.
That would be enough to tie the whole match, right?
Yep.
All right.
So we're going to the 4th round.
Now you got to get it done still, Pranav. You got to get it done. King to b3. If the d pawn goes, let it go.
Yep, she's
low time for both.
Low time.
Gotta believe in the b pawn.
Oh yeah, he about to push that boy now.
D5.
D5, B4. I mean, anything helps. E5.
There it is. Yeah, not sacking the h5 pawn yet. Now the rook can come back to h4. There we go. Perfect. He's doing it. Pranav's got this. It cost him half of his 20 seconds, but he's got enough to make it over the finish line.
And bring the king in. We also have the reserve Tempe, that is, with the pawn. There he is, pushing it now. Check.
Yeah.
King up, around, up and around. Shake and bake, stick and move. King a4.
Going to a2.
Even better.
Yeah.
Even better. What's funny is if you play b3, it's mate.
Yes.
B3 would have got mated.
You got to be careful.
Oh, that's the last resort. Like b3, get mated.
Yeah. And now king b2 and b3 is fine. Yeah, he's going to do it. And if I were the Gnomes manager, I'd be saying one of the reasons that we had a slow start to the match, is that Pranav wasn't able to take out one of their guys. That's what I'd be looking for, right? Like, the capybaras built their advantage through Bulmaga, but from like the Gnomes perspective, if they wanted to build an advantage, they'd be looking for Pranav to hit one upset in those first 2 rounds.
And this is his chance. This one more round. Look at this. Woo-wee, 3-1. The Gnomes started swinging. They just came back and just said, we tired of this. But they took us 3 rounds to wake up and make it. We have ourselves a match for sure now, baby. Wow.
They've tied it up, and Elyanov had a somewhat easy win against Martinez, you could say, right? Uncharacteristic, a tactical blunder from Martinez. Howell showed that team spirit going for a win in a position where, he might have taken a draw in a classical 1-on-1 matchup, but he gambled a little bit, took the risk, and came up with a somewhat lucky win when Supi flagged. That's a heartbreaker of a point for the Capybaras, because had Supi won that game, right? Then we're at 2-2. Then we're saying Howell should have taken the repetition, right? Then that's in the back of his mind going to the last round. Is like, oh man, my team was doing well enough. I didn't have to take that big a risk, right? It's like, you want to be there for your team,
right?
But you can't overdo it. You could blow it by like putting too much on your own shoulders. But he gets it. We see him with 2.5 points. He and Elyanov each with 2.5 points, now outscoring Martinez and Supi, breaking their perfect scores. And do you think they'll have enough confidence going to the last round with black now, Elyanov and Howell?
If they reset. If you reset, you go in here, we'll put some water on your face, put on your amp music for the little few minutes we have before you start. Then you could definitely bounce back and be ready, because this is do or die. This is it right now. Final round, 8.5 wins it. So if you could play very well here and just forget about what happened, right? Hikaru says have short-term memory loss when it comes to L's. Now, you didn't lose, but of course, these weren't the best games. Some were shaky, some were good, some I lost, right? So it's tough, right? So you have to bounce back, but always obviously have that right mindset. I think it's really that mindset perspective, and they'll be able to bounce back. Hopefully both teams do that. We'll see. And we have some of the greatest chess we ever seen in the PCL, but it is even, and 8.5 is going to take it.
That's right. So as we head into the last round, tied 6-6, folks, let us know in chat which team you see as having an in this round 4. We'll be back in a couple minutes to watch it with you.
In this video series, I cover the entire 1e4, 1e5 spectrum. So all the openings that arises after our 1e4.
I have had a lot of experience in this. I've played several games of prominence. I had a game against Levon Aronian from the World Team Championship. I also had a game from Gibraltar against Marcus Rager, which is the game that I'm going to show here.
The key here, when this happens, when your opponent finds the resource of playing f4, or you reach this position in your calculations, don't panic.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 3 action in the Pro Chess League. Capybaras and Gnomes. And we have got David Howell with a big, risky hero moment here. And we've got him here on screen. He had to take a tough draw with a repetition round 2 that he wasn't happy about against the board 4. In round 3, against the board 1 of the opposing team, he preferred to sack a rook over taking that repetition. He comes up with the point, and he must be feeling like the big man right now.
Absolutely magical there. All he needs is one good real game. He's like, yo, can I just get a good game? Like, I just want one full clean one, right? And hopefully for him, he's hoping that it's in this round here. 6-6, 8.5 takes it, 2.5 wins the match. And it's going to get done most likely in this round right here. But it's all about really those matchups. A lot of times the score and the matchup and what's going on. I mean, it really is about that lineup and who's playing who, right? And as you see, we see it right here, board 1, right? Playing board 1 playing board 1, white, black. Jose Martinez having white against David Howe here. Yeah, David Howe's going to have to swing there. Alex Fier versus Pranav, and Bomaga versus Chelsea Monica. So it's really about who's going to win the quickest 2.5.
Yeah. For Supi and Martinez here, it's a mix between, like, is their confidence shaken from round 3?
Right.
And a chance at redemption, right? These are guys who should have good confidence because this is the first time they've lost, you know, I mean,
Right.
enough to knock you off that high a horse when you're a perfect performer. But, you know, when you just had that loss, you got to let it go, turn around, get the redemption. They've got the white pieces. They've got to bring it home. This last round is so close with the score 6-6. You want to say like a quarter of a point matters, even though it doesn't exist. It's going to come down to such a close match right here, and a lot of nerves. And who do you have in this final round? Do you see an edge for one of these two teams yourself? We had everybody predicting in chat.
I'm actually going to go with the capybaras here, and the reason being is because they started very strong and you can finish strong, right? Start strong, finish strong type thing. So I'm still in the good. I have a good wave as long as they can, you know, perspective and emotionally get off of the losses from the last round and just keep play my game. I should be fine. I can definitely do it. But I think David Howe and their team and the Gnomes right now have an initiative right now. They have some initiative after that last one and some momentum swinging into this one.
Eljanov's coming out swinging with like a heck of a weird opening.
Knight it's like a Joe Baba backwards. I play this with white. Like, this is what I play with white. I don't know what this is. Black with black.
Yeah.
Shagorin.
Bum rushing that C2 pawn on move 4 with 2 pieces. You know, there's that chess principle about don't attack before you've brought out your pieces. He's just like, let's do it.
This is actually, and believe it or not, some type of reverse Joe Baba. Well, wow, I can play H5, H4. That's pretty cool stuff. I can play H5, H4, which is the regular stuff you would play with white when they go for the Finchetto setup. So H4, H5, I'm going to sack the rook. Well, the bishop's on E7 now, so it's kind of difficult to do that. But usually you sack the rook and you put the bishop on D6 and you just have a mating attack all the time. It's very fun to do. So
that might be his intention.
Yeah, bishop E7.
I love how chess players can look so calm while being so bloodthirsty, you know? Like if you just if you didn't know that he was playing chess and you just saw a picture of Elyanov, you'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's like he's just chilling. And then on the board he could be like sacking a rook or something, right? He'd have no idea on his face.
I'm going to crush him.
It's like I'm going to attack C2 in the opening with 2 pieces, then I'm going to rush my H pawn down the board without castling or developing.
I'm going to crush him. H5, H4. It looks exactly like that. You also have G5 as well. I mean, these Shagorin positions is what is categorized as the Shagorin or Joe Baba London, or you know, like Richard Rapport, Joe Baba London system, whatever. These systems. This is actually that in reverse. So it's very strong. It's aggressive. It's very aggressive, and that's a nice choice from Pavel Elyanov here, trying to actually really, hey, I need these 2.5. Let's start here. Throw them off a little bit. Play a Shagorin, G5, H5. Looking pretty nice.
Yeah, clearly some specific preparation, and it's got Supi thinking, right? He's on his guard. He's careful. He's like, okay, it looks a little weird, looks a little coffee house, but obviously my opponent prepared it because he blitzed it out like that. So let me carefully pick my approach. My guess, James, is if I were white, I would go C3 to kick the knight back and then C4.
That's exactly right.
I want to engage something in the center before you start showering my king and pawns. So my thought is to go C4, but then I'm thinking pawn takes C4, knight takes C4, knight C2. And I think black would just get a draw by repetition straight out of the opening. So
it was knight E5. He just put that boy right on E5. What's the intention here, buddy? Knight F6. Oh yeah, Eljanov just playing it the very easy way. Okay. Knight on F6.
I guess he's cutting this knight off from C6. So he's saying he's going to hit the knight and send it to A6, or if it goes to c6, he's going to queen a4 him.
Ooh, sheesh, that was quick. Hold on, Elginov. Whoa.
Yeah,
it's looking a little scary. You know what's funny though? You could castle and play rook b8, but no, I'm just thinking about it from white side because there are positions like this. White has this where you put the rook on b1 and you rook lift, but the rook lift is not available because everything's blocked. This is strange. Maybe you might have to just castle though. Queen d6 hits with knight b5 and like, oof. I mean, yeah, you think you just gotta like, what do you do? You just put the king. You have to castle.
You think you just castle and give that pawn, huh?
Might as well give it up. But there's also queen d7 though after knight c6.
Right.
No, you can't do that after castle.
Little tactic.
Knight e7. Ooh, that's check.
Checkerino.
Gross. Get him off the board. So castle, knight c6 takes queen c6 and like rook b8, I guess. But you gave up a pawn there. Maybe you take on a3 first. You see he's looking up to the sky there. Quick calculations. In the meantime, all games are up. Take a look at the bird's eye view here.
Right. So the starts of the games are generally staggered by about a minute. For anybody wondering why that is, why is one game then the next, it's so that easy for us to follow them as they finish. You know, it's for you, the fans. Like the games are staggered by a minute so that we can catch the exciting conclusion of more than one of the games. Every single game is going to count equally and be super important here. They've all got started. We can see all the openings now and see if any team has gotten an edge right out of the gates.
Yeah, this one here is all about this last round right now. And let me see here. That it's like some type of Sicilian on board 3. Board 2 is like a Roy, some type of Roy, or like almost Berlin-ish.
Yeah.
Chelsea Monica and Bomaga are playing. What is that opening? I don't know, English or something?
Yeah, it's in English with a safe pawn sack from black that they're going to be able to regain. Sicilian is going to be pretty wild, in my opinion, with white already castling queenside.
Let's take a look at it. Let's go over there to
Pranav
and Alexander Fear. Take a look at those guys.
And the other remark before we go to one board is if you look at the Martinez-Howell game, it looks like white sacked a pawn just to make black's development like a little bit weirdly awkward with the knight on d6. But white basically just sacked a pawn for non-traditional compensation.
Down a pawn. Yeah, and that is not, that comp does not look like comp, right? It doesn't feel like comp at all. Like, what compensation am I getting? It's going to be long-term. A lot of long-term comp there.
Yeah. So we're going to take it to the game you asked for, the Sicilian. But I just wanted to say, you know, that game there could also be pretty controversial with that pawn sack. But looking at those 4 openings, there was nothing that shouted like this team has got a great start, right? It was all pretty competitive. So let's see what's going on here. Pranav castles.
What opening was this? Was this a
queenside?
Which was this Najdorf or?
I mean, it feels like a Sozin Najdorf, but
that's
it looks like black did not play the Najdorf move order.
It was a classical.
Played a classical move order, so it's like the side. This is an idea which I think I saw encountered for the first time in my 60 memorable games from Fischer. But the idea that you can take with the C pawn, which looks like it's opening up the king, but actually, you know, then of course you tuck the king, and you can really block the A and B files with this C takes B3 instead of capturing towards the center.
Very nice.
And this can be a pretty safe setup for the king.
It's pretty sweet. Oh, king B1 happened? Oh, he just said,
now he leaves the pawn hanging on A4.
Oh, it's spicy right now. What happens if he takes it? I mean, obviously, he's going to take it at some point. So take. And then what?
I don't even know.
I don't even know. Right? I was thinking the same thing. Maybe it's just an all-out kingside attack. You have G4 as an option. You also have Queen C4 and Rook C1. These are all moves you can make. Rook C1 is the intention of Rook C7, doubling the rooks as well. You also have Queen C4, which is Knight E6 intentions at some point, and maybe, but G4 too as well. Maybe he used all 3 of these ideas. Let's see what happens.
You were right. He was going to take that pawn, and he took it.
He took that boy.
Yeah, so he starts by taking the one open file here. And now we've got a couple sensitive squares for black, right? We've got Rook C7, we've got Knight C6.
Right.
Both of those moves make it hard to play Bishop E7 and castle without losing a piece.
Problem, annoyingly, he played Queen D7, but he could have played Bishop E7 anyway, and then after Rook C7, Bishop D8, which is super weird. But it hits the rook, and then I castle, and I'm good there. Like, it's very strange, but he's using all ideas. Rook C1, now playing G4.
Right. queen comes back to keep the rook out of the 7th rank, but it also occupies the knight's retreat square. So Pranav plays g4 and says, hey, maybe I'm threatening g5. Where are you going to go? You're going to hang out on h5.
I think you actually go a4. Yeah, and that's correct. He actually does hang out on h5, believe it or not. It's kind of annoying. But you can go g5, knight h5, f4, g6, and then try to push just, push everything. Push f5 after that. But then there's e5.
Show it to the people for a second. So you're saying after the push, he's going to follow up with f4.
Right.
Pinging the knight, g6, and then you want to just blow
f5. Go crazy
apart.
But then he has e5 here, and e5 is the move I'm trying to calculate. Maybe I just go knight c6 or even just knight b4. I think I'm just better. Like, I'm just much better. I gotta be.
Oh, you could play like almost like a positional approach. You go knight c6, you take back your pawn, lodge yourself on d5, say like
f6, and take. Like,
I threaten violence, but I'll live with this too.
Right.
All right. So back to the live game. He has made the first decision you suggested. He's gone for g5. Knight h5.
Here it is.
I think it's pretty likely he will follow up with f4, f5 like you suggest. White probably has a few options. Like if you played rook c2 and rook hc1, White's position would probably be playable as well.
Right.
But you probably want more than that.
Oh, absolutely. We want to sack everything here, right? Go for the king. Open up the line. There it is. f4, g6 forced, and then f5 here.
And f5. And I'm going to say for the Gnomes to win this round, they're going to have to take this game here on board 3 with White.
Yeah.
Pranav's going to have to, come through with a small rating upset, make use of the white pieces, make use of his own youth.
Yeah. Make use of his own. And it's very, very, very possible here too as well, especially with this position. It's very easy to go wrong with the black pieces. White too as well, but you can definitely feel space. Where do you put your king? F5 is coming. I am on the for sure.
I feel like you'd be more comfortable with white at this point.
I'm just going to play F5. I'm not even thinking twice. I know it's F5. F5 is just, you are gaining space, and the king is still in the center of the board. This is, grandfather Tao, 100%. You just keep the king in the center. You keep him there. So we play F5 or as long as we can. This is why we were looking at 96 after F5, E5, but 96 doesn't work because we don't have a follow-up after 96. So it looks cool, but we can't play it. So now F5 on the board, and Pranav leans back after the F5 move.
He's playing all the moves you suggest, but he's hesitating a little bit, right? Like for you, it's just like, I'm going for it, right?
Yeah.
Pranav's spending a little bit of time. What do you read in his body language? Is he confident? Is he being careful? Is he worried about anything?
The lean back made me confident because usually when you play an online chat, or when you play in like high level games, strong games, or somebody your opponent or even higher rated, too, you lean in. You're in the camera. You are like one with the computer screen. Like you are literally one with the computer screen. And then
that's when we get those little strips of forehead.
Right, the forehead cam, right? So, but he leaned back, which is like, all right, I got this. I feel good. I know I'm better, right? Black's pieces are discoordinated. Coordination is important. The rooks are not connected. The knight on the rim is dim. They teach you that all the time. The bishop on e7 is doing nothing. It's just there. And this is a very bad position, I think, practically speaking. Inja might think, obviously different, but practically speaking, this is pretty rough for Black.
All right. I'm with you. I would also prefer to have all the active pieces versus that extra pawn. Let's take a look at all the boards, see if there's any other positions that are starting to look promising or, action-packed.
Took on F5, by the way. Oh, man, he took on F5. He said, open up the E file then. He might castle, though. I think he's going to castle. That's a strong move. After it takes, and just castle. And literally just like, all right, you know what, whatever. And if you play F6, I put the bishop on D8, knight or style. And actually, believe it or not, how are you going to get inside of like the whole area of my king if you play F6? This is that's a spicy position up there.
Am I reading Howell's clock correctly that he's got 2 minutes and change around move 10 in the opening here?
What is Howell doing?
It looks like he's successfully sort of untangling it, and he's going to keep his extra pawn. But it looks like it's costing him years off of his life. It's like an agony of making these decisions.
You can't flag. I mean, the flagging probably will not happen in this game. It's going to be tough to flag him. But yeah, I mean, wow, in fact, he's definitely low time again.
In fact, a lot of these players are feeling the pressure. I would say, with the exception of board 4. we've got a lot of games where the players are playing relatively slowly. Like you said, Elyanov would sack that pawn on c6. He did, right?
did.
But look at the time. It's 3 minutes against 4 minutes, and they've played, 2 or 3 moves since we saw that game, right? So it's
That's
like
true.
the weight of every decision, knowing that one small mistake could be one extra half point for the other team, and that'll be all she wrote for the match.
Yep. That's looking tough, right? That's going to be, so every decision here is even more crucial than the last 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So these guys are literally spending all of their time, especially with the exception of board 4. They're definitely Howell being down a lot of time there. Wow. Spicy chess here, and a few more moves is going to be something very spectacular.
Let's quickly check out what's going on that top board.
Okay.
Where we see Eljanov sort of forcing a second pawn capture from Soupy, but I think there's going to be a plan to immediately win back a pawn with rook c8 to c4 here, perhaps. We'll see if he speeds up and reveals the master plan to us. But on rook c8, is there any chance White would have saved to ruin Black's day?
That's definitely a move. And after the c5
rook,
something in the 96, we got David Howell up there looking just like Elyanov. That's interesting. What's up, David? Look, I knew y'all looked alike. So, knight c7 and then c5. Yeah, c5 would be a move though.
Yeah, so there's no place. There's no place for that rook on b6 to move and to keep the knight trapped, right? Like if we put in rook c8, c5, that rook cannot keep the knight in as far as I can see.
Yeah, and then we just get out of there. We literally get out of there. What's the pawn? Is he still on that pawn 3-6?
It's 2 pawns right now. He just forced him to take c7 and then was like, wait a minute.
Oh, it is.
I bet you he was planning something like, then I just go rook c8, knight comes back, takes on c4, knight comes back, take on d4, and I'm just like, chill.
Wow.
Right?
Miss c5.
But
it's crazy that the engines say, like, you down 2 pawns and it's equal? What are you talking about?
But I think now he's looking at rook c8, c5, and he's like, oh, shoot. Like, where do I go?
Maybe he just goes. Maybe you just take on. Wait, what's the line? Okay, maybe you just take on c4, dc4 instead of
rook c8. He's just done that. You're right. That's what he did. But you know what? I think here's what he missed, James. In this position, he can retreat the rook, let the knight out on a6, but he still got b4 covered.
Rook c6, and what happens? How is this not? Oh yeah, it's winning. Yeah, you get the knight. Wow.
Maybe I'm underestimating them. They're probably like way more focused in than me, but it feels like something didn't quite go to plan for Pavel.
a4. Well, I mean, he is keeping the bishop on c1 due to the backward pawn on b2 currently, but he still needs to make something of the position.
Maybe Elyanov did this on purpose. Maybe he wanted like a more complicated position than the rook c8 position. Maybe he wanted to have this pawn holding back the b pawn, like you said. White has to play a4 to get the knight out, so he saw he would get weaknesses. Maybe he wants to play this for a win down a pawn.
Yeah, this is definitely possible, especially with this knight. Yeah, the knight is very ugly where it is. You also still can't move this bishop on c1 because of b2 hanging, which means right now I have a huge initiative. Knight b5. I like that move. Just get the knight back into play. It is out of the game, and you also winning a7. You can actually nab another pawn and go back home.
You could, because then that a pawn becomes like a matter of concern. And if Black spends a move on a6, he's very happy to come back to c3 and keep the Black knight from establishing on d5.
You know what? I think he can go knight d5 right now. And after knight takes, rook a8 and knight b5, rook b5 tactics.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. So he might.
So can Black just play knight d5 here and ignore the a pawn, right? That's kind of
ignore it. There's also
kind of what you're suggesting. It seems like yes.
It's kind of annoying.
But knight d4 might be really good for White, so it might be a moot point. Knight d5, e4, then bishop e3, d5.
Quite annoying. Yeah, he gets some initiative there, but you got to move maybe knight e4, but then f3. Rook d8. Oh, for a6.
James, you just said he's got to move, and you are right. I just noticed he's got 30 seconds.
No time. Come on, Elyanov. He has to move 30 seconds, and White is up 2 minutes, 20 seconds here. So definitely diminishing as he thinks, but he's up a lot of time here. Soupy's in the zone trying to figure this one out. This is a double-edged game for sure. Definitely double-edged.
Keep your hands off of knight a7, although even that's mildly complicated. Like you can go knight a7, rook a8, bishop e3 or something like that.
I was just thinking bishop e3 and then play d5. Like, what the heck is that nonsense? He goes for it. Get out of here, bro. Oh my goodness. He might be going for that nonsense.
I was not recommending that.
And then bishop e3. Oh man.
I was just saying, in theory, you know, like things are not always as simple as they look like on the surface. It doesn't just lose the knight, but
he went for it, bro. He didn't care. You know, man, this is sick. I guess he's
so
doing
now
it for
he's
the
got
time. A5?
Right. He had a5, d5, or bishop e3.
You can play this move after I take the knight.
Yeah. Let's show the variation. It's going another direction, but that was a critical line. It's like, wait, did you forget about the rooks on the A file? But
oh my goodness,
he did not forget.
Bishop d6, bishop f4.
b7.
Is that a move?
Knight d7.
Oh, knight
and
d7,
I think just bishop f4.
Bishop f4, yeah. Bishop f4. Boy, that COE there, that calculation was sick, Soupy. That was sick, big dog.
He would get a pawn up endgame with, like, you know, some chances to win that one. So
no, that was some real calculation from my guy. I
so Eljanov had to quickly trust him. Eljanov's, you know, under 10 seconds here.
yeah, it's true. He's under 10. Bishop takes. Man, look how he got it back though. He's down a pawn. That's tough. That's tough here, but it is holdable. It is definitely holdable because I'm active. Rook b5, knight d5. You know, and white is up to pawn though. You can push. You pushing for two results.
Yeah.
Apparently, white's just winning. I don't know what it is. Maybe f3 or king f3. Something.
It's weird. Like f3, knight d5, e4, knight takes c3, and the rook gets to b2, and it's not obvious to me. He covers the second rank instead, anticipating knight d5, e4. But apparently, there was some kind of tactic in this simple position that neither the players nor us were attuned to. Eljanov's setting up on the light squares to try and blockade this. I think of these endgames as kind of 50-50, win versus draw. Having 9 seconds, you got to give it to black.
Yeah, you're going to have to give it to white for sure. Definitely got the pawn. I got the time. You know, Eljanov is definitely the one in some trouble here. He is the one facing. If anyone could lose here, it's definitely black. Definitely with the time and being down a pawn.
But he's got that experience, you know, where there's like a lot of ideas that he's just going to know instantly. So Soupy's going to have to play it really well to put maximum pressure on him. He's looking at e4, trading and playing knight e3 check, going to that rook endgame, trading another pawn. Soupy does not allow it. King f2, pressure still on.
Yeah, this is king e1. What a move, bro. Is he going to a2 or c1?
Interesting. So he decided that I think that, you know, e4, fe, knight f6, and he couldn't control the knight. So that's why he's not breaking with e4 yet. So he brings the king over. It could even go all the way to c1 potentially to threaten rook c4.
That's right. I was thinking that same thing. Move the king. I'm even moving the king over to a2. Get the king to a2 and take on c4
3 seconds.
As well. 3 seconds on the clock.
It's a lot of pressure on Pavel.
Ooh-wee.
But you're a superstar. You've dealt with pressure before. Bishop a5. What's the plan?
Yeah, bishop a5 hits the knight. And yeah, the pawn's defended, my guy. Rook c3. Okay, just wanted to trade him. But now the bishop's ugly. Let me just go back.
That's weird.
c2, repeat. Try again.
So now it's rook e3 or a3, sort of activating the rook. But I think bishop a5 had to be a big chance for him there.
Absolutely. I think it was too. Hitting the knight also, rook takes c4 being pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to say rook a3 is right. Get some space because rook e3, king f6, and your rook's still kind of clogged up. Like, get out there with the rook.
There it is.
Your king and bishop are holding the fort. Get this rook to c6 now or something.
And e4 happening.
Right? Go rook to c6. Make black defend those pawns.
And rook c6, pick up the pawn. Knight b6. g4, really? You just take the pawn here, huh?
Well, he wants that e4 square for his knight. He knows his tricks.
Oh,
at far side.
You forgot about that one. I got more than one.
He was like, I knew I was sacking the c pawn, but the h6 pawn.
And there's another result. Jose Martinez. Let's go to the full board view real quick. We have Jose Martinez and David Howell just agreed to a draw. They just agreed to a draw there. So that is a draw on the board for both parties. As you see the score update, 6.5, 6.5 there. Looks like Soupy's going to pick up his game. It's going to be 1 for the capybaras there. And then Fear and Bomaga are still in.
King stuck on the first rank for the moment. Black is super active. Super active. The king comes in deeper and deeper. He's coming to c4 next. B6, king b3, b7, king c3. Threatening mate on the back rank, and you don't queen.
Oh, and you don't queen. Woo-wee. And the king, do you want to repeat 2?
He goes for it.
Yes,
That's
get him on the
I
board.
can
Oh my
take it.
goodness. Get him on the board. He lost.
That's going to be the match.
Oh my goodness.
I
Oh, it's
bet you
gross.
that's going to do it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It hurts. The pain.
Oh my
man.
goodness.
He was up time, bro. Oh man.
And a
Oh,
confused shake. I
Oh
mean,
man.
that's quite a moment. We got to check out whatever games are still going because it's still a close match. Let's jump to Fierre's game with Pranav. See how he's doing. It looks like Black is up a pawn at the moment in a tough game. All isolated pawns for Black. A bit of an edge. Incredible moment for Elyanov. I mean,
incredible, bro.
He looked like he was going to lose that end game. But Soupy finally got low on time himself, went for a winning tactic, right? Just sacking the rook to queen, and it had a flaw. Those are scary.
Gnomes is 1 win away. That's it. The Gnomes are 1 win away.
So they're at 7.5 total right now.
That's it.
You can see the score at the bottom under the board. The overall match score, 1 point needed, half a point needed to go to a tiebreak, but they're thinking about winning the match now.
Let's see what happens, guys. It's down to this one game, or down to, the Gnomes winning one more. 8.5.
Yeah.
We'll do it.
What do you think? 50% chance Black wins this end game, or is it even worse than that?
Yeah, I'll give it 50. 50%. Knight and Rook, too. I mean, you know how tricky those are. Definitely got a nice 50% there.
Lots of
What's the time control? Yeah, 3 seconds, too. I'm going to probably give it like 65% because his time is low.
Looks like here he could take A2 and then get back to B3, right? Pranav with 2 seconds. This is hell.
Yeah, this is tough. Hell. Checked, and now you got to move the rook.
Now that bishop that's hanging is defending the rook that's hanging. Oh no,
rook takes with check. Yeah, I got 2 passers. Yeah, this is GG. Don't now bishop E7 is going to be devastating. So
right,
you can still draw that, but
so king F5 may be indicated.
Right, just maybe king F5, king D5, king F5, king E4.
Yeah,
very easy.
He's got 30 seconds, so he can take a beat, make sure he doesn't blunder any bishop E7 thing, and it looks like he's likely to equalize this match, and it'll come down to board 4.
Which Chelsea Monica right now, if we go to the full board view, guys, Chelsea Monica and Alexander Fier. I don't know, it's who's winning. I don't know. Whoever gets 8.5 first is gonna win it. This is like, whoa, Chelsea Monica is definitely close. It's all about that next win there.
Oh yeah, she's up a pawn.
Goodness. She's up a pawn.
She's looking to
clean
win
it up
too.
She's cleaning up.
Spink.
2.
2 extra pawns.
Yo, guys, this might be it. The Gnomes
and now some action around the king G4.
The Gnomes might be taking this one home, chat. Chelsea Monica with a clutch. In fact, super clutch. After losing, going 0-3. This is the one she needed. This is the only one that she needed to win. Is this one right here? And this
Look
is
at that B pawn. I mean, it's safe on B7. It's just a nonstop threat. I would just push it.
B7. Push that boy. No checks. I'm about to queen. Queen F1 is not even made. It's not even made. I can run the king. King G3. Queen G1. Bishop G2.
Yeah. If Chelsea wins this game, that'll be it. The Gnomes will win the match right here.
Hold on. King G5.
And she was quiet in the first 3 rounds. Now she's taking out someone, a couple hundred points above her.
There it is. Bishop G2. She found the right move. And now,
wait? Bishop D5. That's not good for her.
Well, I just queen. Queen H2.
She finds the Queen H2 maneuver.
Yeah.
I thought she got busted by that bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, and we just queen. No checks.
But no, white can't trade.
Okay. Ooh, even cleaner. Just take the bishop. Oh, man. That's sick. Bishop F3, you block. I'm up a piece. I'm queening.
That's it. That's the match. That's it. There's no way.
She got to keep playing.
She got 2 queens.
She got to keep playing. Oh, my goodness. 2 queens on the board. It's about to be over in a few. Queen H8 mate. She missed mate there. That's okay. Check. Trade them off. Just making sure we get this. So you can see the smile there. There it is. The smile. Happy. Let's go. We won. The only one I needed to win is the one, the last one. And we win the match. She clinches the match. Losing 3, winning 1. We win the match. That's it. It doesn't matter how we got it. It matters if you get it done. Look at the smile there on Chelsea Monica's face there as she's hyped as the Gnomes are moving on. 8.5. Wow.
And she can't stop smiling. What a feeling. What a feeling to win a match for your team, to stick in there. And, you know, Bulmaga was the hero of the first half of this match. And Chelsea Monica is now the hero of the match in the final score, right? She's just taken the match for her team. Fier did convert the win against Pranav at the same time. So her team needed that point. There was nothing to spare there.
It was a day of the ladies today, as Bulmaga was the star, not taking down, but drawing boards 1 and 2. Not having any problems there, drawing board 1 and 2, but losing the board 3 and 4. Look at that. That's kind of crazy. She lost the board 3 and board 4, but only in drawing the first 2 there. It just didn't work out for her at the end, and Chelsea Monica was able to close it out for her team, taking it for the Gnomes as it's 8.5. What a match. So close.
Roller coaster of a match. And this is what I generally expect when I come to watch the Pro Chess League. I expect these matches to be between 7 and 9 points. I expect them to come down to one brilliant move or one sad blunder in the last, 20 seconds of one of the last 2 games of the match, and Chelsea Monica found that queen h4 to h2, covering up the king after black seemed to get counterplay with the 1, and she wraps it up, wins the game and the match. Here we've got the final scores. We can see overall who was big today. Pavel Elyanov, he gave up a draw in round 1. You said Hikaru lost his first game in the league this year and then won 7 games since. Elyanov gave up a draw and then won 3 games in a row against everyone except for the board 4. David Howell also came up big, and Chelsea Monica gave them the most important point, the 8.5 point.
That's it. That's all you need. I need that last one, 8.5, and now they're moving on, chat. I mean, look at that. They have made it to another win, 2-1 now. That's going to put them at 2-1, and they need one more.
2-1.
That's what they're looking for.
All right, folks. That was exciting. In about 10 minutes, we will have the second match of the day. It's 2 matches every single day. We've got the Charlotte Cobras. We've got the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, and they will be facing off at 10 a.m. Pacific in an elimination match. The team that loses that match will be out. The team that wins will have 2 more chances to skate through to the playoffs. So we'll be back with that.
You are eliminated.
In just a few minutes.
Right. It's going to be one of those. Yeah, so we'll be back in a few.
All right, James, final thoughts on what we just saw in the Gnomes match.
Man, honestly, the Gnomes match was very, very intense. It was very strong. I thought that the Capybaras had it, especially starting out how they did. But this next match is going to be even more energy and more emotion, because this is the elim match. The elimination match, opening changes probably. I mean, everything is going to be different here. This is going to be a different feel and a different atmosphere, a different vibe, different energy we're going to feel in this elimination match next, Dave.
Yeah, I think it's going to be even more nerve-wracking for the players than what we just saw, which is hard to imagine because right now I'm sort of struggling with breathing. I'm looking forward to doing some deep breathing while we go on this short break. But folks, you can fill it up however you like. You can try and get in a quick bullet game, or you can try and make some predictions. With Xclam Predict. Either way, we'll be back with you very soon.
in competitive chess. The weight of a win, draw. or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Blue belt, he's like us. He didn't even see that coming. That was sick by Bardia Dineshvar.
Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives.
Whoa! Hikaru does it again? It's like, that's how it's done.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
Look at him, he's 40 seconds on the clock. Oh my gosh!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Because this just loses the game. the Pro Chess League Week 3 here on Chess.com. I'm David Proust, and I am still joined by FIDE Master James Canty III. James, you ready for this next match?
This is an elimination match. If you lose, you go home. You're done. This is next level right now. So the energy is going to be through the roof for both parties today. Let's see who's the best, right? David, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think actually what they're going to need to do is try and keep the energy and the nerves tamped down a little bit and be able to, play chess instead of getting all hyped up like the rest of us.
Yeah.
But for those of you watching at home, feel free to get hyped up. Here's what we've got. Here are the stakes right now for these two teams that started the league 0-2 this season. The team that loses today, that's it. You won't see them next week. You might see them next year. They're going to take home $3,000 and they're going to be eliminated. Done. The winning team will have a record of 1-2. They'll come back next week, play another 1-2 team. But it bears mentioning, I think, James, that every single match from here on out is an elimination match, right? Like, even if you win this week, once you've got 2 losses, you're on the brink every single week to get kicked out and not make it to the playoffs. And I think the playoffs are what a lot of teams dream of.
That is true. The playoffs is just 3 wins. That's it. You need 3 wins, but also 3 losses. So if you got 2 now, that last one, whoa, you good one week and not good the next. That's a wrap. It is what it is, right? So it's pretty tough out here, guys. It's pretty tough. Today is going to be all out. You have to win. You got to do your thing, right? And if you don't, then you just go home. That's just what it is. And I see we have chat predictions up here. They say Cobras winning by 70%, David. They got the Cobras winning 70% and Maniac Shrimps by 13% and a draw at 16. So the chat is like 100% Cobras today. I wonder how the Maniac Shrimps feel about that one.
They got it. Well, maybe bulletin board material for them. Let's check out the standings so far up on our bulletin here. We've got 4 teams at 2-0 so far. Yogis, Wizards, Tigers, Knights, all with a fantastic start to the season, feeling great. They don't have the same kind of pressure on them this week that you're going to see in this next match. And then we turn our attention to the bottom half, and that's where you see the Bears, the Archbishops, the Shrimps, and the Cobras. Those are the teams on the cusp of elimination. Brazil Capybaras will be there next week as well. It will be at 1-2, facing another 1-2 team. But for now, it's the last 2, the Shrimps and the Cobras, who we are going to be watching today. James, what do you expect from today's matchup?
I think today is going to be a lot of emotions that you have to control. You have to control yourself and your emotions a lot of times. Like even that last game or that last match, right? I thought the Capybaras had it, but the Gnomes, they collected themselves. They was down by like 3 points, something like that, and they came back and actually won the match here. So it is very possible to do that. You have to be, really, really in great form. And it always comes down to that day and that match. What is the lineup? That is always the biggest part of it, is what does that lineup look like? And that's going to take us very far to, start making real predictions and see who can get what.
Right. So the Cobras have brought in a famous player who we have not seen much from in the last few months because he has been attending to his studies. But Andrew Tang, famous as a bullet chess player, right?
One of the fastest and greatest on the planet.
Young American grandmaster. And how is he at 10-minute chess? Does he have the skills to take the Cobras to next week?
He definitely does. But the funny thing is with more time, he actually gets in time trouble. Weirdly enough, he's always in time trouble, even though, and that's like where he lives though. He lives in the time trouble. He likes that, but he does tend to get in time trouble. But Andrew Tang definitely is here to throw down, and in the faster time controls, he's always a favorite. So definitely you got to watch out for Tang. Very strong. You see that lineup there: Naroditsky, Brandon Jacobson, A. Wonder Liang, Old Parent. You got Elshan More Diabate here. You got Irina Krush, 8-time women's champion. Nazi Parikidze, who's also a multiple-time U.S. champion too. And Gabriel Antono is a very strong FIDE master there. They have a nice lineup. Nicely.
Yeah, this is a super American team they've put together, right? 9 players with the American flag. There's no longer any requirements as far as where your players come from in the Pro Chess League. At times in the past, they had rules about, locals and not locals or free
I remember
agents.
that. I remember that. Wow.
And now it's like, now it can be from anywhere, as you will see with the Spanish team that we're going to bring up here. It's not going to be 9 Spanish flags. We've got a mix across the world here. We've got Argentina represented. And
lots of difference. Yeah,
is Lance Henderson? What's that flag? I mean, he's a young grandmaster. I've seen him play.
I'm not familiar with that one. That's pretty strong lineup though, obviously as well here. We got Jose Fernando Cuenca. They got Pepe there. He's very strong. Miguel Santos Ruiz. Ituri Zaga is underrated. Alan Picat and Jaime Santos. And then the bottom boards there, Sabrina, Corina, and Candela. Yeah, they all strong there. This is it's all about again who the lineup is. Who did they bring today to match up against who that they're going to play against? That is the main question there as we take a look at these board assignments. See what everybody has here. Board 1.
For folks who don't know the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they came in through the qualifiers. So they had to battle to get here. As you mentioned, Iturizaga underrated, and here he is. He's in the lineup. I would say another player who's underrated in terms of their rapid skills and performance is Alain Pichot. Very, very strong player, and that's, so to speak, a free agent or, a citizen of the world that they brought onto their team. So it's looking like a very strong top 3 boards for the Maniac Shrimps here in the lineup, and a slightly more balanced lineup from the Cobras, right? Where they've got a grandmaster in Irina Krush on board 4.
Every board. That's a beefy lineup. Every board. Now, of course, it's GM on 3. Nothing but, right? So they brought top heavy over there on Spanish Maniac Shrimps here. But, I mean, Cobras definitely is well balanced. You got a GM on every board. And, I mean, if I had to pick one, I would probably slightly go with a GM on every board. I mean, I'm fine with that. That's cool. Right? That's great. And plus, Parent's very strong. Tang, Elshan, very strong. Irina, very strong. All these players are very good. But it is just about, who's going to get off on the right foot. I think a lot of times the first round can set the pace or the tone. But in the last match, as we saw, first round was going to the Capybaras, and they ended up losing even though they were up in the first round. So it depends on what happens really in this first round, but anything can happen on an overall match standpoint. It's elimination, though.
I feel like I know so much about the Pro Chess League, James. I'm always looking up players and their stats and playing over. I feel like I know so much, and yet I almost always predict everything wrong. I'm gonna go against you here on this one. I think the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, the 3 higher stacked lineup, that's the lineup I tend to believe in. I think they've got a little bit of an edge here. Let's see what the first round matchups are going to be, because this match is starting within a minute. We've got Oparin and Tang taking the black pieces against Iturizaga and Francisco Candela. I'm going to look for Iturizaga with white to open up a lead for the Maniac Shrimps in this first round. Meanwhile, we'll have Mora Diabate and Krush with white against Alan Pichot and Jaime Santos. And what Does one of these matchups stand out to you, James?
Yeah, I think board 1, I'm going to go with Oparin, as in like just I think Oparin will be able to deliver there. In the Tang or Torizaga match, that's a toss up there. Elshan and Alan here is going to be, I think that's a toss up as well. And yeah, shoot, it's really about one board, probably like Oparin game or the Tang game. Like you chose the Tang game, I'm gonna go with the Oparin one. That's probably be one that set each other apart there, especially having White Arena Crush there. I think it's gonna be a one gamer here in this this round.
Oparin has the ability to go 4-0. I think that's somebody that the Maniac Shrimps are going to have to slow down at some point. He's a risk. He's a threat to get out of hand. Before we get into the games, check out the format, everybody. Review this real quick. Make sure you know what's going on. It's 4 against 4. It's all play all. It's 4 rounds. You go up against each player on the other team once. Time control 10+2. So the games are taking just under 25 minutes. Players are getting a 5-minute break between rounds of like 25 minutes of action, 5-minute break, 25 minutes of action. And it's very simple. You need 8.5 points to win this thing.
Right.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, the 8.5 is where it's at. I mean, we've seen that in the last round. It was very close. It was a 1-point match. 1-point match, right? And we can see the same thing here, or we can even see a blowout, which nobody really likes to see. But it is very possible. It really is about that lineup and how the players feel that day. You know, sometimes you see a player as strong as, Oparin go 0-3 and then win one of them, something strange like that. So it depends on how they're feeling today. And, in this 8.5 game elimination match, elim, you go home if you lose. So a lot on the line here today.
Yeah. So we'll be watching for nerves from the players too. I think we could see some unusual things here, because I think that very few of these players have the experience of playing this kind of elimination situation.
Mm-hmm.
As we get the first moves.
Ooh, got a clean Roy. Okay, a little Roy and a little Roy, a little Roy Lopez. Which one he doing? D6, C4. Whoa, that's some new stuff. That is different, David.
Yeah. Clamping the light squares, I would think that might be associated with the idea of trading off your A4 bishop on C6, although obviously the tempo's already been spent on bishop A4. So I have to wait to see what the idea is. There's another pawn to a light square. This is telling me White's planning to live without a light squared bishop when I see every pawn going to light squares.
Bishop takes C6 is coming up, depending on when. You also can play this in a Cobras system way with bishop to C2 after A3. Of course, the night before is going to be quite annoying. Castling, playing knight D2, and eventually breaking with a D4. A long plan. You see this in the Sicilians in the Cobras system with the weird bishop D3 out early, C3, bishop C2, and D4. So
exactly. Those systems you're referring to, they would always be with the pawn on C3, making it easier to advance D4 eventually, and the bishop's a little bit less buried. Here with the pawn on C4, you go bishop C2, that bishop may spend the rest of the match without seeing light.
Right, yeah. Or we just trade that boy off on C6 here, but let's see what happens. Oparin just playing principal chess. Castle, get your pieces off the back rank. And it looks like Candela is doing the same here. Knight D7 played quite quickly. Maybe he wants knight C5 or even the F5 break.
Yeah, wow. Could it be F5? I mean, if White's planning to trade off the bishop on C6, then I would think the best plan for Black would become F5 to try and open up a diagonal for the dude on E6.
Absolutely. It looks like something to play F5, and he plays it. There it is. After pawn takes, the question is, do we take with the rook or the bishop? If we take with the bishop, we do allow a knight D5. Knight D5 can be played anyway. And if we take with the rook, maybe it's rook takes. Maybe it's rook takes. I mean, either should be fine, but of course, one is usually better than the other.
Could be. White trades off. Ideally, White's going to want to be able to play D4 at some point pretty soon to not let Black lock in a central advantage. You want to play D4 at a time when Black can't just push past you with E4 really strongly. Right?
Yeah,
but
D4,
the longer
E4.
you wait around, the more likely that Black's built up, rooks and queens on the F and G files, and that they're ready to just push past you, seize that advantage on the king side, keep the center closed, and take it to your king.
It's very level here. I do like Black's position, but I also like, White has some choices too as well. We do have some space in the D5 square and E4. Pretty nice central squares we have some control over. We can also, flexibility with the D4 pawn like we'd like to do. Maybe you do play D4 just to open stuff up. D4 and put the knight on D2 after E4. Knight F6 there. G4 wins a pawn, right? So D4, E4, knight D2, knight F6, G4, and then take on E4, and I actually pick up pawn. Well, no, bishop G6. Yeah, bishop G6. So that means I have G5. That is crazy. G4 and then play G5.
You need to throw your king position
and
to
then
the wind for
I
the
don't care
center
about
pawn,
nothing.
right?
G5 and then take the E4 pawn and just like all out. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
But it's possible. It's very possible. You actually take the E4 pawn and you go up a pawn. You are up a pawn legit, but it is difficult. Yeah, knight H5, knight takes E4, knight F4. I thought was a possibility there. Now
you keep that thing defended,
wacky.
but
it's wacky.
I mean, there's always some compensation because there's like gaps everywhere on that king side.
Right.
So that's messy, but possible.
D4 happens
has just been chosen.
She's going for it. D4. If E4, knight to D2. The pawn
I like that. I feel like that's the principled move. I don't know how I feel about your G pawn rush. That one,
yeah, I understand.
It might be good, but
I totally understand.
I might be too scared to do it.
It's very risky.
I won't have to make that choice.
Right. We don't have
just got to trade.
No, white has a great position. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, this feels really good for white. I can now get the bishop. I mean, the bishop that was gross is now very strong, especially if I can take it. And you can't play bishop G6 exactly.
Right.
Little fork.
Bishop cannot get away. So, after knight D4, we get knight C5. Get the trade.
Bishop C2.
And now,
chill. Look at the bishop. Look at the opposite colors.
She's got a clean edge in the opposite colored bishop position.
Wow. B4 possibility with queen D5 check. You might have to go rook F7.
You know, we never really got to see where she wanted to take the game with that C4 move, right? Because Oparin reacted so aggressively and immediately, trying to seize the advantage on the F file.
Right.
But she was certainly ready for that F5 move, and she has just traded open the center and secured a small edge for white. Now, what's that small edge based on? Because you agree with me that white's a little bit better.
Absolutely. I like the open bishop here. I mean, opposite color bishops. When you do have opposite color bishops, the good thing about it is that, well, a lot of times people say, oh, it's draw like, or it's a draw. Of course not. You have lots of play left, but the difference is that one side can attack the other, and that bishop cannot help with the attack. So in this case, as David is highlighting, light square bishop hitting all the light squares by the king. Dark square bishop cannot help literally in any type of attack that the light square bishop can cook up, especially with the queen or any other pieces, because the bishop's on the dark squares. So we're going to attack the light squares and do as much as we can, while on the contrary, black does the same, trying to do what they can on the dark squares. And rook F7 play, because B4 was a real idea. B4, queen D5, and taking on B7, and like you just looking crazy out here. So B4 is still a thing, but man, rook F7 had to be best.
Yeah. So, folks, it's very exciting. We've got a very promising position for Candela Belen here. But we're going to take a look at all the boards because we've got all boards started now. They're staggered by a minute, so some are going to be slightly ahead of the others, and then they'll take turns finishing. So let's see what openings we got here. We got something pretty combative in the center between Moradiabadi and Pichot.
Whoa, there's some spicy chess over there.
I want to say a Nimzo where black retreated the bishop to F8 after A3.
I see that.
And is trying to blow open the center before Elshan Castle. So that game's spicy. Iturizaga and Tang.
Iturizaga playing his signature
doing
stuff.
Something weird.
It is his signature. You know what's funny? He played this every single round with white. Every round with white, Iturizaga was playing. It was like it's like a ready knight F3 C4. He plays it every game, and he's actually scored. I don't think he lost the game. I may be wrong there, but Iturizaga has definitely been a big force for the Maniac Shrimps here. He's been playing really, really good chess. So let's take a look at that board actually. Iturizaga versus.
You see that knight just come to D4 from Pichot? He's throwing so much fire in this game that we probably can't stay away from it.
Yeah, we need to go to that game. There's a rook. This is a check. The rook on the file, king in the center. What is going on?
Yeah,
Elshan and
yeah, we're gonna have to. Wow. We're gonna have to go there.
Let's take a look at that game there. That's pretty nasty. Rook check. He takes. What happened? What was the last move? Because it feels like I'm just losing.
I'm just gonna back it up for one move for folks because it could be disorienting now. So what happened was Elshan took on D5, and black could play like a simple move, knight takes D5, but he spent some time there. And then he went for it. This is like that Sicilian sack, right? The knight D5 sack.
Right, knight D5 sack. Yeah, for sure. with
based
white.
on this, I don't think he's even going to be down a piece for even one move, probably, right? Because he recaptures, pawn takes pawn with check and a threat to the knight. I suppose the only way you'd be down a piece would be if white could play knight e2 and
Yeah,
and not lose badly here.
which it seems like you're okay. But like how, man, Engine's like, this is GG. What? I guess because his king just in the center. That's just what it is. I mean, I hope a piece, but king in the center.
I mean, it's a long road for white to dig out the king and the bishop here. So black's got some time.
Right.
And I think the plan for black is to go like queen d5 and c5 and a6, b5 if you need to, but you try to roll this pawn all the way to d3.
Yeah, that's the goal. Get that pawn to d3, and that could be catastrophic. In fact, here and on the live board, whoa, what did they play? Played a lot of moves there. Maybe he played.
Okay,
knight.
let me refresh it.
What did he do?
So he played bishop e2. So
okay.
he was like, I'd rather get castled than maybe try to maybe have an extra piece that I don't believe in. Takes on c3. So now the ball game's even at this point, right?
Right.
Pawn for black. White gets castled, and things are settling down. So.
Wow, this was good. Bishop c4, hit the knight. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay. He got out of that. I could have got really bad. And it's also, but he's not a pawn, so that's the problem.
Right.
Yeah, you're not a pawn though. That is huge.
Elshon avoided a knockout, right? But Pichot comes out of that situation with an extra pawn, which everybody knows is a grandmaster's best friend.
Yeah, you got that extra pawn. Hey, look, I'm playing for 2, right? Playing for 2 results. It's hard to lose this. Obviously, it's very possible to lose the game still. But, comfort is like, you're up that pawn. And, I just continue to play well, try to play the best moves that I can. And I can play for 2 results, either win or draw.
All right, so the extra pawn for Pichot, it's favoring him. The game's not over yet. Nice early fire from him. Good alertness with knight takes d4. If you're looking for how to handle the Nimzo Indian against, as black against sort of like e3 lines, you might want to go back and check out this game sometime, see how he handled that opening, because that was pretty hot stuff. But we're going to go check another game now. So let's go back to the overview, bird's eye view. We have not yet seen the game between Irina Crush and the Maniac Shrimp's top board, Jamie Santos. Do you want to see that, or is there something else more intense going on?
Let's definitely check that out. See how we got to where. Irina Crush, we know, is a E4 player. Well, she actually plays a lot of E4, but no, she plays D4 for King's India. I remember
D4.
that. But yeah, she plays D4, but she is now in a position here where she has an isolated pawn that she can deal with. Like Jaime has the isolated pawn D5. You have ways that you can attack it. Bishop C2, Bishop B3. She took on G6, so
going
Rook
for
E1. Yeah, isolated pawn, easy target. She has an easy plan. Rook E1, Knight B3, and just Bishop H4 at some point, maybe trade pieces, take the pawn. Just bully the pawn. I have a long time to get this because those bishops are sharp. E3 is loose. So, I have to be careful even moving my bishop. But Rook E1, Bishop H4 could run into some problems if I move my knight from the D4 square trying to attack the D5 pawn. But nevertheless, we actually do have a just easy, clear target. Not plan, but target on D5 with the isolated pawn.
Yeah. I mean, oddly enough, this trade on G6, which was to wreck black's structure, it gave the bishop a convenient place to hide.
Yeah.
From Irina's knight. And
my Bishop C2, B3 might have been a better idea, but
yeah, black's position looks acceptable. Like, I know there's the isolated pawn, but it's like you still got, anytime white's played F3, it becomes reasonable to take the isolated pawn in general because the E3 weakness will often compensate the D5 weakness.
Yeah, it's very weak, and you have to put something on F2 like Bishop F2 and Rook E1. But even then, you still don't have a clear way to win this pawn. You can play a few more moves: Queen D3, Rook D2. Try to sell Ali Ekin's gun maybe with Rook Queen B1 or Queen D1. I mean, it's just like a lot of maneuvering. Yeah, like Rook C1, right? I understand you. It's just maneuvering right now. No real advantage for either side.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so probably a pretty balanced game here between the pawn weaknesses and the bishop pair for black. Yeah.
By the
And
way,
we
let's go
could
to the
go
bird's
and
eye view real quick. I actually want to check
yeah.
this game with
I think the board 1 game
exactly board 1. That's
is
where I was
kind of
looking at.
clarified.
Yeah, I was looking at that board 1 game there. And she played very well. I mean, this is winning for Black, but it's not like, this is hard. This is not that easy. Of course, these are probably the hardest in games. Are the queen versus pawn. Queen and pawn in games usually are some of the hardest ones. So that's a good move though.
Yes.
Wow, I don't have a perpetual. Dang.
It's definitely the hardest kind of endgame for me.
That was an excellent move. Because look how his queen covers all the checks. So I literally have to, I have to play something like this, queen g5, maybe queen.
The queen has to switch here from the dark squares to the light squares because of this g7 pawn. It's going to be easier to maneuver here and try and give that perpetual.
Wow, that's a good move. I mean, you see how hard this is? Where do you even move right now? This is very difficult. Queen h5 and queen e8 is perpetual, obviously. I can also pick off a pawn if you lose one of the pawns. Maybe we have to give up one to try to queen one. D3, no.
And somehow cover the king with the queen.
Exactly, right. Too many things.
Because that g-pawn's not enough.
Right.
You can't hide behind one g-pawn.
Correct. It's very difficult here.
In fact, normally to like fully hide, you need a g-pawn, an h-pawn, and then a queen on this diagonal.
Right.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot to win a queen ending.
And it's very impressive from Candela here, as we've seen in the last round or the last match. For who was it? Oh, Belmaga, who actually played really good there and was able to draw the board 1s and board 2. Lost to board 3 and 4, so it was very tough, as you just see how you draw the board 1 and 2, but then lose to the 3 and 4. Very difficult format and very difficult players, obviously. But so far so good from Candela here. King g8. So he's going to try to run the king around. He might run the king to the queen side of the board and try to block that way. That's a crazy idea, but it may be possible.
Right, because the c pawn will cut off some angles. So you can sometimes run all the way out with the king and then hide behind the c pawn as it moves down the board. That's like a typical technique.
He's going
all right. So the king couldn't hide on h7. It's headed out there, James, just like you suggested.
He's headed out in the middle of the street, chat. In the middle of the street. I am about to be running with my king. King f6, e5, stuff like that. You got to be careful not to hang g7 with check. I don't think that's possible. Yeah.
We had a question from chat, so maybe we should reinforce this occasion. They said, wait a minute, the team that loses this match is out?
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. Oh, they're gone. They're going home. Pack your bags. You're going home. It didn't work. What a move. Queen e6. Oh, that was sick. And then check takes and in ending completely winning for Black.
Check. Yeah. I'm going to take a second to show that because you're right. That was a sick find right there. But this queen f8 might still provide good defense. But let's just see why white couldn't take on c5. James say you give the check, and nobody's stopping the a pawn.
Nobody's stopping that boy. And we're going to box you out every time you try. Or we can even just give it up. They call that fox in the chicken coop from Jeremy Simmons' in-game course. You go take the pawn over there, and then we'll take the pawns on g and h and queen the g pawn. Very easy. But queen f8 was a nasty resource. Oh, is this
if you come back,
zeros?
She's eating.
Oh.
If you come up to the 5th rank, she's eating with check, right? Oh, so king g6 is forced.
Underdogs.
Now she takes it. The king's too far away to cover e5.
Let's go, underdogs. Let's go, man. Hey, look, I like to see the underdog do their thing here. That was beautiful. Yes, it's got to be a draw now somehow. But he's still fighting because king h6.
This would be hard to win. I think the queen's going to come to like g4 like before. Maybe d4 is a little bit better so you don't let the black queen centralize. In queen endings, it can be really valuable to be who has the queen in the center. So like if we went to g4 trying to come to h4, then maybe after queen e5, black gets a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it's quite annoying.
So
it's quite annoying.
Let's see what she goes for. Queen d4.
Oh, queen h8. You might be setting up a mate and go h4.
A lot of skills.
On h4, queen h8 mate, chat. Oh man, don't let your guard down at all, and don't let that happen to you. This is a national television show. Don't let that happen to you. Okay, h4, queen h8 is gonna be nasty. So queen back.
I said in the preview somebody would have to slow down Oparin, that the dude was a threat to go 4-0. And they're board 4 slowing him down in round 1.
Right, round 1, right? H4 is still a strong move here because queen d2 check, threatening queen a5. I'm also threatening queen h8 still with some perpetual ideas. H4, I think, is a strong move, but let's see what happens. Yeah, queen d2, there's queen g5 immediately defending the pawn. So we play h4, not only setting up some weird mating ideas, but queen d2, queen a5, and then maybe now you may have to go for a perpetual. h4 on the board. She pushing out of her mind right now. I don't know what she had for breakfast today, but definitely we need to take note. Okay, whatever she's on right now, guys, she's definitely playing a great game against Mr. O'Parent here. The board won.
Yeah, we had a great opening, a great middle game. Now we're getting a great queen ending. Who knows how to play great queen endings? That's not reasonable.
Yeah, she's
that's not reasonable.
She and Devoreski. This is chapter 17, page 972. That's what she's doing right now. That's what she's doing, Chad. Wow.
Yeah. I think I didn't do the queen and pawn chapter.
Actually, you know what's funny? I barely went through it. Barely went through the chapter because that's a chapter I don't get a lot of. But it's I barely went through that one. I went through the three rook in game chapters and the 4 pawn in game chapters for sure. You get those.
All right, good move, queen f6. I like it with the idea of going into f7, then f8, giving the perpetual check from behind there.
Right.
Looking pretty safe right now. Pretty safe.
And it might be him going for the perpetual.
G4. I think she could even go g4 here. I don't see anything wrong with that. She'll probably just play no.
Stop listening. Hey, make sure she ain't listening to the program. Chess.com. Make sure she's not listening. Seem like she listening to us. We no assistance. Queen d7.
Yeah.
No, she don't need it. She don't need any assistance right now. She's playing one of the greatest games of her career right now.
So now I'm thinking like maybe queen e5, a4, h5.
Yeah, it looks great. Centralize the queen. And like, who's better? Now obviously this is a draw. Like, this is very difficult. Black's going to have to make some very, very bad moves here for white to be winning. So
instant h5.
Didn't even think about it.
Yeah. Thought about it on the previous move. That's like another advanced chess skill, folks, is like when you think about a move, to predict the next move and plan for it.
Right.
Yeah. Boom. Watch out for
picking
queen
up the pawn?
3 or queen f3.
Second.
Don't
Who's
lose
winning?
the a pawn.
Yeah, don't lose the pawn. Yeah, he's going to have to take a perpet. He's going to have to take the perpetual to not be worse.
Man, she didn't even need the last minute to double check any of this. She's really...
She on form.
She's actually just legit really good at queen and pawn endings. I've rarely seen this.
She's on form. Oh man. Well, while we wait for this one, let's go to the bird's eye view. We do have a result. Jaime was able to take down Irina Krush there. Irina Krush actually lost that game. So she lost, which makes the Spanish Maniac Shrimps go up 1 point right here. And it looks like they may be winning another one with Ituri Zago, who's underrated and very, very strong. And he's playing, his opening, he plays every week. Knight f3 and on c4 stuff. He's looking like he's trying to close that one out. This could be 2 points for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps with 2 games left.
Do you want to see that? I mean,
yeah, let's go take a look at it.
We trust Candela Francisco to hold that end game.
We'll take a look at it.
Go check in on Tuerzaga. He played kind of a technical game against Tang.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes in a technical game, your goal is after 55 moves to get your rook to the 7th rank or something like that. It's like that's the big dream.
Yeah. Right. Classic Catalan type, in game where you just, grind that boy.
Here it looks like he's going to go after this F5 E4 structure with
beautiful.
G4.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. That was beautiful. Knight D6, yeah, and G4. And now you take, and I just have a better structure. I mean, black is definitely chances to hold because you are playing humans. We are humans here, but white's definitely for choice. And we got a pawn too. Aren't we up a pawn? Yeah, we have a clean one.
White's up that little A2 pawn this whole time. And as you predicted, of note, folks, Tang is playing bullet. Auntie said, hey, I asked him, is this guy going to be as good at rapid chess? And he said, well, he's going to play bullet here too.
Yeah, and look at him at 7.4 seconds, right? He one thing about Tang is crazy. He's so fast, but he actually spends a lot of time when he has the time, right? So here, I mean, he lives in this bullet range. I mean, 7.4 seconds is nothing to him. How quick he's moving. It's kind of scary. Like, dang, bro, instantly moving.
Interesting choice right there, James. My instinct would have been to play C5, not A5. On the theory that when there are knights on the board, the further outside past pawn is like much more annoying. But
that's nice.
But this one gives you presence in the center too. So it's not like a simple decision, but went for that, looking to maybe bring this knight in to c5.
Or even knight
back to the
d4,
7th
try to
rank.
trade. Yeah, knight d4 I like too as well. And now we can
Looks for the
push.
trade. Oof.
Mm,
I thought you had to
yeah.
take that trade. Oh no, he would have connected the pass pawns with
yeah.
king e4.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
that's
GG.
sick.
That's GG. That's why knight d4 was sick like that. And then king f. Wow, king f1. What on earth? I would have never went there. Maybe. I guess you could have king on g3. Wow. King f1, king g3. There's h4. We take both pawns. Ooh, that's a good
Now
trade.
you're gonna move the
That one's
rook.
good. Yeah, you got to move the rook here. That was a great trade. Great find from Tang there. Especially no time. 3 seconds on the clock. Rook d6 don't work. Nope. Nothing. Rook d6.
Yeah.
Take. King g3. I think you're lost. Can I play rook d6?
I don't think so.
So close, bro.
There. King e4, king h4, king f3. Oh, but you can't take on f2.
Yeah, I can't take on f2.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's not. It's.
I'm not sure at this speed.
Right, exactly right. There's not enough time left either. Rook d6 was tempting, but you don't have to go for it, says Eri Turkey's. We don't have to go for it. I can just grind this book. Rook h5, rook h5, rook h5, rook h5.
Or rook e4 hitting the knight.
Or rook e4, even cleaner.
Because rook h5,
it's probably
you
draw
lose your knight.
Yeah, it's probably
C6
draw.
is
It's probably draw. Rook h5 take, knight e5 takes, king h4, and then takes, and then he can sack. Rook e4. He's not seeing it yet. There he is.
Yeah,
Okay,
he was checking for it. That's why he stopped. You know, they were sort of like playing bullet moves, and then he got this like flash of like, wait a minute.
Oh yeah, because he had to see knight d3. Yeah, knight d3.
My opponent missed something in bullet, and then
that's sick too. King h4. What?
Spent a moment on it.
I don't understand. You just take the pawn, right?
Yeah, I think the king's safe on h4.
Bro.
He's just throwing things.
Mopping up.
There's a check right back at you, and that's second point
for the Spanish Maniac shrimps. For the shrimps.
But what happened here on another board that we weren't watching? Diabate came back and won the game against Pichot.
Oh, he won. Let me see.
How?
Let me see. Yeah, he was.
What?
It was like equal. There was 2 bishops there. That was that crazy game with the king in the center.
Yeah, I mean, Elshon was down a pawn for sort of nothing in the aftermath of that, and eventually goes on to win this game.
Whoa!
They got into a wild fight.
This right? Look at this position. What is going on right now? Oh, time trouble.
I'll tell you this: Pichot is a bit of a butcher. You know, he's more of like
slice and dice,
like the guy who knocks out kings, and the guy who sits around counting pawns for 65 moves.
Wow.
So he had his extra pawn, but he sacked the rook here to just take it to the white king.
Oh, that's the whole
Look
rook.
at this.
That's the whole thing.
He's not even recap.
Oh, he don't care about life. That's a scary man.
Yeah. And, I don't know how good or bad it was. We don't have time to go over every single game, but let's just say that was like a risky version of technique.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was very scary. Elshon was able to hold the composure there and at least score 1 for the Maniac Shrimp. So it's only a 1-point game. Not much. Round 1, so nobody was able to break away from anyone. And you have to remember this is an elimination match, so both parties should be satisfied at least. It's only a 1-point game. We're going into round 2, different matchups, different lineups, different color switches, and etc. So, I mean, lots of chess left in that aspect. So both teams doing well.
Big comeback from Diabate, and it sort of shows the value of that decision that a GM will make where they say, I would rather just lose a pawn than go all in on a position I don't believe in, right? Like go all in on trying to hang on to that piece when he just thinks that the position's dead.
Right.
And, he's just down a pawn, but he eventually, that keeps him in the game, and he eventually comes out on top and scores the point for his team. So that takes us to the end of round 1. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with round 2 of this elimination match and see which of these teams can keep their nerves together.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir.
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at that. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, no, I speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing?
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing?
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
Gonna box me,
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Inside the Ivy Leagues with Grandmaster Andrew Tang. He's currently giving us a view of a Princeton dorm room in which he probably plays some long hours of Bullet at night. I know that college is probably when I played the most Blitz and Bullet in my life.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now, actually, for me, it's now where I'm at now in my life. And also the that beer pong table there, Chad, you see, he is in college here. So that's definitely a table. He was like, oh, no more beer pong. Let me set up. I got to play the match, right? So he's doing that also with pawns that David mentioned on his shirt there. You mentioned
that's right. Got to play the match. Got to play the match. Two-time Bullet Chess Championship runner-up the last 2 years. In fact, senior at Princeton, majoring operations research and financial engineering. So here he is in the debut. First round, he took it to his Bullet skills, and it was not quite enough against Iturrizaga, who had a slight edge the whole time, honestly, right? But caught advantage of a tactical possibility in that Bullet phase. And let's look at the lineups or the scores, board by board scores from last round. We had Jaime Santos, scoring a point on board 1 for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps. But then we had upsets.
Yeah,
it
we
was not
definitely-
by the books.
Yeah, it's not by the books here, right? As you see, I mean, some crazy stuff happened in those rounds. Zaga got his win. Jaime got his win there, right? We got a loss there, as well. So, but it's interesting.
And a half point for the board 4. Grigory Oparin, the big strength on board 1 for Charlotte Cobras. He's held to a draw by somebody 500 points lower rated in the first round. This takes us to round 2 pairings. We'll see if Candela Francisco can keep it up as she goes up against Andrew Tang.
Woo.
And the beer pong. And Mora Diabati and Crush will take the black pieces against the top 2 boards of the Maniac Shrimps, Jaime Santos and Alain Pichot. And we've got a 1-point lead for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps here. 6 points to go if they want to stay in the league. And the Cobras need 7.
That's it, right? That's it. 6 and 7 there, but very possible. It's another round. You reset and play your best chess here. No matter who you lined up with is the goal here. It's all about those lineups and how you're feeling in that game as games are about to start right now. So we see Aaron paired up against Aturi Zaga there. D4.
This is a heavyweight battle.
Woo-wee! Heavyweights. C4. We'll be going with E6, probably a standard E6. There it is.
Give me a Nimzo.
And there it is. There go your Nimzo, E3. We get a lot of E3 practice today, huh?
Yeah.
A lot of E3 practice.
Yeah. We'll know what we're doing by the end.
Sorry, Zaga
pausing.
Thinking about the files. What do I want to play? D5, C5. I could castle immediately. I have B6 as an option. There's so many options.
Man, you're like the voiceover if it were a movie, because like as you say that, he's like looking up and he's like going that. It's like that's exactly the voiceover.
Right.
B6, I could castle D5.
Which one
this is becoming very popular. Castle and D5, and when White plays A3 later, he's not giving up the bishop, right? It's coming home.
You can even play C6 here, which is a nice move. Rook E8, more Queen's Gambit decline style. C6, bishop to D6, more of a Carlsbad structure. You have minority attack from White. Pretty simple plans. But you can't put the bishop on F5 in a regular Queen's Gambit decline because the bishop on D3 is already there. So you have to figure out where to put it. He puts it on F8. You see that a lot. B6, bishop B7. Kind of like how we saw in, I think, the Pranav game when we played black in that game.
Yeah, and we're getting a little glimpse of maybe some like team openings or some team prep or something, right? Because we're seeing some of the same ideas in multiple games, right? Because his teammate last round, Pichot, played rook E8, bishop F8 real quick. Whereas Oparin's teammate, Irina Crush, she was playing this structure here with like bishop D2, F3. And Mora Diabati was playing this as well with White. So I wonder if there's a little team prep going on.
Yeah, a little team prep. Hey, check the file. This is what we playing today, y'all. And like everybody play it. Even if you've never played it again in your life. But yeah, we're playing it today. All right, cool. And then just lose. It's like, okay, perfect.
I mean, a lot of these people have they're they've got pretty serious chess careers behind them. They've logged some 20,000 games. They have access to a lot of different lines, so they can say like, yeah, you think we should play this against them? Let's do it. I think they're capable of switching, switching it up or picking openings, based on what they see from the other team.
Absolutely, pairing with a very classical move, Queen to C2. You see this all the time. Not only does it put pressure down the C file, and if you play C6 and you do weaken the squares around the dark squares, at least B6, A5, C5. So he goes with B5, but now there may not be any C5. That's a nice move.
Right.
B5 is actually pretty nice. Maybe just rook C1. It's a very simple move.
That would become hard to play. I think he's finally going to get Oparin to think here, but before B5 was played, Oparin had like 9:51 or 9:52 on the clock out of 10 minutes. So he was definitely getting the position that, he was comfortable with until this point. Now he's got to react energetically because Black's grabbing space and weaknesses at once. And if you're White, you want to make sure that the weaknesses are part of the factor.
Right. Yeah, it's actually a very nice move too with this B5 though. This B5 push, bishop B7, etc. Maybe knight D7, and finally play C5 at some point. Lots of flexibility. Also C4 square, quite weak. So pretty cool. We'll see what happens. Look at the bird's eye view.
Logical moves. Logical moves here are E4.
Okay.
Rook FC1.
Got it.
those are the moves. Like if you want to make something good happen for white, if you want to try and react to b5. So he's going to be looking in those directions, I think. Like very often, if your opponent plays b6 or b5 and you're a little ahead in development, you rush e4. He plays a very simple maneuvering move, and I'm going to guess that he sort of missed his moment for an opening advantage, despite thinking heavily on that move. We're going to take it to the overview and check out all the boards.
Tang already with a winning advantage. I'm definitely curious to look at what's happening on that board too there.
Who has a winning advantage?
It looks like Tang.
Tang?
Tang, that's what it says on the engine, obviously. But of course, let's look at it from a human standpoint, practically, when we get to the board there. Yeah, this looks like some type of Benoni. Yeah, and of course, Benoni's even King's Indian, and engine constantly says white is better. But you always know people still play Benoni and King's Indian because you're playing human.
Well,
so
can you really though? I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I am with you there, especially if you look at the database. The stats are not good for the black side.
I used to
King's Indian.
I used to play the Benoni, and I was like, yeah, maybe I can't do this.
Yeah, in fact, and then I didn't even know that Benoni means son of sorrow. So I was like, oh, this is just terrible. Why is this even a thing, right? Back in the days of town.
Behind me here.
Oh, you do? Wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Modern Benoni, son of sorrow, right there on the
Sorrow.
bookshelf.
Yeah, so that one's pretty tough because white just gets all the space. As you see the position here, look at the eval bar. I mean, this is crazy. This is insane. Bishop on a6. What is that piece? Okay, bishop on g7. Pride and Joy looks really, really good though. And then white has space. I have a pawn on d5. I can play e5 or f5 eventually, but rook a7's coming. Oh my goodness, b5's hanging in some cases. This is very ugly.
When a bishop is really bad, people sometimes make fun of it by saying like that bishop's basically just a tall pawn, right?
Right.
In this case, it's a bad pawn. It's like backwards on an open file. It's like a weakness. Like
it's a terrible pawn.
This bishop is a bad pawn.
Like, man, that's a terrible pawn. No, it's a bishop. No, bro, that's a pawn. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Oh my god. The queen b7. It's hard to watch this, man. The bishop on a6 is again not even a bishop. It looks exactly the same as the pawn.
So what's coming next? Like queen a2, knight to b8.
Sheesh.
And then you can take on b5 if you want, or really do whatever.
Knight b6 was the choice here.
He's looking to try and sack something. She's looking to sack something with knight a4.
You just play bishop f3. Yeah, because there's some stuff on the dark square diagonal.
Now he's saying he's just going to play like e5 and d6 while you're playing knight a4.
I wonder if this is in her repertoire, or if she chose to choose this today. If she just chose this today, or if this is already in her repertoire. But this was definitely.
If she played like a normal move order into it.
e6.
She played. Yeah, she was going for this. She even allows the knight c3, the most aggressive variations for white. So she wanted this opening. Yeah, she did. Yeah,
she went for this. She went for this.
But now she's not wanting it.
I was like, hey, can we redo Chess.com? You want to draw, bro? We can draw it. And like, it's not going to happen here. But she is making some type of pressure, at least on the dark square diagonal. You can maybe make a move like rook to a3 here and queen to a2. You've seen lots of games like this. The Eliakin's gun. Yeah, it's very nice sequence. Rook c3, and just try to play queen a2 and etc. That bishop is extremely strong. Maybe just bishop d4 too as well. You can do anything in this position because the position is really bad for black.
The one thing you shouldn't do is like the first move that occurred to me. It's like queen a2, bishop takes c3.
Yikes!
So don't take your eyes completely off the board. It's a good position for white. I think maybe e5 is strong because you're just blocking that bishop out in a more permanent way, so you don't need to worry about your knight. You're basically saying, like, is black ever going to take and let you play d6?
Oh my goodness! I mean, you can't. You're right. You can't even play e5. I mean, e5 is good. Bishop d4, rook a3, lots of moves, and it's pretty tough there. Wow. Chat has learned not to play Benoni versus Tang. Yeah, you're right, J-Cog. You're right. Just don't play it against Tang. Benoni, you may be able to get some good positions, but not against certain players. And Tang.
Now, the next thing that chat needs to do is just always imagine that your opponent is Tang, and then you'll have stopped.
You'll never play the Benoni. That makes sense. That makes total sense, chat. Okay.
Bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4.
Okay, bishop d4. A solid move that you suggested. I think e5 was the right spirit. You got to just stomp on the Benoni. But okay, bishop d4.
Yeah, bishop d4, right?
Still looking good.
Positional.
Pawn on a6, still looking bad.
Queen takes d4, and it's just a clean. It's just a positional nightmare for black here. Looks like white's gonna pick this one up. It's gonna take some time. Let's take a look at our board's eye view. See if we have anything else interesting here. It looks like Jaime is a little bit better engine wise. Elshan, we got to take a look at the position, see what's going on over there. Oh, this looks like a Oh, it's not a Sicilian. The pawn still on the C file. So I don't know what this position was. Let's take a look at Jaime's game there.
Guess like a Philidor or something.
Yeah,
but yeah,
maybe a Philidor. That's a great call.
let's
Maybe a
have a look.
Philidor. Philidor D6
I
C6.
struggled
Oh
to
yeah,
find
he
it.
played
Okay, it's
C5
going to
too
be
as well.
H4.
Pretty good. You play C5 in there and pawn.
So let's see if we can find what opening it was. A 4 knights.
Oh, okay.
Slow A3 H3. And so now it's kind of a reversed exchange. Ruy Lopez, White's playing the black side of the Ruy Lopez. You get the maneuver. Key factor here, White's able to keep control over F4 with the G3 move. And now he's just getting frisky. He's like, I'm ready and you're not, so let's put all the tension on the board.
All right. Break open, F4, C5 coming. And with the king in the center is one thing, especially what book is that? Art of Attack. One chapter is attack on the castled king and attack on the uncastled king. And this is very good I highly recommend the book if you've never went through it, but it's a very nice attacking book to just learning literally the art of attacking chess. So it's very nice here to have C5 played by Jaime after the C5 move is nice.
Yeah.
Just opening up the lines and say, you're in the center still. So I think there's a few more moves after this. I don't think this is the live position. What happened?
And if you're Elshon, how are you feeling about where your king should be?
That's a good question. Well, can't cancel king side, can't cancel queen side. So I guess we're just about to chill right here. If I had a square, it would be C8. But that's going to be a while to get over there. My king is in the dead center. I just want it to be at least off center by a little bit. King C8, if that's even possible. That's going to take some moves. And I got to cross the D file, which you got a lot of stuff on the D file right now. So it's pretty scary for the black king, for sure.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe to kill bishop takes C4. Normally you
David
sack the knight and you keep
like
the bishop,
that.
right?
Whoa. Come on, David.
I was thinking of sending this knight here.
Oh my
and then I
goodness.
realized black has a defense. Knight takes E4.
Ooh,
covering
gross.
D6, hitting your queen, hitting the bishop, and you're like, maybe I went too all in.
Yeah, it is. But you also have knight D6 there and take and win the exchange, but you down a piece.
Mhm.
King's in the center. But yeah, that's some nasty, some scary
You go
stuff.
knight D6. I don't think you even pick up the exchange, unfortunately. Look at this crazy
queen D6.
resource for black,
my
and your queen's
goodness.
undefended.
Yikes. That could easily
The
happen.
famous recapture to get out of danger, right? Boom.
Crazy. And then bishop C7 doesn't work. Man, this is
Bishop
because the knight
C7,
defends
and the
H8.
rook is
What a line. What a line.
An incredibly long series of lucky details for
Queen
black
D6
there.
and knight defends.
Do not rely on being that lucky, folks.
Oh man, it doesn't work. He probably
But
calculated
after
that
quite
too.
a bit of thought, Jaime had to back off. He was like, none of these sacks is doing it just yet. Now knight D7, challenging that bishop, trying to control this diagonal to get castled, right? This unopposed bishop is a menace.
Oh, it's definitely an absolute menace here. You have to. The question is, do we move it or not? What if we go F5, bishop H5? Okay, I understand. Takes. He
Warned
took
you,
that
buddy.
boy so
Snaps
fast.
it off.
Bro, he took it as fast as it got there. You couldn't even breathe. He took that boy off the board. Oh
Yeah.
man,
He's like, I hate that piece on C5. It
give
has
me the
got to
piece
go.
now. But look at the attack. I mean, look at the initiative from White here. Everything is
Yeah.
pointing to White being better. Knight takes E5 on tap at F7's hanging. Right,
Yeah.
casting.
And I think he's going to E5 anyway, whether or
Yeah.
not there's a pawn to capture on that square.
Beautiful. 95 castles, and then G takes F4, opening the G file next. Yeah, very scary here.
Having to think. The difficulty level is very high for White. Like, the position might be good for White, but this is like a position where you have to be very precise as White. You have to find not obvious moves, right? Like bishop E2 retreating off of C4, but you have to invest the time to check if the sack works or not.
That's
right?
true.
And then when black's taking on F4, you have to decide, are we sacking this pawn or not, right? The whole bishop H5 idea, what to do against G6, are you sacking? Are you sacking the bishop or are you retreating? It's very, very difficult. So
G4 is a really
in a rapid game, easy to bungle this kind of position as White. Even when you're looking at the position, you've got a good position, but you're just not sure of the moves.
And closing out sometimes it's just difficult to do. It's not always the easiest. After bishop G4, bishop takes C8, and rook D7 is some nasty threats here. If bishop takes G4, H takes G4, castles, rook D7. How do you stop this? Like, wait a second here. This is such a big idea that I don't even see a way out of. What does the eval bar say? Is that 3 + 3?
Something like that.
So it
Yeah,
says I'm
it's
up a
saying white's
piece,
pretty good.
and I'm not up a piece right now, right? So this is very, very bad for. I mean, that was a sick move. Rook D7 is coming no matter what you do.
Yeah. So if I were
F5.
trying to relieve the pressure with like the really straightforward moves as a human, the first thing I would calculate, right, is sort of trade off the undeveloped bishop on c8, bring the rook to d8 to trade that rook. But after a simple move, rook d8 for white, I'm realizing the king can't head to the queen side because of knight f7.
And if queen takes, you have rook d1, and again,
so the rook has to stay trapped, and then as you say, the rook comes to d1 again, and now we're gonna end up trading our queen for this rook. Like we're not, we're not getting through
that's
this.
Game
situation.
over. Queen c7, rook d7, queen d7, knight d7, king d7, queen e5, and then queen h8 and GG. You can just hit the button, bro. You can just hit the resi button. GG. Start a new game, picking off everything. Picking off everything. I mean, that was such a strong move. Bishop g4. You see a head shake there from Elshan because he's realizing everything is around this rook d7 thing because of bishop g4. He plays queen b6 in the live position.
Yeah, plays queen b6 in the live position. But notice Jaime, despite the good position, is still lower on time. And in general, you'll more often see the person with the advantage will have more time on the clock, right? Because there's like pressure on the person with the bad position.
Right.
But here you can see that there's this heavy responsibility for Jaime to find difficult moves, right? And he's having to work really, really hard here. Got to go to d6. He does.
Yes, queen d6 is there. And after, let's go to the bird's eye view. After having a draw in the first round, Oparin is getting hit in this round. Turizaga is swinging after. I mean, like we already talked about how underrated Turizaga is after taking out Tang in the first game here. Now beating Oparin. Oparin is definitely in some trouble right now, guys. What is?
He's up in exchange and 1 to 2 doubled pawns on the d file.
Queen e7 was such a bad move. Apparently, maybe he has knight h5 or knight f5. Yep.
Yeah.
Here it is. Look at him.
Get a pawn back.
Yeah.
But it was retreat.
You know what? It was probably knight f5 because knight h5 the engine went back down. But I mean that's crazy that it was between both one or the other. Wow. That's sick, man. Chess is hard. Knight f5 I guess was just better. Then takes rook g3 check. King f8, queen h5. Oh, bishop h6. Oh, he was lost. Knight f5 was sick.
You're saying knight f5 was completely winning.
Knight f5.
If you take,
you do rook g3, and then I take on h5. And if you go king f8, bishop h6.
Mate, king h8, mate.
Knight f5. So you had to move the queen, and then you had to do something like knight h6, and then you hit f7. Wow. Yeah, that was winning.
The queen has to move, and you get f7 instead of h5.
Yeah. Knight h5 was too quick. He just moved a little bit too quick there.
Man, that was a huge opportunity. And notice this position is tactically wild, and the players are pretty low on time for this complicated a position.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes to 1.5 minutes. So whatever the engine may be saying in Black's favor, from the human perspective, I would say this is just a complete toss-up right now.
Yeah.
2 minutes
and
white.
I'm taking white. I'm not gonna lie. I would take white. I love to be on the
white.
attack.
Okay.
I love to be on the attack. Bishop g5 is like there. Even the eval bar going up a little bit. Bishop g5 is in the air. f6 and bishop maybe h4, h6, something like that.
I think he's feeling so much stress. He just wants to bail out with rook e1. I think that's why he played rook e6. And I am wrong again.
Rook f6. What do we do here? We need some pieces available. Maybe bishop d3. No, he has 95. That's super annoying. Wow, what do you do about this one?
Back to h5. Maybe?
H4, I like it, big fella. The engine does
H4.
not like it at all. But I definitely am a fan of it myself. Just to soften it. Some more h5. Take on g6.
Yeah. He's on the other team, but Jaime would approve of this move, I think, because his chess.com username is h4 para h5. Like play h4 in order to play h5, right?
That's so funny. I like that. I like that style of play from him. H4 just to play h5.
94 coming for a Turizaga. That could diffuse a lot of what White's got going on the dark squares.
There's a head shake from Turizaga shaking his head here with 1:07 on the clock. Oparin trying to figure out what do I do right now.
If he plays f3 to keep that knight out, his rook is stuck.
It's pretty gross.
That's it for that rook.
Ooh, whoa, he gave it back. He just said, I'm going to get the exchange back.
Gave it right back.
Yeah, he just said, I'm going to give it all back. It's getting kind of annoying. So let me just give it back to you. Knight takes f6. Probably got to do that on tap.
He was just tired of getting his rook chased around by white's minor pieces. It's a lot of pressure. 1 minute on the clock.
Whoa, bishop g5, bro. This is getting sick right now. Oh my goodness. This is wow. Tactics everywhere.
Looks like you have to take it with the knight.
Oh man, first
and then he's going to throw in the check on f6 before
takes.
recapturing. He's going to take the h pawn. Yeah.
Real quick, we do have another result. Let's go to the bird's eye view real fast to show that Jaime actually won. He beat Elshan here. Elshan went down and of course just got basically made it in a few. It looks like so.
I sort of thought that would be the first game decided.
Yeah, another point for the Shrimps there. And Allen looks like he's slightly winning too as well. Sheesh, they trying to run away with it. The Shrimps are very, very scary. They are a strong team. We do know this. They're trying to run away.
That game had that checkmate feel to it, you know?
Yeah, like, you knew it was coming.
Attack. This is where we were. I just like seeing checkmate. So I mean, I don't know if it's in the run of show or not, but we're going to go bishop d7 check. We're going to play bishop c6, keeping the queen and rook boxed out.
Right.
So there'll be no rebounds for the black pieces here. Trying for a desperate checkmate on b2.
Knight g6. Oh, hitting!
Rip, knight g6.
Hit. And then f takes and queen f6. Get him off the board, my guy.
Oh, he doesn't even take it back.
He was like, man, I didn't even mother take that, bro. I don't even want to try it. 97.
This is game going for the last ditch. Yeah. Checks. All with checks.
Everything check. That's a check. Another check. Another check. Another check. And then he just hit the button.
And here he resigned, but it's going to be gf4, and then the rooks can finish it.
Yeah. Even queen g7 is nice too. Like you have everything, and the rooks can finish it. He just hit the button.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's just made in 2 with queen g7.
Queen g7. Yeah. Queen g7, king h5, bishop f7. Beautiful.
All right. So I feel good now. Because I like to just, I like to see a great game.
That was a great game.
Just some smashing tactics here and there.
Might as well go to board 4 there.
Another game now.
Oh yeah,
and
Tang
you were
game
saying that
finished.
Pichot might have a good advantage. Should we check that?
Absolutely. Tang won. That's going to put the Cobras up 2.5 there. They get their extra point. So this might end 2.5, 4.5.
Okay. So let's see. Pichot's got 2 rooks, a bishop, and a queen, and they're all looking at the same square.
Knight e8. Okay, hold on. Tactics since
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
I was just about to say, yeah, there it is. Yep, there it is. Spinkers, rook g7. You can just hit the button, and she does rook g7, and that cleans up. And Allen takes that one away.
All right.
Puts the Shrimps
bounces back from round 1. Shows that strength. So far this round is 2-1 for the Maniac Shrimps, and we got this game going still.
Pairing.
Turzage gave up the exchange, but he's still up a pawn, and he could keep the Shrimps in good position here in this match.
He's so strong. He's very underrated. I mean, like really underrated player. Turzage, I remember him playing in many Arena Kings and Title Tuesdays, taking down some strong players, the likes of Hikaru and Farouja, and he was playing very, very good chess. So here, every time I see the name, I know who it is. Very strong. He's doing it again. Once again here, trying to close this one out. Quite equal, but I'm up a pawn.
Yeah. Exciting move from him, e3 there. 20 seconds against 30 seconds. So he's closed that time gap quite a bit. Oparin had 2 extra minutes before.
It says engine like they're completely winning now. How do we close this out? What's the first? We got to deal with b5, right? So that's first. Okay, bishop c4.
Oh, that's nice. Queen f4 to c4 is the maneuver. So he holds the whole queen side together there and trades a piece. Looking brutal. He would have to just sort of flag or some kind of miracle mouse slip kind of situation to lose this game. Maybe even to draw the game. But this is looking really good for the Shrimps here.
Oh, and after I can take on a4. So you might have... Wait, I'm not just... He's going for the perpet. He's going for the perpetual. Is it possible?
Okay. King h7. And then the queen can always cover the pawn.
King g7.
Nope, it's got to go to h7.
h7. Yeah, king h7, queen f6 or e7, and we go queen c4. And we sitting pretty there. King h6. He says, I'm running out in the middle of the street. Come and get me if you can.
Oh my God.
Catch me if you can. f5, blocking with the pawn.
Too stressful. Too stressful.
King out
Gets
in the
out of
middle
check
of
for
the
one
street.
move. That's all
Who's
he
getting
needed.
mated?
Well
Whoa.
done. Nope.
Not today. All right. King G3 would have been almost mate there. So he goes
9
king F4.
seconds.
I'm going to block with the queen a few checks if I can. Wow.
So the disaster scenario is you're trying so hard to win that you flag.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah, we've seen
there's
that.
no way to lose the position, but you just flag.
We've seen that with Soupy earlier today against Howell. Yeah, this is tough with white, man. You don't have a lot of checks, and I actually am threatening stuff like G5. Just keep advancing. F4, G5. He checks first. His light check.
Queen 25.
Little triangulation. Little
That's
triangle. Oh my
That's
goodness.
it.
Classic right triangle, says Hikaru. Classic right. Wow, that was beautiful.
He does it. All right. We said Ituruzaga was a beast. We said he was a beast. He delivered. That was such a difficult, complicated game. You know, with Oparin, with the exchange sack, the play. He was tired of getting chased around. He sacked back the exchange, and then he ground him down. 3-1 win for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps in round 2.
Wow.
Total score in the match is going to be now 5.5, 2.5.
Dang, I was not thinking it was going to go like this. This is actually, this could be over in the next round. But of course, maybe it's another 2. Again, we actually had the same type of scenario in the first match where, you know, they just bounced back and the Gnomes just like, what? Where did they come from? And then they won the match. We can see the same thing with the Cobras. Again, it's about those lineups. But right now, the Shrimps are looking like they are the ones on top right now in this elimination match.
Yeah, they only have a half point more, as you mentioned. They only have a half point more than the lead that the Capybaras had this morning at this point in the match.
Right.
And the Capybaras ended up losing that match in regulation, not even a tiebreak. So it could happen, but the amount of pressure and stress in this elimination situation on the Charlotte Cobras is just mounting and mounting and mounting. And can they keep it together? We'll have to see when we come back for round 3.
I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. You know, just don't keep your rating up." And I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. You know, just don't keep your rating up." And I'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to become a GM. That's ridiculous." So that mentality was something I had to escape. This was not the Black Bear School mentality, but the park ecosystem for me was Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Definitely foster this idea because it's kind of a little bit of a hustle mentality that you keep your rating low and you try to win some money in tournaments.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pro Chess League here on Chess.com. We have our first elimination match of the season. The PCL format this season says anytime a team wins 3 matches, that's it. They're like, goodbye. That's enough from you. And it's tough, and it's a lot of pressure for those teams.
Absolutely. As you see this team here, I mean, they're Cobras are on the brink of elimination here right now. Now there is 2 rounds left, and they are down by 3, but it is just not looking the greatest right now. Of course, they didn't get off to a great start, but there's still chess left. Look at the stack lineup here. We got O'Pairings, Liang, Naroditsky, Jacobson, Tang, Mordiabadi, Arena Crush, Pakidze, and Antova. These are very, very strong players here, but just not able to get the job done right now with 2 rounds to go. So we got to shake it off, says the Cobras here, as we move into the match score and see what everybody's looking like. 2.5 to 5.5 right now, guys. As you see there, O'Pairings at a 0.5 point going into the round 3. That's tough for board 1 there. Andrew Tang with 1, Elshan with 1 as well. And as you see the other side there, 2, 1, and 2 respectively. Santos, Pichot, and Itarizaga there. So David, this is tough, man. They got a comeback to do. Cobras, that is.
Yeah, it's a very tough start to the match for them. That team is just stacked with American talent. I mean, it's like they got so many people. They got 2 U.S. champions.
I like that team. I
2
love
U.S.
Charlotte.
women's champions.
Yes, sir.
They've got Tang, the Phenom. They've got a Wonder Liang, Daniel Naroditsky, Brandon Jacobson. I mean, this team is like crazy. But they're 2 points away from being gone. So they're gonna have to start scoring 3.5 every round from here.
Yeah.
And that is a tall order, but let's see what the matchups are this round and see if there's a way for them to do it. Looking at these matchups, James, which of these games are winnable for the Cobras?
Elshan's game, I would say there for he's just facing a lower rated opponent. Now, of course, Candela been swinging. She drew O'Pairings, okay? Now, as on paper, it looks like Elshan should be able to take WFM Candela, but that's another story on the board because she has been playing great chess here. We also have O'Pairings versus Allen here. That one might be in O'Pairings' favor. I think it is, but O'Pairings hasn't been playing the greatest, and sometimes that can go in every round for you. I mean, it's hard to shake that off sometimes, but he's going to have to do that here in this 3rd round and try to shake it off and just say, hey, let's play another game and try to win this one for the team here because we are behind.
Yeah. I mean, the tough matches for the Cobras. So like you said, the 2 that would be like the most in their favor, perhaps. The tough matches for them are going to be Black against Jaime Santos, who's 2-0. But not just that last game, that game he played, that was a confidence boosting game. That was like, a real beatdown.
Right.
That he administered. And when you play like that, then you're feeling yourself afterwards.
Yeah, you really are. So, in fact, you're like, I can't lose, right? Like, bring me anybody. Where's Magnus? Like, okay. Let's see how
you guys want to sub in Magnus because you're down 3 points. I think you might want to
go get Magnus, bro. And then, then you'd be saying other words after that. So, but at the same time, they know what they have to do, that Cobras, that is. And also the Shrimps know what they have to do. 3 points away as we have something classical here. Let's see what we got. We got a Cecile. Okay, a Cecilia Neidorf. Oh, okay. He went classical. All right, we got a Roser. These are actually sharp, though. Yeah, he went classical. Very sharp Roser stuff here. Love playing this. In fact, on the Cobras team, I know Brandon Jacobson is the one that is very, very good at this opening with the black pieces. Checking the database, looking at his games. Actually, I had to prep against him, and I saw he was very good with this classical Sicilian. He was very good. Win percentage high, losing very low, very small percentage of games. So pretty good choice here, I think, from O'Pairings.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's like the thing is also to check just like prep, like do you skip out of your opponent's prep or not, right? And we see O'Pairings, well over the 10 minutes he started with, Pichot starting to think a little bit. So he has made it to a sort of normal Sicilian kind of looking position where his opponent is not booked up the wazoo. And that's the thing about playing the white side of the Sicilian is you often need some very, very specific moves at the ready if you want to get the advantage. Otherwise, Black can just sort of be very comfortable playing the structure they know, playing for queenside counterplay. The moves can be not too difficult for Black. to find once they get out of the first moves in the
Oh,
opening.
100%. And actually, so far, I mean, looking at this from both sides, actually, White, wow, the engine been up a lot. I guess he's already in trouble from what? Oh, the E5. Is it now? E5?
Oh, let me put that on a board for people to
Oh
see.
my goodness, he just blundered.
I don't know if that was some inspiration or if you saw a whiff of the computer, but E5.
Oh no, that's
then
just
you take
looking up. Yeah, I don't even have the engine on.
D7 drops. All right.
Yeah, D7 drops. Yeah. I mean, I got hit with
Good.
this in a dragon before. I remember that.
Canty just had his eyes open. So E5, man, Oparin took it for granted for a moment, played a normal move.
E5 is
Pichot sniff
devastating.
something?
It's game over, dog. Look at him. Look at it. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's like, bro, are you kidding me? Look at his face.
Yeah, he's got that furrowed brow.
He's
Like,
bro,
did you really?
What? Bro, what?
Oh, and Oparin's just, like I think he may have noticed it now, and he's just, oh God, nothing's going my way today.
E5 is a sick move.
The thing is, this knight doesn't have a great move otherwise, right? The bishop on E7's undefended. You go to D5, you
really
get
bad.
traded off with the tempo on
I
the
mean,
queen.
like, what do you even do after E5? I think that might be a resi moment, bro. Maybe 8. Yeah, you just lose. You're literally just done. I think you just lose a piece on E5.
Yeah.
Jesus, that's crazy there. What resources do I use to study the Najdorf? I do use Chessable. I also use Forward Chess. I have gear. I have all 4 or 5 courses there is on Chessable for the Najdorf, including Geary's, Sheparinos, Raphael Lido's, Kolovics as well, and the Najdorf.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, I'm nasty with the
Najdorf. You're not putting in the work. You're putting in 3 times the work.
And I have on Forward Chess. It's by David Vigorito. It's an old book. David Vigorito.
Yeah,
it's a nice. He recommends knight c6 against the Selzen, so it's pretty nice. But it's yeah, a lot of Najdorf work, chat.
Yeah,
a lot of Najdorf work. Yeah, E5 on the board. Oh my goodness, E5 is on the board. He played the move. Oparin looking, and he's like, "What do I even do right now?"
He had a long think. Oparin threw in B4, and he was ready for it. He'd calculated everything. That's that that double checking, that seriousness from the GM, right? So he's double checked everything, and I think an important line here is this trick. Like why one of the reasons the knight's on E2 is that like right here you could get rocked by rook D8.
Boom.
Right, but
you
got the knight. You hold it together.
Oh, nice C1.
Pawn stopping bishop G5, and you hold on to the extra queen.
Right, that hurts. Yeah, that one's gonna hurt. Oh, Jocelyn just went live. That's funny. Jose Martinez just went live of the Capybaras on Twitch. So just in case you guys want to follow him or watch his stream, streaming.
This could be the match. I mean, if Oparin drops to 1.5 out of 3, like what can your team do? This is your leader.
Think about this, David. You have no move here. When you have no move, what do you do, right? E5, you're losing a piece. You're gonna lose something. Okay, even knight D5, bishop E7, C takes D. I mean, like E takes D. You're losing a piece in every
Another way to lose a piece.
I mean, I don't know how you get out of this. It's a really tough situation. Wow, he just played way too fast here and got caught with something nasty.
Yeah, he slipped up. He castled quickly. Just sort of a normal looking move. And Pichot, like often players both skip by the same thing. You know, if they're trying to like play quickly and they just don't notice that there's like a detail, they just play a normal move. But no, Pichot was like,
something's wrong here.
Paying attention, friend? Because I'm paying attention.
Right. The move actually was supposed to be H6 instead of castles. That's what the theory goes by. Now, okay, after Queen A5, he's just down a piece. But he's trying to play Rook D8 in this case, obviously.
Play Rook D8.
You just play Queen C6, Queen D2, Queen D anything. Maybe not D3, that loses, but Queen C6, Queen D2, and we'll reroute the Queen to E1. There's no B3 threats. I mean, this is just up a piece.
I don't know about this theory, but it occurred to me between round 2 and 3, I was thinking about it, and I was like, maybe because the Maniac Shrimps had to come through that qualification process, maybe they don't have the same nerves as some of the other teams. Like maybe like they're like they had to fight to be here.
They hungry. Like they're still hungry.
Nothing's given to them, right?
Right.
And so maybe they just like they're used to in the qualifier. Every single game you play, it's like elimination, right?
Yeah.
Because only one team is getting in.
When you get when they trying to kill you every single game, and saying that you can be done. They definitely bounce back and they play their life out in these games. And as you see, I mean, Alan Pichot is just crushing this game. This is going to be game over. We're going to count this up Alan here and the Spanish Maniac Shrimp. So let's go to the full board over here, or bird's eye view, to see what we have.
Absolutely.
See what else is going on, because that is
See if
looking
anyone
really
else
bad
on
for
the team
opener.
is coming through like Alan.
Yeah.
I thought another board that would be tough for the Cobras, that would be dangerous, would be black against Jaime. So what do you make of that position?
What's going on there? It's like an Italian. No, it's not. Maybe some type of Roy. What the heck is this opening? Whatever that is. Yeah, it looks and then the bishop on G7 too, quite standard. Ooh, Queen D2 though. I'm gonna take Jaime here because I can castle queenside and go G4. I just know my style of play and obviously the positions. And when you can attack like this, I mean, there it is.
That's
G4
his style
on the
of
board.
play
Come on,
too,
baby.
James.
Let's go, Jaime. Let's go. Swing on him. G4. I love that
Yeah.
type of chess. I understand. You just go for him, right? You just go
Throws
for
that
him.
G4.
Now I'll go H4 too. It might be a knight G5 in there. Like,
yeah.
I mean, this is
Gotta live
crazy.
up to that name. H4 para H5.
Exactly right. H4
Throwing the
is
pawns.
spicy. My guy, that is a move there for the
We
book.
saw that aggression from him in round 2 as well, and he is probably feeling it. And this is what I said about chess players, though. Like, if you look at him, he just looks like a normal dude.
Here's a
You'd
line
just be
too.
like, he's just some guy. Maybe he's watching TV.
All right,
no,
he's chilling.
He's like looking at a checkmate 10 moves in the future.
And you know what's funny here too as well? I actually see this line after H4. Now, of course, we have to give black a move, but after H4, we could play Bishop H6. After Bishop H6, we go G5. After Bishop G7, we go H5. And you literally just pry open everything and try to go for mate. It may not be working all the way, but it lets you know that the possibilities are endless here for white being on the initiative at this point.
That's a nice idea to break through. That's not a normal maneuver. I like it.
It's pretty aggressive. But we have to make sure everything is correct. The timing is the most important part about it.
That's a really useful idea from James, folks, because like, look, if you try and blow black open with G5, black's playing H5, right? If you try and play H5, black's playing G5. So you gotta be pretty resourceful. Like, okay, it looks like you've got an attack, but you've gotta be resourceful, find your ways.
By the way,
to make straight into G5 without a tempo on the H pawn.
Yeah,
allowing
in this
H5.
Case, I think
and then
black
knight
is
D5.
okay. Yeah, black's definitely okay in these lines.
That doesn't
black's
make
really
much
good.
sense.
I've lost lots of games in these type of positions because like I can't break through. I mean, the whole thing is for you to break through. If you can't break through, then like we did all of this and like we just can't break through. And sometimes I think the psychological part kicks in of like I had this attack and it's not there anymore, and like you cannot make the best move sometimes here. But let's see what happens. The engine does like black slightly, but I mean I totally understand. I don't even know how I'm getting to the king anymore.
Yeah, I can't even guess what he was thinking with the G5 idea, which obviously closes the king side down. But we can say this is what the Cobras needed, right?
So
They needed like the foot off the gas somehow.
Exactly. I mean, castle queen side, but then you're supposed to, castle on opposite sides. Whoever gets to the king first usually wins in all situations here. Only thing I can see now is knight H4, F4, F5, and like sack something over there. That's really about it because the closed lines actually help black. In fact, from Chess Kid, I'm a Chess Kid coach as well. One of the lessons in there says the umbrella pawn. Umbrella pawn is like the pawn on G5 actually defends my king, believe it or not. So I actually got an extra pawn over here defending my king because you don't have a pawn break besides F5, which takes a few moves, knight H4, F4, and F5. Only way I'm getting through, or I'm just using your pawn as defense, and I'm gonna try to work something up on the queen side. A5, look at that. A5.
Yeah, and that's probably what he has to do is like play F4, F5. Realistically, that's the only scenario that works out for him. Absolutely. But while he's trying to do that, I mean, he's got to always have a square for this knight to go, right? It can't go to B4 now. Black's thinking about trapping this knight if you ever go for F4, right?
Beautiful.
You also have to be ready for C6, B5 rolling on your bishop. You have to be ready for piece play as well, like when your knight moves away, knight E5. So I just don't believe in white's position. So
yeah, I don't believe in it either. It would be nice if I had H4 and castled and flexibility options. It's good to have options. So if I play G5, he plays H5. If I play H5, he plays G5. So I would like to keep the pawns on H and G, castle queen side, move the other rook to G1, and then we'll figure out maybe what to do later, but at least we have options. Here, we don't really have options anymore. Knight actually has to move now. Do we go to f4 or is he going to sack on f6? F6 gives up a clean pawn with no real attack yet. F4 probably is going to be the move, but that might be responded with b5, and it looks like black is the one now on initiative. After knight f4, b5, bishop a2, and maybe even a b4 or an a4 or something. Something like that. As black is there. There it is.
I thought of one more idea for Jaime, which is like maybe he could get something going with knight takes h5 at some point.
Exactly.
This f pawn is like really blocked right now.
Right, bro. You have to. Right mindset. Absolutely. Right. I'm totally with you, bro. And there's b4.
But that's kind of like your idea with the sack on h6, right? We go knight h5, they take, you sack the g6 pawn. Ooh. Now you've got the g file open at least, right?
That's sick.
You go g6, you clearance for knight g5, put a rook on g1, go for it.
Well, maybe go rook g1 first, then sack. Yeah, because that's nice. Because we got that knight g5 coming in there. That's sick. And knight e6. Ooh, that's a... Yeah, rook g1, knight h5, g6. Oh, he can't do it no more because the e6 square taken away. Black on initiative. Black's on initiative.
But he puts the rook there, so he's. I think he's looking at it.
Yeah.
And then you get, even if you don't get knight e6, you're just going for an attack.
Yeah. He's going
for an attack.
He's going for it. Knight takes g6, but and I don't even know what
resource
is.
Resource for black is to block off this diagonal at some point and open the b file.
You're right.
There's no way for white to stop that.
Oh, that's a sweet move, bro. That's a nice defensive technique. Actually, knight h5, bishop f7 is a move as well. And then after bishop f7, just eliminating, they call this annihilation of the defense from, what is that? From Encyclopedia of Chess Combinations. That's a very strong book. It says you should at least be 2,200 feet before you open it. Knight takes h5, takes bishop f7, rook takes g6. This is like annihilation of the defense there, or an annihilation of pawn structure, something, whatever they call it like that. But you're just obliterating everything. Play g6.
Yeah.
Like, that's it over there. Get rid of everything.
Like you're trying to turn normal chess into atomic chess, if you've ever played that variant.
Right, atomic chess, exactly. Right, you obliterate everything, because this is the only chance that white might have on that side.
So here's the thing. If black played a move like, let's say, well, queen e7 actually spoils things. So let's say rook b8, not necessarily a good move, but whatever. If we played a move like this, and white goes for knight h5, right, with the idea of gh5 bishop,
look at the eval bar too. They didn't even move much.
Maybe black would need to throw in b3 there
to
try and diffuse white's
such a good move
fiesta, right?
Such a good move, and then we have to take it. That's such a good move. b3 is such a good in between move there. That's so annoying because it just stops my bishop.
It only works because here we hit the queen, so white has no time for knight g7.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick there. Pretty sick. Let me see. Does any move happen? Nothing happened yet. Did he make a move yet? Because I mean, this is spicy. I know this. I can't wait to see what happens in this game. I'm glad I'm not playing this game. Like, oh man, I get to commentate this and watch and learn. But this is
you got Tang headed towards bullet, like you said he would.
Sometimes he likes to wait, chill. Let me get some lunch. Oh, I got a minute. All right, let's play. Let me play now.
I don't think it takes this long to get lunch in a dorm. It's like you just put noodles in a microwave, right?
Real quick, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, and he got beer in the fridge. You see the beer pong table next to him right there. That's folded up. That's a beer pong table. Clearly, it's a beer pong table there. Chat from Andrew Tang in this dorm room. So, folded up. No beer pong. It's chess right now.
Yeah. And, it's funny and all, but as we check out all the other boards as well, like I don't love Andrew's time management because it gives Jaime more time to figure out what he wants to do in a really tough position. If I were black in that position, I want to put pressure on white because it's not obvious how white's going to get something going. I want to work down my opponent's clock if possible. Let's see how the other games are going. Pichot is still ahead of piece. Just count him.
He's still up the piece. Yeah, he's still up that whole thing. Right. Andrew Tang played rook a7 over there. Knight h5 gotta be it. That's gotta be the move. You just go for it, and maybe a bishop f7 there. But looks like Pichot is gonna pull that one out.
Now, there's a king on e5, but I guess that's
let's go over there. Oh, that's an in game.
That's okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm looking now. It's an in game.
Then we got kind of a great rook on d6 for Irina with the bishop pair. That looks like she's doing what she needs to against Iturrizaga.
Very strong. I think she has a very great position here. 3, 6, 7. Yeah, everything's good. 7,
Yeah.
3, 6, 7. Yeah.
Oh, and we got knight h5 and bishop f7.
Oh, wait, we
between
got to go back
Santos
there.
and
We got to go
Tang,
back there. We got to go
Yeah.
back over there. Oh, for sure. I already know about that. Knight h5, bishop f7. I told you it was there. Come on, chat. Do your tactics. Puzzle rush every day. Knight
Yeah.
h5. You sack
But
two
the question is, was this not a moment to throw in b3
You're right, bro. You're
for
right. I
black?
think
Because
b3 is a very nice move.
he didn't do it. He simply took back. Bishop f7 comes in.
Yeah.
Tang's got 12 seconds here, right?
Yep.
So
Mhm.
let me make sure that we're on the live position as moves come in. So this ends up being a rook against two bishops, which in general shouldn't be great for white, but the black king is super open. Maybe take on
Where do we go
d4 now.
Yeah, but queen f6, and I was very annoyed by that. I was very annoyed by queens, and I might have to go c3. It might force c3 because of the mate threat.
Yeah.
So
Of course, once you play knight d4, you can never reclose that diagonal.
Right. So it's a huge decision here. Maybe just knight g5, queen e2. Hit the pawn over there on h5, get the queen over there. Knight g5, rook somewhere.
Yeah.
Rook f6, queen e2, and then knight h6. I mean, rook h6. Kind of annoying.
Right? Or queen
Maybe
e8 could be
f4.
another way to cover that spot.
Oh, yeah, queen e8 too. Yeah. It's kind of annoying.
He's going to come up with something that isn't easy to solve in 15 seconds, right? Like we see him investing some time.
Right, that's true.
He's going to come up with something maybe not trivial.
And we have another result, by the way. Elshan Diabati was able to take down WFM Candela Francisco there, which gives another point over there to the Cobras.
2-point match now. 2-point match. The Cobras desperate to at least keep the match going, get into round 4 with some kind of chance. But queen h6 is another move for white, which we didn't mention yet, right?
That's right. We actually didn't look at that. Yeah, queen h6 is really strong, and it threatens. You can't even take the knight. That's stupid strong. And then queen takes h5. Like that's got to be it. Wow, Engine, you see the eval bar go crazy.
Here's where it's crazy. If you go queen f6, I've got this move planned.
Ooh, rook g7, queen g7, rook g1.
Yeah.
Oh, but then there's bishop g4. How wacky is this opening? Like, what is going on?
Oh, I didn't see that coming. That was not part of the plan.
This is wacky, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on now. Maybe
now I'm like, now I just have to trade to get my piece back, and we go into an end game. I take on d4 with an edge.
Yeah, with an edge, right? This is wacky, bro.
Okay, interesting. Let's see the live position. He's played knight g5. Rook cleared out way over to b7 for counterplay. He's planning queen e8 if you go after h5.
Yeah.
Maybe you just want to add the f pawn. Maybe you want to double rooks.
Yep.
I'm of two minds about it.
It's a great plan. I think f4 was a great plan. F4, f5. You're really just using everything that you have in a position. I have the 2 rooks, so I need to use them. I do have the pass f pawn, and I have the queen that I can use to at least navigate to the king side of the board. So queen e2 looks good. Maybe with queen h5. Plays b3. Stop all your counterplay first. Might be a knight a4. Like,
I didn't want to interrupt you, so I put a little arrow. But I was like, if we want to be safe, we could just stop the counterplay on the queen side with b3. Then B3. Take our time.
Ooh, and look at that. Look, he does it. Knight a4. That's
forces
funny.
out some desperation.
Oh man,
the queen's like, I'm not just defending h5. I'm coming to a4, but I do not believe this. Queen c1 to b2 to b3 is my maneuver for white here.
I like it. I like it a lot. I do like it. Wait a second. Ooh, eval bar did not like it. Wow. Queen c1, I guess b3 is just GG. Start a new one. What are you doing with your life? Wow. So
yeah, what's he doing? He's planning to just sack on g7 to take away the attackers?
Ooh, you might have to now. Shoot, you are done for. 4 seconds on the clock for Tang. Come on, bro. He can't close it out. But Tang lives here. He gets stronger as the time gets lower. That's scary. Time lower, Tang stronger. So very scary here. b3 is a huge threat right now. Absolutely massive. How do you even stop it?
And if you move the knight in order to sack on g7 and get the rook off of 7, you move the knight like to f3. Black can also play bishop e6 instead of b3.
Ooh.
Right? And it's still like a very, very powerful attack from the bishop and queen, even without the break.
Dang, bro. What do you put this knight? He went to f3, b3
plays b3 instantly. Now I think rook g7 is forced, probably. What else could there be?
Yeah, rook g7.
He's playing it. Maybe now queen g5 with the perpetual.
Just maybe perpet it out, bro. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, it happened. Wait a second. Take one. Oh no, I don't have queen d5, bishop e6.
Queen h7 should be a perpetual still. You got to be careful. If white can go like queen g8 to b3,
Then
You can probably still draw that end game. It's probably no big deal.
H3 is hanging. Maybe you take with the pawn though. He took with the queen, but C takes B might have been for more chances. But this is clean. This is clean. Grego Perrin, by the way, something
White's
happened.
really safe here.
Oh my
White's really
goodness!
safe here.
What happened in the Grego Perrin game? Oh, okay. Never mind. The eval bar. Okay, let's go to that game. Something happened.
Want me to
there.
go to another game?
Look at the eval bar going back and forth. You see this? The eval bar getting a workout, doing reps.
Rook on B2.
Doing reps. Doing some real reps.
Oh yeah, it's just dancing. What? That makes no sense.
Something's wrong. Right. How is it winning? Rook A2, and is it B2? King takes, and I make it a knight and queen D2. Is that right? No, that doesn't work. He has rook C2. Okay, rook A2, king B1. Rook A2, king B1. Push. I can take the rook on A2. Take back. He takes with the rook. I have no idea. Maybe queen G8 and queen B3 after that.
How about queen D4 here? Like, what is white?
Right, you're right. That? I mean, that's simple. Rook
just C8. Threatening double checks and stuff.
Rook
C8. A2, queen A1.
Queen D4,
he's down to 10 seconds as well.
Check.
Going back.
King G2. Oh, he went for the draw.
Repetition.
Woo! Threefold. Woo-wee. Oh,
and when he threefold repetitions, then the bar says that means white wins. It's like eval bar lost its mind here.
Hey, engineers, go fix that.
But how on earth was he down a piece for nothing throughout the game and didn't lose? Pichot is like obviously just devastated. He's like, I could have just won the match for my team.
Like, bro,
like,
what am I doing, bro?
What am I doing with an extra piece?
My
like I'm a grandmaster.
Yeah, he's livid over that. He's definitely.
And he may have been losing to queen D4. I mean, do you want to ask this question? You want to put
queen D4 was
on
rook
the board?
C8 though. Rook C8 check is mating.
Back rank checkmate. Okay, right. So he doesn't have that.
I
would have found it if he did.
I think it was B2. King B1, B2, and then
so you
after
think king B1 he should play
you just
B2.
Push B2. Yeah, and if king A2, oh that doesn't work either. Wow.
Leave here.
For the eval bar. But I was just gonna take the knight. I was take the rook with and promote to a knight with check maybe. And then queen G8 afterwards.
And then queen G8. You can also go queen G8 first.
Oh,
okay,
that's true.
Let's go.
G8 first. Make
it a knight here.
Right. And then after rook takes, then queen G8. And then queen B3. Oh, but there's still rook C8.
And same thing, huh?
Rook C8. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what everybody missed that. I'm actually curious. What does the engine say? What was the move?
So, I mean, they had 10 seconds each. This thing is a total mess.
That's true.
I think it's a total mess.
What game was that? Oh, they didn't even have it.
Yeah.
What's the move?
Round is winding down. Let's see if any of the games are still going. Sorry. We've got all games finished. So we're going to quickly tell you guys where the points landed this round. It was absolute madness, but it looks like Iturrizaga scored 1 point for the Maniac Shrimps, while Elshon scored 1 point for the Cobras. So it's a 2-2 round, leaving the Shrimps in the lead. 7.5, 4.5. They're up by 3 points. They need 1 point in the final round. The Cobras had some chances that round. They had some chances.
They do. They have some chances. Yeah, they have some chances. They got to win. Dang. They got to win 3 to tie and like draw something like that. I mean, it's really rough.
They need 3.5 to go to a tiebreak. They need 3.5 out of 4 to go to a tiebreak.
Out of 4. That's tough.
We are going to have to take a small break before we see whether or not they make it to the tiebreak or even go 4-0. We'll see you again soon. Catch your breaths, everybody.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everybody, to week 3 of the Pro Chess League here on Chess.com. For those of you who made predictions earlier in the show, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps have 6 wins now. So they have gone over. You hopefully predicted it correctly, but be sure in any case to keep it locked in throughout the week for more featured questions. Hit that exclam predict throughout the PCL to have your chance at winning prizes. Now, match situation. Where are we at, James? Where are we at?
Wow, look at that. Is that 1 point away out of 4 games, David? So you mean 2 draws, or maybe 3. Maybe 3. But at the same time, we are 1 full point away, actually. From
they are drawing close, yeah.
2 points. 2 draws, yeah. That'll do it. Wow, that actually would do it. 2 draws would be it. And
that last round could have gone any way. Like, it could have been, the Shrimps could have scored more and put the match away. We wouldn't be playing a 4th round. The Cobras could have scored more, and it would be really, really close. But right now, they've got an uphill battle to catch up. And the biggest reason so far looks like board 3, Eduardo Iturrizaga. 3 out of 3. We've been told during the break that no board 3 has ever gone 4-0 in the Pro Chess League.
Wow, Iturrizaga is trying to make that happen here. Well, let's see what his matchup looks like. Who is he going to be facing? He'll be facing Elshan and trying to get it done with the white pieces. We're probably going to see a knight f3, g3, b3 system, or c4 that he plays. The Zaga is very nice with those systems. Parents looking to strike here and hit Jaime Santos. But everybody on the Charlotte Cobras team, to win the match, you got to win all four. That's very difficult to do. I think that's only happened maybe one time so far in the PCL, which is very difficult to do. But you need also maybe 3.5, even to just tie the match, or at least be up a point, 3 or something like that. It's very difficult. They are right. They are definitely behind.
I think the Unicorns may be the one team that once gave up a 4-0 round 4 to blow a match.
And that's your team,
but
David.
Perhaps it's happened to 1 or 2 other teams. But anyway, yeah, it's going to be a tough task. They're going to have to try and find their chances in every single round. Here's Grigory Oparin. He's had a tough start to the day, but he managed to take a game down a piece against a 2600 GM and make it just anybody's game last round. And in the end, drew that game. So he's probably finally like taking it totally seriously, totally zoned in. And we'll see if he can do some damage against Jaime Santos, who also had a wild game. I think those 2 really wild games last round could have left these top 2 boards in a state of jitters.
That's true, right? And now they feel much more comfortable, and them being the Shrimps, where they are just 1 point away from clinching the match. So they're trying to figure out and play their best chess here. Cobras are on the opposite, trying to close this thing out by winning 4 in a row.
Yeah. And Jaime and Grigory both looking pretty calm at the moment as they play this high stakes game here, developing the pieces pretty quickly. It's a non-standard position where they're not going to know the moves by heart necessarily, but they're still playing quickly and confidently. So they know the general shape of what they're going for. It looks like we might get another opposite colored bishop position. Will Jaime try and hold on to his bishop pair? We shall see. Yeah, he could just go for d5 right away if he wants to just, simplify matters completely. Then he's got to watch out for bishop g5. So I think h6, bishop takes c3, a6, lots of options for him. He's considering them calmly. And even d6 should be an acceptable move. Maybe bishop g5 is worth avoiding. Like actually d6, which looks harmless, could be a slight problem against bishop g5 because of this knight d5 move. Right here I'm blundering for instructive effect from black. So after d6, I think bishop g5 would be slightly annoying. You would have to trade that off right away and then go into h6 with like I would guess a tiny advantage for white. So Jaime agrees with me, and he's just played h6, just taking away that bishop g5 issue. And now from here, what's it going to be? Maybe f4 to open up some kingside attack. White wants to get some kind of juice going in the position because White's given up the bishop pair, but Black had to spend time to get that bishop pair. So we're going to want something like f4 from White, maybe for some juice here. I see we've got all 4 games up now. They're not all started, but 3 of them are. So let's maybe have a quick look around all 4 boards and see what we can see. Ituruzaga opening with an English. And maybe we're going to get some kind of a Catalan out of it. And over on the other board, Andrew Tang against Alain Pichot. Got a Queen C2 Nimzo, I'm going to say. Looks reasonable for both sides. And board 4 getting started, headed towards a Sicilian, longtime favorite of Irina Crush's. She can play 17 different flavors of that. And a weird retreat knight f3 from white immediately, so they're out of opening theory, and that is one game that will favor the Charlotte Cobras' potential for a comeback. You always want to have an open Sicilian as black where your opponent's out of theory. That's for sure. The other games, I can't really say which team they favor just yet. Yeah, interesting. We get one knight trade between Tang and Pichot. Pichot looks solid for now. So probably an acceptable opening for him. In fact, maybe I prefer black's position slightly already there. That's pretty comfortable for black. Yeah, getting that knight takes c6, b takes c6, trade bolstering black's center, room for all the pieces. No really hard moves to find. Yeah, I would say that's slightly beyond satisfactory, that opening for Pichot. And Oparin's taking it slowly. Did not play my f4 suggestion. So I think Jaime's doing okay there as well. And perhaps let's look at the most confusing of the openings, the sort of tactical Catalan that we've got going between Iturrizaga and Morad Yabadi, playing knight takes c3 with the key tactical point that on queen d2, black can play queen takes d4, unless I'm blundering something. But I think there's this idea of the knight fork on e2 that's going to allow black to take on d4 with the queen next move. So this is exploding with tactics quite early here. Queen c2 was played, and then black knight, rather than playing queen takes d4. Why? I'm not 100% sure. Queen d4 would also have been maybe a move there. Queen d4, maybe knight f3. Knight e2, queen e2, queen a1. Oh, it's messy. That's where you want to move some pieces, right? That's where you want to move some pieces to figure out what's going on. Or, get into some really good calculation. The knight comes back. E3 is played to cover d4. And now it's settling into a more standard kind of Catalan position where white will have compensation for the pawn after knight takes c4. Iturrizaga wants a little bit more. Going bishop a3 to put some pressure on there. And we are back to Oparin versus Jaime Santos. So let's just see the last couple moves there, how they got to this situation. And we'll try to evaluate it. So Santos did go for d5 in one move without d6. So he's playing this very, very maximally for black. Sometimes when your team just needs another half point, another point, a little draw here or there, sometimes in those situations, you can play a little hesitantly. But Jaime, to me, is playing super freely and actually almost too riskily, you could almost say. But that just shows he's very confident still here. He plays a6 to deaden that a file that Oparin has invested, as you can see, quite a lot invested into that file. And he's just saying, well, that's two rooks to keep one pawn occupied. But he actually decided the best diagonal for the bishop would be b7. So he takes the b7 pawn off of defensive duty and says, well, yeah, the bishop will defend against both rooks while hammering the king side. Oparin's going to play f3 either here or really soon to shelter from that bishop. And the rook develops from the corner. And black's position is super clean. Oparin's rooks are going to give up on the a pawn. And I would call this position just a minimal edge for black. It's, to me, the small edge is the bishop versus the knight. It's not the space advantage. I think with simplified material, 3 pieces traded off the board, this e5 pawn doesn't provide any particular advantage. It gets attacked by the white pieces. There's some counter pressure against it. So it's nothing super special to have this little bit of extra space, especially with this rook finding the 4th rank. We can see Oparin's pieces. They've got room to play, so that's not a problem. But I do think this bishop's a little bit better than the knight. Just some long-term prospects. Obviously, Oparin knows how to play against it. He's set up every single pawn that can move on a light square. B2 pawn's the only exception, right? So he's limiting that bishop. It's not killing him right now. But there are various scenarios, way down the line in an endgame where that bishop's still going to be a little bit better than a knight. And I think Santos, his plan is to play a4 and open up the a file to progress the game a little bit, trading off white's doubled pawn, but just sort of moving the game further towards an endgame where his bishop might provide a tiny little edge and also just, moving the game forward. So I think that's why we see the bishop transfer away from b7 over to f7. Defended the rook on e8 as well, so he can go for just some more trades here. And now the rook trade is going to simplify more towards equality. Not to say that I can evaluate positions well. I feel like we're going to press for an edge. It would have been with a rook and bishop in the endgame, not with a queen and bishop. And here the game looks dead equal to me and to the eval bar, which I can't help but notice. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and pick another game to watch. It looks like Jaime was confident, but okay with just, playing simplifying moves if they came that way. He's probably going to be able to provide half a point that the Shrimps need, and they need 1 point. So half of what they need, he's going to be able to provide. Looking at the full board view, maybe let's put our eyes on Iturrizaga, right? Because the game's super complicated, and he's on this quest to be the first board 3 to score 4 points. I mean, he's probably just on a quest to win the match for his team. He probably doesn't care about it. He'd probably agree to a draw if it were offered here. But, for us, it's fun to see if he can set a new record. So let's look at this. He's down a pawn, but Elshan has got a few pieces with fairly bad prospects at the moment. The bishop on c8 mainly, but then it also tangles up your rooks when there's a bishop on the back rank that can't move. Yeah, it's like, how do you imagine black playing b6 or b5 now after a4? It's hard to do. I mean, b5 was already not tactically possible because of bishop takes c6, right? But now a more permanent solution from Iturrizaga. He locks down the b5 square as well. Black's really in pain. If you ever trade on c5, getting rid of that really good bishop, then you open up this file. White's got outposts here and here, and it's still going to be very hard to ever safely bring the bishop off of the back rank because, you can lose this bishop in a heartbeat very, very easily. So a4, locking that down some more. Queen f6, looking for some space. And now he takes the trade off the table without that tempo on the queen on d8. Sure, very hard to move for black. You move this knight, maybe knight b6 is unpleasant. You move this knight, surely knight d6 is unpleasant. What do you move? This is the kind of situation where normally black would get really low on time. So it is impressive that Elshan has more than 6 minutes on the clock. It's a special skill in ugly positions to just keep coming up with moves. Just some way you can press your opponent's clock, It's a really, really tough skill, and I've seen it win entire matches. My team, the Unicorns, had a first round match that was a really tough one for us, and we managed to win the match, partly, I think, because of a game that we drew from a tough position like this, where our player, Dariush, managed to keep finding little moves that he could play to not flag, basically. That said, in this position, Iturrizaga, he's gunning forward. He hits him with e4. Knight d6 is probably coming in next. Where is the knight on f5 going? And yeah, welcome back to our good friend James Canty.
Yo, had a little internet gambit, so we're good.
Little internet gambit.
Little internet gambit. I don't know what happened.
Well, the match is not over yet.
Okay.
But what we were just checking out was Iturazaga's game, right? The guy's on fire. He's 3-0. If he makes it 4-0, that would also win the match for the Shrimps.
Wow.
And I mean, he's got a heck of a position here right now.
Let me see what we got. Let me see what his position looking like. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Whoa, playing with
It's
white.
like-
Did he play his same stuff? Knight of 3?
He played
Knight
a
of
kind
3
of
sequence?
Catalan, but it got sharper than it normally does with him. It got into a sharper variation. But if you wanted to count his advantages on your hand, you might run out of fingers, right?
Yeah,
He's
you're
got
right.
the pawn,
The
he's got
bishops.
the bishop pair, he's got the center, he's got the
Spades.
7th rank,
7th rank.
he's got the active queen.
Better
Like,
pieces. What else you want?
It's a lot. He's got that knight on h6, which looks like a fool.
It's pretty rough. That is pretty rough here. What is there anything else on any no other results, huh? Wow. Okay, so still a heated match here. One game is going to decide it. That's it. One game. That's a wrap.
Yeah.
Queen takes D1.
And I do think there's one other board where it's like very likely the Shrimps will get half a point. It's their top board. Jaime Santos has a fairly simplified endgame where it would be like his chances of losing are probably pretty low. I'll just say. So, the start to the match to this 4th round is looking very, very tough for the Cobras. They came in needing, a sweep or a quasi sweep. It's looking really tough.
Yeah, it's looking really tough here, especially with that one game. Looks like it's going to be ending soon there. But Andrew Tang may have a slight pull, but that is going to be it's not going to change much if we can't win every game. We need to win every one of them. We can't let one slip, and we being a Cobras here, very tough.
Yeah. Mora Diabati's been really sharp today, I want to say. And he's throwing some stuff at Iturazaga. He's not just going to like wait around to get wrapped up.
Right.
He throws another tactic at him after Queen G4 hits him with E5 with the idea that the rook on D2 is hanging. It could be
Very
tempting
sharp.
for White to try and look for a tactical solution, take on E5, take on F6.
Ooh, okay.
But-
Dang.
but
and then
I-
take on F7 and then take on A8. Like, ooh, wait. A lot of tactics
But I think
there.
it's probably too risky. We'll see.
Yeah, that is
Black would get a
crazy.
pretty strong counterattack with Queen G4 to D1, Knight H6 to G4.
Some scary stuff. Very scary. Don't allow it if you don't need to, right? So you just saw Bishop D6, but that is not the move. That was a huge. That boy went down a lot there. Right?
So what's he thinking on Rook AC8? He will probably want to play Rook C7. Okay. Yeah, so Rook C8, would be to try and like deflect your queen from the bishop that's covering the thing on D4 and the file. I think Rook C7 is probably okay for White here.
Oh yeah.
Or is it Rook C8? Yeah, okay.
Check
Suddenly
the
I'm like
order.
looking at Knight E8, but this Rook is going to be hanging on D8 here, so Black doesn't have time to take your E pawn.
Very, very nice. Do we take with the queen or do we take with the bishop? He says. That's a great question.
Oh, but he's worrying a little bit that on Queen C7, it could be the switch around to Rook C8 because the White King is weirdly vulnerable.
Ugh.
Like
So
you
rook's
go
on D2.
here, Queen could go anywhere, but let's say I just put it somewhere.
D5. Check.
Rook C1, King
Oh,
here.
I can almost sack my queen. Almost. Okay, don't do it, but
Yeah, you want to play like Queen H4 or something, right?
right.
But
You
maybe
know what I'm
maybe
saying?
just something like Knight E4 is good enough. Hit the pieces and make room that way.
Yeah, Queen A8 there, but that's
Queen A8
but
to
something
E4.
like it. Something like it.
So this queen needs to
Something
get out of the way. This is risky for White, but I mean Black needs a move.
what is the live board?
The live board is he took on C7 with the bishop.
Okay, Bishop C7. Oh yeah, and then we got some checks down there. What is this? Some type of perpetual bro?
It's pretty messy on its own.
E1. It's like, great. Look at that position, man. Hold on. Who's winning? Oh,
Sacked another pawn, trying to win a rook, got checked.
Yo, this is sick right now. You might just take the perpetual, bro, and get up out of there. I mean, from where Elshan was, like literally, I'll take this all day. I'll take this all day, bro.
He was like lost, and he turned this into a total mess.
What the heck is going on? Check. King H7 forced. E5.
I think he's planning queen E5 maybe. His bishop's got this covered, but black will take on H4, and this king is not.
Yeah, this is
not in good shape.
This is spicy. E5 bishop D3 is also a possibility still.
We're being told by people in chat to check out board 1 in all caps, like some big deal is going on, but it still looks.
Check out board 1. It's an in game that he just blundered in, bro. What is that?
Yeah.
Oh man! E4
wait, why did he play D5 though?
I mean, D5,
this person
right?
was seeing the future or something.
He definitely saw the
Our
future
chatter was
there.
seeing the future. How would you know that white was going to play D5 here?
Right, everything was
the
equal.
knight is trapped by the bishop, so he's just saying like this match is done. That's why they're telling us to come over here.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that makes sense. He's trying to get the knight active.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have C6, but I mean, I have the king that can come back. I'm inside of the square or the box. I also could play D4 and then take on C6 there. If this
the most clinical might even be to let the pawn go one extra square, box out for playing D4 check, unless like a knight check ruins you here. But like the idea would be like check here, push him
and
back,
then put
and
the
then
bishop back. Ooh, that's spicy.
But knight F3 will pick off one of the pawns. Yeah, not like that. Let's see what he's. But in the game, King D4 got played. King
D4. So he's stopping.
So he's stopping the bishop from trading that way.
Right. So we can play maybe G4. He played King E6.
I mean, just
instead,
the
then
king
G4
back.
coming.
Yeah. So against C6, he wants to be able to just grab it with King D6 right away. He's playing it in a very, very safe way, and he might also like end up winning the game, but he's playing in a very, very safe way.
Yeah, with apparent under a minute here.
King comes back to E3 for white. King comes to E5 for black. That looks pretty dead. Jaime doesn't show a lot of emotion, James. Like every time I check him to see like, is he worried? Is he excited? Like he always looks normal to me.
Yeah, that's that just discipline of just winning so much and just clinical. It's a job. I'm at work. I got a job to do. And when you're at work, you're not too excited or anything. You're just doing your job. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. It's another day in the office for Jaime.
Yeah. Here comes the D pawn, and that's the match.
That's the match with the fist pump, a little emotion, a little bit.
Saw a little. We saw it.
Yes.
We saw a little.
He about to run outside. He about to go scream outside. Look at him. Like, look at that. Oh man. And
I think he's probably got like 3.5 points. Does Jaime at this point in the match with that win?
Out of 4. Wow.
I think he may have scored 3.5 out of 4 to push that match score to 8.5. Yeah. So you're seeing 4.5, 7.5, folks, but one more point has just been scored by Jaime Santos, clinching the match for the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, sending the Charlotte Cobras into a kind of eliminated relegation kind of situation.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, Cobras had a very, very strong team. I mean, don't get it twisted, guys. Like the Cobras are an extremely strong team. All the American players there, all the American talent there, but it just was not able to get it done, especially with the lineup today against the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, who just really play like they have nothing to lose, even since the qualifier when they made it and had to qualify into the PCL with the 16 teams or whatever, so or 12 teams, but however many teams it is. But he definitely, or the Shrimps came back and let everybody know, look, we are qualified. We qualified into the PCL, and we're going to try to take some of the PCL as well as they take down the Cobras here in an elimination match. The Shrimps say we are not Shrimps at all.
No. This is like, the little team that could or something. They fought their way into the league, and they're not ready to leave the league
at all.
They've got some really dangerous 3 2600 players at the same time, 3 2600 pluses with great rapid skills. Extremely dangerous team. I can see them winning some more matches after today. This was a pretty confident match they've played today. They had the lead after round 1, round 2, round 3. They've been really, really strong today.
Yeah, they're
and
really strong.
hopefully we'll get to have a word with Jaime or one of their players after the match is over and get to hear some of their thoughts of, playing their way through the qualifiers, being on the brink of elimination here. It's crazy. You say how strong the Cobras are and the Shrimps as well. To think that these teams were 0-2, right? How strong is the
Wow.
league?
Oh
When
man,
you've got
that's
these
scary.
stacked lineups of beasts, and
Yeah.
they were 0-2 up to this point.
Yeah, 0-2, and really a lot of it is about the lineup that day and how everybody's feeling too as well. Because sometimes you have somebody on one team go 3.5, but the rest of the team do nothing, right? So it's pretty tough. It's very hard out here, and as you see, even the Cobras, as strong as they are, we're not able to take down the Shrimps here. As we see a few games here left on the screen. Arena Crush was just winning, but now she's losing. She was crushing. Arena Crush was crushing. Now she's not. I think she made a
She
blunder in
usually
time
is.
trouble. Oh my goodness. So let's go look at that game. She was
Okay.
completely winning. She was
All right.
completely winning. I
I'll
wasn't
go over
even
there.
worried about that game, but now I am. She was completely winning.
Game looks pretty messy to me.
Man, what
Irina
happened?
has sacked a piece in order to reveal the power of this bishop, huh?
Oh man. Oh
Now
man.
she's going for G4.
Yeah, but I just go King H2. After G4, I take and play Queen G3. Maybe? No, wait a second.
She's got 4
Oh,
seconds
but
on the
yeah, I
clock.
win that in game. Yeah, King H2. Yep, I win that in game. I take Queen G3. We trade everything on F3. I go King G3 and I completely win. GG. Maybe Queen G2. No checks. Knight G1. Even that,
Covering Queen H3.
H3, right? Oh
Reversal
my
steal,
goodness.
1
second on
second
the
to
clock.
go.
Woo-wee! No time. She shakes her head, and that is not gonna do it, chat. Man, Della out here swinging.
If I'm Candela, I'm glad I've got 40 seconds, because if I had 1 or 2 seconds, I wouldn't know what I was doing for white either. I might blunder a checkmate.
And that's it. That's game over.
And you see some relief there from Candela as the stress of the game finally comes to an end, right? She takes a huge sigh, breathes out with relief. She had a fantastic performance today as well. She started the game
She did.
the day off drawing Oparin, ends the day beating the U.S. women's champion.
Right. 8-time U.S. champion. Sheesh. Great job from Candela here, playing some great chess, as you see, guys. And Spanish Maniac, wow, look at this round score there. Candela playing great chess. And as you see, it's a round score. This was just crazy. This round, they just really turned it up in the last round. 3.5 to 1/2, where the Cobras should have been the ones, in fact, as they wanted to be the ones doing that in this round to make it more of an even match. But here, at the end of the day, oh my goodness, 11-5 score. Look at that, 3.5. Attorney Zaga, who is this man? What is he on? Like, we need to get him on the interview. What are you doing on a daily basis, sir? How are you getting this 4-0 like this? That's the first time on the third board. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah. Huge accomplishment for him and for the team. 4 out of 4 for a board 3 for the first time in the Pro Chess League. And the little team that could. They take out like an absolute powerhouse. This Charlotte Cobras team is going to end their 2023 season right here. For those of you who are huge fans of that team, it's a very sad moment for sure. We can take a moment to mourn with you. You may be able to see some of your favorite players still in the arena on March 24th. There's going to be a special event where all the players from all the teams will be able to play still. But certainly heartbreaking to be out of the main season and dreams of the playoffs gone like that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to see them go away. Of course, as you should probably be rooting for them. Honestly, I mean, I'm a Charlotte fan too as well. I do like a lot of Charlotte. I played a lot of tournaments in Charlotte myself, so definitely love Charlotte. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to make it this time here. But that's okay, of course, as the Shrimps make it through 8.5. These guys made another win here. So, guys, we're going to take a short break. But before we take this break, we need questions from you, chat. Questions for GM Grandmaster Jaime Santos here. So put them in the chat, and maybe your question will be asked to Grandmaster Jaime here of the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, and we'll be back in a few with these questions and answers. So we'll see you in a minute.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
I was here.
I was lost. Okay. Well, hey.
8, let's go. Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14.
We beat it. Let's go. No, 15. Unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a Chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PCL Week 3. We are joined by Board 1 of the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, Grandmaster Jaime Santos. Jaime, congratulations on your team's performance and your performance. Well done.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here with us. I have a question, which is, as a Board 1, do you feel any kind of special responsibility to lead your team?
There is some responsibility because you have to do your best, because in theory you are the strongest player of the team. Well, in my case, in our team, Board 1, 2, and 3 today were very similar. But in general, usually Board 1 has more responsibility, I think.
Very, very nice. Absolutely. As you did 3.5 out of 4 today. Very strong. What was, did you have some prep that you did in particular, like maybe study a few openings or do a little prep on each opponent? Did you do any specific prep today for the match?
I checked more or less the games. I decided to play, for example, in round 2 and 3, I played this sideline of the 4 knights, and it's interesting especially for rapid and beats, because it's a secondary line, so I consider playing it. But I prepared like 1 hour for not much, honestly.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Cool. And did going through the qualifiers to get into the Pro Chess League give you guys some extra edge, or being ready for the kind of pressure you faced in an elimination match?
Yes, it gives more pressure. Also, you are satisfied because in the other 2 matches we played, in the first one we were very close to winning, and in last week we played really awfully, instead in my case. It's also to have a good result. I think we both of us, the 4 players, we played very well. But yes, of course, it's a big responsibility, of course, to more pressure because it's elimination next week, I think.
Absolutely. Did you do any?
Well, they definitely played well under pressure.
Yeah, you guys played very well. I mean, of course, with Clinch the Master 8.5, actually way more than 8.5. So great stuff today. Did you guys do any team preparation, like together, like prepping as a team, or and did you have like any individual motivations, like what pumps you up? Did you get some music or like take a walk here to get your head right for the game? What'd you do?
I don't do any much special. As a team, I mean, we have a WhatsApp group and we talk before the match, but nothing special, I would say.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Any music, anything in particular to pump you up for the game, or no?
No, before the game and after, I usually don't listen to music. No, I don't know the players.
Nice.
All right, we've got a question here from chat for you from Brocard You Out Away. And he says, or he or she or they say, did you have any moment when you thought, I can't afford to lose here?
In first round, for example, against Irina, I was slightly worse. I mean, she was playing, I think, a good game. I mean, I was lucky because she blundered an exchange in one move, and suddenly I got much better. But in that game, if I would have lost, we would lose the first match instead of winning 1.5. So that would be the first one. But apart from that, nothing else I would say. In round 3 against Andrew Tang, my game was crazy. Anything could have happened, I don't know, but we were already ahead on the match. I think leading by 3 points, I think. So it was not much special. If I would have lost, I think we'll be leading still.
Very good, man. You guys made it all the way through. That's very nice. One last question for you. How did you feel coming into the round? And this is from a Big Sus 3000-123. How did you feel coming into the round, knowing one of the teams were going to get eliminated?
Yes, it's tough. It's difficult. I mean, once you start playing, especially after winning round 1, you're already ahead in the score. It's more pressure to the opponents. But
right.
we have have lost would be different, of course. But yes, it's difficult because one of the teams is going out after today, of course.
Congratulations, you guys made it. Good stuff, man. You,
All
you
right.
definitely played good
Well,
today.
thank you so much for your time, Jaime. Congratulations. Go celebrate with your teammates in the WhatsApp group or however you do. And good luck next week in your next elimination match.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Grandmaster Jaime Santos. Board 1 today, but he says with the lineup they had, it was kind of like boards 1, 2, 3, very similar strength. So he didn't feel that much pressure on him. Overall, James, it sounded like he didn't feel too much pressure today, considering how dramatic an elimination match it was. He seemed pretty cool about it all.
He did. He was like, "Yeah, I'm top board 1. I just had to do what I had to do. I had to go out here and play. I got to go get lunch, so I'm gonna get out of here fast. And have a good day." That was just like very easy. Another day in the office for him, as you can tell from his demeanor and as you see him play. Nothing, and quite a little fist pump, a little bit of emotion after winning the match. But other than that, it was just very chill and like he's been here before.
Right. Yeah, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps as a team may have had to scrap their way into this, but exactly, he gives you that feeling like he's a chess pro. It's what he does. Yes, it's win or lose every day, and he goes on about his day.
Right.
So, very impressive. Let's have a look at the standings after today's play. And, here are the standings up at the top. Not changed that much. We didn't see any of the 2-0 teams in action today, but we see the Norway Gnomes making a move up the scoreboard, 2-1. They're now in that more comfortable position where they can play through the rest of the season, knowing that it's not elimination at every turn.
Right, not elimination. 2-1, of course. Yeah, one more loss would be elimination, but just the goal is not to get there. Just keep focusing and being good as a team, being great with the team camaraderie, making it like the right lineups, do the team managers and captains, and just doing this correct, right? Playing this right and having good positive energy through that as they move up 2-1 in there, and so do the Spanish Maniac Shrimps.
Yeah, and now we turn to the second half of the standings, and you can see the teams in spots 9 through 16, and the saddest pill to swallow of the day, the Charlotte Cobras eliminated at 0-3 here at the bottom. Tough. Charlotte's a fantastic chess city now. Has really put themselves on the map in the last couple of years, and they're out, and a lot of the top American talent goes with them. Meanwhile, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps improved to 1-2.
Right.
And we'll see if they can keep scrapping their way up.
They need 2 more. That's it. 2 more wins, right? You're facing elimination every round now. So what we're doing now is we face an elimination. We've been here before. We won an elimination. So because they've been here before, it's more of a experience thing now, and they can play probably better chess going out after already facing one elimination match.
Exactly right. And I could absolutely see them doing it at this point, right? With that confidence, with that experience you said, with this 3 GM lineup that they had today, really sick. With your board 3 scoring 4 out of 4, you're going to be in good shape. Let's talk about tomorrow's matches, because the PCL is coming at you 4 days in a row, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wow. What do we have for tomorrow, James?
Those Levitov Chess Wizards are definitely Wizards. That's a team that I didn't even see coming. I just thought that they were just a regular team. But, of course, you see they're 2-0 going up against the Indian Yogis, who are absolutely a powerhouse. India has 2 separate teams, okay? They're the only one like that in the PCO, and they might even have a 3rd and a 4th and a 12th team if you let them have it. Because India, of course, the water over there, you drink it and you just become a GM. It's something in the water over there with the Indian Yogis, so that's going to be a very spicy matchup there. Then you have the Garden State Pastors. That's my team. You're going to see me there. Let's go. We going for our win. We're going against the Chess Bras. Now, I was at the Chess Bra pad, definitely hanging out with the Chess Bras. But tomorrow, we are not friends. So it's definitely going to be a matchup that we're ready for. We already looked at the lineup. We're feeling good about ourselves. So that's going to be a big matchup there, too, as well. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah. Those are some insane matchups. You guys got a strong lineup coming this week, facing off against Magnus.
Yep.
So
Magnus, Ivan,
you'll need a strong
Sarek,
lineup and maybe even a pinch of luck on top.
Yeah.
But It's going to be thrilling. Your team is great. It should be a great match. And then the 2-0 teams, Wizards and the Yogis. Oh man, can't wait.
Ooh.
See who comes out on top in that match. But we'll have to wait about 19 hours. And folks, we'll see you tomorrow for those matches.
More PCL. Signing off, chat. It was a pleasure. Love all of you. David, it was great commentary with you as usual, bro. Easy stuff, fun stuff. And of course, I hope the chat loved the energy as well. Make sure you're back for tomorrow's matches as well. It's going to be exciting.